Whose house? Rad's house. I think we're actually here now. Thank goodness. Sorry about that. There's just been a whole lot of issues. I don't know why there's so many issues right now. There's just a lot of them. We're gonna be VCing with friends and stuff. I think we're actually here. Shut up. I'm just trying to get the pop-out chat right now. So hell yeah. So I can actually see people chatting. There we go. Thank gosh. Sorry again about that. It's just been stopping it and going a lot. My bad. And now we're going to VC with viewers.
Peter Griffin.
No, you gotta go out and then in.
You're friends with the real Peter Griffin?
Kind of glad we get another
The real
start
Peter
at this.
Griffin exists?
I love
The real Peter Griffin.
What's this about Peter Griffin?
What's going on?
Going to the portal.
Angry.
What even?
What the hell, guys?
Wait, there's a purple chest here?
I hope you heard me.
Don't worry about that. This is hammer pegs.
Uh-oh.
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 Hammer pegs is to thing this down.
What?
Did you do those?
Uh-oh, the game capture Elgato apparently
No, but
died.
what is this?
Purple chest?
Turn that
volume
down.
Yeah, you cannot dash with it because then you lose it as a check.
Just throw the fucking
I can't. I actually can't play. No, it's inside my PC.
Save quick to
So
links out.
there's nothing I could do
You
to fix
gotta
my
remember to save
Elgato.
quick to links out.
those two because I can't hear you.
I
Wait,
can't
mirror
actually
and then
stream
save
Mario
it?
Kart 8.
Yeah, if not, then you'll just end
I
up
can't
in a
stream
tournament.
Mario Kart 8.
What do you mean you can't stream it?
I can't play it because it's not.
Why?
Because my Elgato crashed.
Just get a fucking hammer.
Well, that's a
smash the
stink.
Shit out of that.
Yes,
Why
and
did it stay with you?
It's inside
Just
my
to
PC,
shut.
so I can't do anything to it.
No, you can jump down
Basically
ledges with it.
And just
I know you can
fucking
jump down ledges with it.
Just hit your PC with
It's
a
an
fucking
NPC.
hammer.
It's
Darwin.
down.
Well, where am I
Got a
supposed to
video
take this
capture
thing? I've
pro?
never seen this thing before.
Into the
Well,
left.
if you can't do Mario Kart, then what are we supposed to be doing?
You can't dash with
Oh, you
it.
can't even get. You can't even. Oh, right. You can't
I don't
dash.
know. Emergency VR chat? I don't fucking know. What about SRB2 kart?
Here?
No, you
yes.
keep going down into the left.
I can play SRB2, but
What even is that?
yeah, but
It's
people
a-
don't have that ready yet.
So it's a fan
No,
game.
you
I
just
have it
go
ready.
left.
I just need to get Hamachi set up with you again.
Ah, fuck! I forgot
There you
about
go.
that.
Jeez.
I don't feel like downloading your.
Wait, is it this
Forgot
guy?
all about Hamachi.
Oh,
Maybe something that's actually immediately ready, like VR. We can do VR, right?
Link to the past
I don't know,
randos.
VR chat?
Nope.
Link to the
VR
past
chat,
randos.
Roblox, we got options.
Link to the past
Which been
randos would
teaching
be
me how to
interesting.
move.
Of course, Darwin does this when he allows me to pick a game.
Hey, I didn't expect my Elgato to crash. Everything's been crashing on me
I
today.
told you, there's a simple solution. Get a fucking hammer and just smash the shit out of it. There you
Well,
go.
then he doesn't have a
Oscar.
capture card, and
Nice
he
to
can't
see
say
ya.
that you can play Mario Kart anymore.
Here, I'm gonna fucking hit my computer and it's
Hello.
gonna fix it.
My
Bye, Max.
And then we never saw Max again.
okay.
And they left
My
as a joke,
Elgato is
and
completely broken for some reason.
He
and
came
there's
back
nothing
as
I
a
can
joke.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do with my Elgato. But hi, Oscar. Hope you're doing well.
If you look
we're
on
trying to figure out
Discord,
currently
Darwin.
what we're trying to do.
Oh.
A new version of Elgato Control Center.
Let's play charade.
What?
Let's play Terraria.
Oh
Solid
shoot!
update.
Scribbly.
I'm actually
That's a
curious.
thing.
Oh, hell yeah, let's do Scriblio.
I'm wondering
because
if this thing will
Darwin-
actually work.
Darwin's the actual artist. Let's do Scriblio.
I refuse to do Scriblio with you guys again.
Oh yeah.
Is
But Darwin's
Scriblio?
an
Wait.
artist.
That's a good idea. What isn't that just a website thing too?
Yeah,
It's
Yeah.
Like, it's like Pictionary. I think.
Okay, let's do Scriblio then.
I will draw less penises, I promise, Meryl.
Here, I'll get a thing open.
Vamp, you didn't even draw one the first time.
I
so
don't
was
need a
on
web- wait,
stream.
wait,
It was
wait.
just really bad because you guys are
Okay,
bad
wait. For
interpretation.
Scriblio, I don't need like an account there, do I?
No.
Oh,
No.
thank God. They're actually
You need-
smart.
It wants your social security number. It
Twitch?
wants
Oh no,
where
it's
you
not
live.
Twitch.
Oh, good.
No,
Light arrows
uh,
are different from normals.
No, my Elgato crashed, so I can't stream any of my console games right now.
Okay, if you guys are gonna play that, I'm gonna go watch JoJo and TT. Bye bye.
Oh boy.
Actually, I'm updating something. But yeah, send me something for Scriblio or whatever the thing is.
Fuck.
Can maybe play it for a bit.
Who fell over?
Don't
I'll
worry
count
about
this
it.
as part of the hour, honestly, so that we
I
don't.
worry about you.
Ah,
What's
more
going
things
on?
are falling.
Don't worry, Newt's falling.
Follow
Oh! Hey, Darwin, I can do this in your language, Spanish.
That's not my language. I don't speak Spanish.
Darwin is not a language.
Don't worry, I can do it in Newt's language, Norwegian.
Yeah.
I thought it was Italian the entire time.
We can do.
Scribblio.
Okay, guys, get in that room.
Let me see. There we are. I'm just trying to adjust things.
I go bathroom.
You go bathroom, man. You go take care of that bathroom. 3 hours later. That's exactly what I mean, Oscar. Oh well. That's just one of the things, though. Documents are not valid. What? Okay. I don't think my Elgato update installed. That sucks. Whatever. I was kind of hoping it would. I was kind of hoping it would save me last minute so I can actually play some Mario Kart. I guess I can't. Well, that's irony. I'm just gonna open up whatever I have. Do you have a Scribblio getting set up, or is he gone?
I'm guessing he has a room up.
Can you send the link?
It's in the chat.
Okay. What's with all these things?
That's right. I was freaking acting like I was Darwin, except I can't draw. Fuck.
All right.
Now who do I like frame as?
I think we actually got it. Thank God. Thank God.
Okay.
Let me. There's no music to this, right?
Just
I think we actually got it.
Sounds.
What the hell is that? Where's that
Yeah.
coming from? Oh, shut
Are
up,
you
man.
in here yet, Darwin?
It's telling me different things.
Dude, are you in there?
All right, we can have the. We
Are
can have
you
this
in here
music.
now?
Reet. What's up with
Yeah,
the
are you
reets,
joining?
Oscar? Let me see. Okay, cool.
Well, then who the fuck's Butts and who's Meryl?
I'm Butts.
Okay. I guess Power Dog not joining? Okay, well, we can just play.
Or is it just us joining?
Vamp, I'm assuming you're Meryl?
What the hell?
Yeah,
What the hell? Oh, you just wanted to read? Oh, that's totally fine.
We don't need Power Dog, let's go.
Oh, come on, wait for Power Dog
No,
if
he wants to join. He literally wants to join. He
Yeah,
says,
let him
"I'm
join.
Wait a minute, why is there two Darwins? Huh?
What
Dude,
is
are
that?
you
Wait,
joining?
what is that noise? I keep hearing
Yeah,
like.
I'm Darwin.
Oh.
Oh, Power Dog.
I guess I wait for Power Dog.
Power Dog's making a weird noise.
My stuff still freaking out or what?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
What's it
This
doing?
is gonna be. Who the fuck is eating with their mouth open?
That's what it's doing. It's doing a.
Stop spitting out watermelon seeds. You're weird.
Cookies will rule the world. Cookies are gross.
That
Ever since I've gone on the internet.
Cookies are gross.
Internet cookies are gross.
Oh, I thought you meant actual
Internet cookies are very gross.
cookie.
You're gross.
No. It's not
Darwin
true.
said that kebabs are gross, Newt.
What are kebabs?
Whoa! Newt, he said it.
wow.
Aren't those
Yeah,
just meat
that's it.
sticks?
Dude, we can't be waiting all day.
Why are
Darwin's
there
only
two-
here for a fucking hour, so we gotta hurry it up. Come on now.
I think that's just you being impatient, Max.
I think.
No, Darwin's like, I only got an hour and
Power Dog.
That doesn't sound like. That doesn't sound like.
I think I'm in.
Let me see.
Don't worry, my name is Darwin's Bad Dragon. It's fine.
Oh,
Well baked cookies, yeah. Well baked cookies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's-
What is that?
Power Dog's drawing. All right. Let me just get this thing going. Sorry.
And word.
Render. Socrates.
I like how my name is just Darwin's Bad.
Can I?
Let's
Yes.
see here. Oh no.
There we go.
Let
What
go.
the hell?
Fish? Oh.
Like, it wouldn't
Hello.
let go. I don't know. So, long story short,
There we are.
this isn't that good for use on this.
My favorite dessert?
Get a better
ice
drawing
cream.
tablet, kitty.
Ice cream's best just because it's cold. It's refreshing.
Ew, ice cream is gross.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. I don't like ice cream.
What the fuck?
What the fuck am I looking at? Is this a shotgun?
Something.
Huh?
I will tell you, it is a gun. It's an old gun. I don't know.
Oh.
Need.
Bam.
Oh,
Got it.
what's that?
Ah.
Hi, I
That
don't
looks
know
like
what this is.
That doesn't really look like a.
Hmm.
It does, but it doesn't. It looks more like a shotgun.
Isn't that
Yeah, well,
literally-
you know what? I'm
No,
also
they're
trying
different.
to
Musket is
figure
not a
out
It's a
something
shotgun.
different
isn't
design, however.
working at all.
I guess they're kind of.
What do you think this is? What do you think this is? You said, ew, ice cream? That was Max. That was Max, Oscar.
I don't like ice cream. Ice cream is bad.
Musket. Yeah, I didn't know what that was.
I guess they don't have those in Arizona.
Darwin's choosing a word.
Oh
There's-
boy, let's see how. Well, you're not Darwin. You're the fucking fake one. Faker. It's like...
I'm not a fake.
I found you, faker!
Oh, I see what's
It's like
happening.
that Sonic Adventure. Stupid.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Actually can draw on this.
uh,
Probably.
German. Nope.
Guess what? My tablet's not good.
What do you mean? How did you get that? Why?
Calling your lawyers.
I'm just that good.
How do you not get my drawing? It's simple.
Gearman glasses. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
VI.
Don't get
Yeah.
What?
I thought the guy was important.
I thought the L was
No.
an I.
Choose a. Oh, you can see it.
Oh,
Because in some typefaces, the I doesn't
Oh,
look
hey,
quite
Darwin.
like an I.
There we go.
Let's
I
see
feel
the
bad.
artiste. That is job. That is work.
All right.
the real one?
Let's see if it actually does it.
The artiste sucks. Phony.
I can't really show it right now. Actually, I'll have to fix it so you can't see it. Let me try and fix it very quick.
What the
First-
fuck is this?
Let me try and draw the picture for them very quick. Sorry about this, chat.
Oh wait, is this gonna be an abomination? Okay, Kirby.
What is going on?
All right, since
Oh, I know who this is. It's a filming.
no, it's
Huh?
What in the world?
I'm drawing.
It's a big fat phony.
Oh god damn it! I'm drawing something on this person's face.
What?
Let me just try and fix this thing on chat. I'm distracted right now.
Okay.
Did it.
Wonderful.
There
Oh.
we go. Thank God. Did you get it?
No, I don't
Yeah,
understand. I'm confused.
You kind of gave it away when you said it was on the face.
I'm glad that Power Dog got it at least. Because if no one gets
Oh.
it, if yeah, okay, you
What
guys
am
are
I
getting it.
Fucking it.
You guys are getting it.
No,
He doesn't even know what he's looking at.
what the fuck is that?
Oh, gee.
The word was wrinkled.
How very mature
That's the
of you.
worst wrinkle I've ever seen.
Hey, I was distracted because you could have guessed it by looking on stream.
He's a big fat phony.
You could have looked at stream and saw it. So yeah,
Spicy.
scary stuff is great, Oscar.
He's a big fat phony.
A big fat meanie. Oh.
I know what I can do.
I fucked up spelling sharp. I did SSHA. Wait, it wasn't sharp? Wait, was it sharp? Wait, was
Cool,
it?
I got
oh.
it.
No, I was gonna.
I'm
I was adding
confused.
stars.
It fucking. Oh.
Hmm?
Everyone's bad chooses a word.
I'm
Dark
stupid.
bad.
I'm stupid.
4 letters. Let's see what this is. Search up the Siren's Head. Is that a movie?
Dude,
I'd be interested in looking into
Meryl
it.
just reminded me of that.
Is it a mess?
Hey Darwin, you remember that
Everything
one
quiet now?
video that I sent? It's like that one stupid video clip. It's like my friends call me Dick. It just
Yeah, what
spiraled
the hell
into
was up with
madness.
This
that?
is the worst Christmas tree I've ever seen.
What?
Oh yeah, you guys are playing Scribble.io since
Yeah.
Mario Kart died.
Shit. But that's
I
not the
know.
important thing. The important thing
What?
is, hey.
That you're brushing your teeth.
I'm confused.
You can't spell that.
There you go.
Ah, crap.
Right now, I am waiting for traits.
Why is there poop everywhere?
I don't know.
That's the flooring. What do you want from me?
Oh, that's flooring?
Yeah,
It's 3 letters.
hold on, while I have enough time, let's see if I can draw an octagon.
It's 3 letters.
It's coming
4
now.
letters.
Octagon.
There we go.
learning, Max.
I drew an
You're
octagon.
learning.
Gifts.
No, that's an octagon. Fuck. Wait, no, is that an octagon? I don't know.
Round
Something.
2.
An
It's
urban
close
legend, a
enough.
siren head. A monster that has a siren's head and a head like speakers. Oh, that sounds
You're a
interesting.
siren head.
Siren mid
Which
red
one
sign.
of these would be the least confusing to draw?
Oh, are you gonna
Let's
make
find
sure
out.
your capture card isn't dead for Splatoon? Because if it is, I'm gonna be disappointed
Took
in
too
you.
long.
No, actually, I think it's not dead. It just does this. I have to restart the PC. So what happened was my drawing tablet, the Wacom drivers crashed everything. So every other program was crashing because my Wacom drivers were screwed up.
Ah,
Yeah. So that's what happened.
Not gonna lie, it auto picked.
so just stop it when you're playing Splatoon, alright?
Don't worry, I'll be playing Splatoon. It'll be fine.
Also, you gonna stream the Splatfest?
Why are you voting to kick someone, you dork?
It's not me.
That's
That
what
is
happens every
you.
time you play Scribble.io.
It auto
Someone-
picked
some-
for me, and I don't know how to draw it.
Well, he's fucking cheating. He's doing nothing. This is cheating.
It's not cheating.
It is cheating. He's doing nothing.
Okay,
Ban him.
what is something that Power Dog doesn't know how to draw?
Hey Darwin, I have a challenge. Draw
What?
with your
Why
finger.
does he not know everything?
Your finger? I actually can't. I don't know if I can. I can try.
Power Dog today.
I can't even
Draw with your finger.
What is? How about if you write out the word? How about if you write out the
I'm
word?
the eraser. Oh.
No, that's wrong.
How about you fucking use your desktop instead of your tablet?
Yeah, use your iPhone.
I don't know how to draw this.
I am waiting for a reply for this chick.
Well, not. How about Nice copy. God damn it.
What, he said no? What do you want from me?
Nut.
He wants nut.
I don't
Guys are dorks.
know. It says nut! What do you want from me?
I
To
don't
be
know
fair-
what the fuck kind of nut has an S in the middle of it.
Nuts.
We're about to find out. That's
A chestnut.
I would have never gotten that because I'd never had a chestnut before.
I
Same.
don't know how to draw a chestnut.
Nuts.
When I think of nuts, I think of walnuts, almonds, pecans,
More chestnut.
cashews.
Alright, so this is gonna be.
Peanut butter.
Okay.
Is it mine? What is
I'm waiting
that?
until somebody DS me for their code.
What code? Ah,
Their
finally.
Dodo code. You don't play
Dodo.
Animal Crossing, Darwin.
Oh, yeah. People like talk about Animal Crossing things. I'm like, what the hell is that? It's like, oh, dude, yeah, I wanted to get my administration building for Animal Crossing. I'm like, what the hell?
That's not a thing in the game.
Power Dog did
It's the
something about
residential
that.
services building. Darwin.
That's it.
That's the
it.
residence. That's the residential
It's the
services. What the
building
hell is he
Isabel
talking
in it.
about?
Same difference.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Place with Isabel in it.
They both
Shut
have
up.
different
Shit.
names.
This thing's about to crash again. That sucks.
Do I need to post
Okay.
the JoJo meme again from
I
like
don't
2
know.
years ago?
A monster that eats humans. Oh. She's the one
Oh my
that-
god!
Jesus.
Freaking. Okay. Wait, I should probably draw this.
Dress?
I should probably draw this.
I've got no idea.
Yes. Yeah.
Princess.
Which one?
A monster that eats humans and takes their voices and makes it so that they can use their voice to lure other people. Oh yeah, that is creepy, Oscar. That you're right. I've heard of those kind of things before.
A orange triangle, a black half circle, some brown shit, and a crown.
What the fuck is this?
I don't know. I'm confused.
Don't worry, you guys are gonna hate me. It's also a flower.
What?
It's also a flower. This is a
I'm
princess.
confused.
And it's also a flower. I don't know how this flower looks, so I'm just gonna cover it. You guys
Oh
all
my.
Daisy! Yeah, that is Princess Daisy! Oh god, I see it now.
I don't. The
I
hair
could
isn't
not
brown.
have-
It's fucking
I could not
orange.
have possibly distinguished that as Daisy.
Even though
Like-
does she have orange hair? Actually, some games she does, some games she doesn't, man.
I will
Ah.
rip your goals out.
So, why is your mic so fucking weird? Why is
Oh
it-
hey, I get to draw something now.
Did you buy a new mic?
Give me a sec, give me a sec.
Okay, book it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Hi, I'm Daisy.
You'll see.
Is that Princess Daisy?
No, that's Princess
Oh,
Penelope.
that's a woman. Woman.
Is this word actually related, or is it just?
What?
You'll see.
I mean, it's oh,
He did a way
I-
better job. He did a way better.
You just
I
did
misspelled
well.
it, or I would have gotten.
Used to draw.
Hey Darwin,
Oh,
I got
everyone
bad
gets
news.
Hey, I did that for a reason. I wanted to have some fun. I don't need to necessarily win.
Hey Darwin, I got bad news.
What?
Darn you, Darwin.
Ninjala got delayed by a month.
That's fine. They had to fix things, clearly. That's why.
No, it was because of Corona.
Oh, okay.
Isn't it an online game?
It's a game about ninjas and beating each other up as kids.
It
Oh, I
blends
know
into
it's
the forest and waits for its
Isn't it
victims
just like an online game?
to come.
Oh, I
The
know
person that
this.
made the legend also made an evolved
Naruto.
form with 4 speakers, and it's a creepy article with it. That sounds kind of cool.
What the fuck? That's Naruto. I'm confused.
Let me see. Let me see.
The heck
You're
are you
Naruto.
doing?
I did it.
What?
No, never
No,
mind.
he didn't.
That's someone else. Fuck.
It's
I forgot about
Naruto. Guys, it's Naruto.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This sucks.
What?
I don't understand this.
I've seen all
4.
6 seasons.
8, 7, 6.
I'm going to admit that I have literally never watched
Lord.
Naruto.
You don't need to watch Naruto to understand.
Well, I still
Headband! God damn it!
headband.
What's the? Oh yeah, you said Siren, Oscar.
So,
Okay.
so there's this person that Vamp really loves. Is fucking hold on. Okay, so.
What the hell?
Person that Vamp really loves. Okay.
Oh, we're getting interfering.
Her
Hang
name
on.
is Scully,
Someone
and
up
she
with the
has
neck funny.
these
Airplane
things
mode
orbiting
game.
around her because she's so fucking fat.
It's the Chaos Emeralds!
Orbiting around her? Oh,
Yeah.
I think I know who this is. What's
I'm
her name?
confused.
No.
I said it's orbiting around her because she's so. It's Scully.
Gravity?
Scully.
Yeah. What
Right.
orbits around fat people?
China?
Magnets.
You're gonna be. You're gonna
I
be
don't understand.
so pissed. You're gonna be
What?
so- Okay. What? When things orbit around fat people, what is that called?
The sun.
You literally
What?
said the fucking word!
Yeah, it's
You
called
said
the sun.
word. I know, you just said the word.
You said said the word. That's what threw me off. Is because you're not supposed to say
It's
the
the
word.
sun, Mac.
It's an orbit of, fat people. They got an orbit
Everyone
around
guessed
them because
it.
they're so fucking
Also,
fat.
who's Meryl, by the way?
What?
Meryl. It's Meryl.
No, I
Is
don't know
Meryl actually here? Meryl?
That's me.
No.
I'm Meryl.
Well, Vamp, I
Okay.
know how much you love Scully.
I will take this opportunity to recreate a meme.
You're just rolling in the Scully. You love the fat shit.
Sure.
Let me see.
We'll go with that.
Tats!
I need to ask
I'm
Meryl.
trading. Yo, Meryl, are you Meryl?
I'm so
Oh, yeah.
confused.
So why did Meryl leave?
He went to go play a game because he doesn't like Scribble.io.
Oh yeah, I remember the last time we played, we kicked him out instantly.
Why'd you do that?
Guys.
Cause big funny.
Oh my god,
What?
he works.
Because you're a
Guys,
Karen and you don't
Guys, this
understand
is a really
humor.
poorly
What's in?
recreated meme, but fill in the blank.
Got it. You
Splatoon's
don't understand
the game
humor
only
at
on
other
Wii U.
people's expense.
Please
Making-
tell me anyone's heard of this meme.
Shut up, Karen.
No,
what
Karen.
the fuck
Karen.
is Z?
There's a
Making a mess is what we gotta do. We gotta spot each
Or
other.
the soul.
Slap
What?
the wall.
I don't think I know this word.
It's probably not in my book. Wait.
Don't worry. I'm looking up fucking
There we go.
words that
Somebody
end
got
in
it.
Z. Don't worry.
Zebra.
There's-
Somebody got a
And
really
the
poorly
nosy,
recreated meme,
fucking-
guys.
Dit.
I don't
Sit
know
the
this
science kid.
word.
What the hell is this?
It's Sid the Science Kid.
Oh, I'll have to post it.
No
Okay,
one
one person
understands
got
what.
it.
What
It's
even
a
is the
really
drawing
poorly
though?
recreated meme.
What the hell? Jazz?
I don't understand
Because
that one.
jazz is soul
That's a
music,
different
dude.
one.
Jazz is fucking soul music. I just saw the words and I was like,
No,
oh,
Oh,
no,
whatever,
no, no,
whatever.
I
Here's the
sh-
thing.
you should have just drawn a B and just said you like jazz.
I'm just gonna
No,
be.
like
There we
everybody
go.
tried to poorly
You
recreate a
like to
meme,
peck
and that's
your
what it came
pump?
up
Oh
with.
my god, I literally spent too much time figuring out what the heck is this word. Okay, boys.
Oh,
we're gonna
thank
learn
God.
something today.
Screw that other program. Darwin's bad's voting to kick Darwin. No.
Follow the leader.
Darwin's bad as fucking.
I'm the only guy here.
Wow, Darwin sure is having a complete
What do you mean
internal
you're the only
conflict.
guy? I mean,
He means he's the
Darwin
only guy
basically-
here. Shut up, Karen.
Darwin is basically a female, but
Oh, shut up.
it's not gay if it's
No.
a Darwin, okay?
It's not gay. if
No,
it's
what I
Darwin.
mean is I'm
Oh my
trading
God.
in the island, and I'm the only guy in this island right now.
Well, we don't know what you're
No, I mean,
talking about. though.
everyone else in this call is
I'll go
either
sit in this chair over
or
here.
an
I'm
still
absolute
waiting here.
Chad.
What the fuck is
Wait. Ooh.
Oh, that didn't work. Okay.
What
so,
is this?
This,
Kick
my
him.
friend. This, my friend, is water.
Okay.
Lake,
Water. It's all water.
This, my friend, is a body of land.
Okay.
I don't understand.
So,
Nailed it.
Power Dog, you are
I don't know what the
Continent.
fucking
a
Oh,
piece of land
I
almost
have
surrounded
quite
by
the
water or
vocabulary.
projecting out into a body of
Found it.
water. What is
peninsula.
that called?
Yeah, that was it.
People watch
I didn't know. I
Florida.
didn't know how to fucking spell it, but I knew what it is because that's basically New Jersey.
How the
Yeah.
fuck do
Aw.
you spell this?
That is legitimately New
Now,
Jersey.
Gillian.
It's okay.
There's just one giant
PENINSULA.
It's too late.
You spell
This
it
is
like
how
that,
you
you're
spell
too
it.
late. Meryl.
Sorry, Meryl. Oh, so you're Meryl. Okay.
Select your
No,
word.
it's Vamp. Or what?
Oh, okay.
Well, Newt, that's how you spell it.
Okay.
Okay.
Now let's see. Let's see if I can make this. I guessed Island 2,
I
Oscar.
could stop because one of you idiots are gonna actually do it one time.
I will do it one time.
Don't do it now.
Well, I know what I'm doing next time.
What the
What?
fuck is this?
Twitter. Pigs. Close. Close. No, not piggy. Nope. Almost. So, okay, that's the first part. And now let's go for
Huh?
first. Okay. The pig is what you focus on, but I'm gonna draw some extra things to give you guys a clue.
A basement?
Dude.
What other
Basement.
what other food can you get out of fucking pigs?
Pork.
It's not.
Pork.
I already got it right there, pork chop.
Someone got it.
What?
Someone
If
got it.
every pork chop went perfect, we wouldn't have hot
we are
dogs.
lacking
I'm
content.
confused.
It was Pumbaa.
was
Watch these
Pumbaa.
shitty Disney movies, idiot.
It's not a crappy Disney movie.
It is. All Disney movies are shit.
No, you grew up with them
That's
too.
a matter of opinion.
No, I didn't grow up with.
Wait, guys,
I didn't
I
grow
know
up
what
with
this
gays.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, I know this one. Okay, we're going off by movies, right? Kangaroo Jack.
There we go.
I actually do remember that movie.
No.
Pikachu.
Okay.
Is this how it goes?
That mouse.
Here we go.
Pikachu,
Huh.
bitch.
I don't know what this is. Calling your lawyers again.
This is obviously Yippee.
Rodent.
You guys are in the wrong games. I'll tell you. That.
Okay.
What
Um,
game are we
How do you
supposed to
spell
be
dumb
at?
bitch's name?
First of all, it's orange.
You're orange.
Agumon.
Shut
It's
up.
orange.
That's close enough.
Agumon is orange.
No, like you guys freaking.
I know we're in the wrong game. Tails!
Tails?
Tails is orange.
Yeah, but that doesn't look that much like Tails. I mean, to me at least.
I thought it was
You know
Pikachu.
what? This would be.
It was yellow like
Okay.
Pikachu to me.
Oh no, Max is drawing shapes again.
Penis.
Shit, it didn't work. It's not a rectangle, triangle.
Okay, astronaut. I'm not even looking at, like, the spaces that are at the top.
Is that a
Space
black
rocket.
What the
I
fuck is
guarantee you I'm
this?
not gonna get it.
Oh no.
Baby? What Ethan?
Are you
N-I-G?
and okay? No way. Oh my god, are you kidding me? I know what
What?
it is. I know what it is. The NK gave it away.
I don't know
What?
what this is, and I'm not gonna.
I don't
Oh,
know. I
is
don't
it Knuckles
know.
the enchilada?
No.
Okay, I was right. It's Knuckles the enchilada.
That's not his hair. Hold
That's a guy. Okay.
on.
Yes. It was North Korea.
Keep jumping on the rocket.
It was North
That is
Korea.
stupid.
My god.
That is freaking stupid.
More like North Corona.
North Korea.
Holy shit. I'm glad I guessed that. Oscar guessed Digimon, of course. Okay.
Alright,
That was
any
worth
y'all-
it. I don't even care
Any
if that was
y'all
horrible.
losers
That was
remember
worth it.
these
Holy
stupid
shit, that's
games?
Someone guesses North Korea. Oh.
Batman on the rocket.
What the fuck is this?
I think that's
Oh.
enough
Phone
context.
game. Damn it.
That's enough context.
Okay,
I'm gonna
okay.
leave now and hopefully see some.
So... What the hell?
That goes down.
You're an idiot. You can't
Angry.
think of this
You
one.
remember this whole game, Darwin?
Oh, I'm stupid! Oh, I just barely got it! Oh,
Yeah,
thank
you
God.
are stupid.
I didn't put the
He has
S
it,
at the
that's
end.
thing.
That's all I needed was the S.
Oh.
Angry bird.
Oh boy.
Fat man,
I'm so glad Max got out there.
fat man, fuck it.
Gotta admit, this is pretty fun.
I mean, I was gonna do the fucking North Korean flag, but then I was like, fuck it. I can make fun of Fat Man. Fat.
I did it. Yay! You gave it away!
Wow.
Why? That way, the first
Wow.
wow. I had an apostrophe. Fuck.
Yeah, angle.
Max,
Angle. Oh, this is too
I'm
funny.
gonna bully him about
I
that.
didn't know how to spell it. I had a comma the first
Okay, okay.
time.
You
So
spelled
choose a
angle,
word.
dumb
No, I fucking did this. the
Oh
first
my
time.
god, it gave me something automatically.
Yeah, if you don't pick, you get.
Yeah.
Fuck me! Okay, this is gonna suck.
That's why I ended up with chestnut.
Okay,
I
me and
didn't know how
Vant
to
will
draw
when and
chestnut.
where, Darwin. You gotta pick the time.
Wait, why am I getting dragged into this?
Okay, so, this is gonna suck. Please, it's just,
Wet slide! I'm not even typing anything.
okay, it's, shit, this sucks. I don't, let me look it up, maybe? None of you guys would know what it is, but I'm gonna look it up. But
Yeah,
yes,
I would know what it
that's the first word, that's the first word. Okay, let me see.
Oh no! Wait a second.
Okay, did anyone get it? No one has, like, the first word yet.
Wave dashing.
What the
Hey,
hell?
you didn't know we were
What the
playing
hell?
Smash.
Okay, so this kind of really sucks.
What?
It's,
What?
Z.
let me,
I don't think I know this word.
I don't know.
It's Sunny D! Oh, it's
Uh,
Jazz again.
In. Okay, wait. There you go. It is a, 1, 2,
Is it one of
3,
the
4.
pyramids?
Starts with an S. And it is a, this is a canal.
What?
This is a canal.
I don't know how. I don't know what this is.
I don't know what it is either. It is 4-letter word. I'll give you the clue for the first word. The first word, fuck. It is the self. Another word for self. How did you do that?
What?
How did you both do that?
Everyone, I am big smart.
Okay.
Zeus Canal.
Jazz can
Wait. You actually did it.
Wait a minute, how did you guys not
Game-
see that? Why did you put it
Oh
in?
my gosh.
Dude, search results, web results, Suez Canal.
Yeah. OBS has crashed. Oh god.
Oh,
Do you
The stream just
still
died.
see? Did anyone see the stream?
You don't watch your stream, sir.
I have it pulled up.
Stream's still
Is it
up.
still there?
Not
It is?
I think it might have froze.
Holy
What the
what?
fuck?
What was that?
What, my
was
burp?
that?
Okay.
Yeah, that was an insane burp. All right, so we're kind of back. Oh shit.
Okay.
Oh shit.
So,
One sec.
What?
okay, so this is,
Hello, Oscar. Nice to see you. Welcome back. The stream crashed again.
Okay.
It's up again.
What?
Did have a
That's a paper airplane.
notif. Sorry, I'm currently trying to fix things.
Okay, so, where's this in the air?
Where is this? I'm gonna do back on 4.
What?
It's not
Okay.
high in the air.
There we go. You have to. Crap.
That's so dumb.
Plane.
That's so
air,
dumb.
Sun.
Whip out your goddamn
Cloud.
phone.
It's not that
That's
high
so
in the
dumb.
air.
Oh
I
well.
mean, there's a couple other things, you know. There's a couple other things.
I don't know.
Some birds. There's some. There's Fat Man over there. There's rocket shit.
Max, Max, I hate you so
Thermonucleitis.
This is so dumb.
I
Low?
hate you.
Yeah, the airplane was low.
Okay.
Man,
It was low in the air. You see, there was birds, there was a fat man, there was sun, there was
you
clouds.
anger me.
Right.
There was other higher things.
Amazing. Simply amazing.
That's it around
Oh, no.
Oh, I know this.
Oh no, are you kidding me?
Anti-sea bear
What?
circle.
It's not a sea bear circle, dude.
A sea bear what?
Anti-sea bear circle.
Goodbye.
You're gonna end up dying like Squidward. Oh, I
What
know
the
this.
fuck?
We're going up by we're going up by like cigarettes.
I know what to
Okay,
do
I know
now.
this. I know this one. Okay, it's Sherman.
There we fucking go, jeez.
There we go. Totally. German.
Yeah, dude.
What is this?
Yeah, dude.
It's Patrick.
It is. What are you talking about?
There we
Nah, it's Jacob.
It's not.
Yep. So background is back now, thank God. Took way too damn long to get that
Nah,
going.
it's Devlin.
I'm so confused.
Nah, it's Kate.
I have no idea.
Nah,
I
it's
don't know
Kate.
what
There we
to tell
go.
you.
So, yeah, I don't think my thing will crash again.
By the way, it's an adjective.
I don't know what that is.
A word that describes things dumbly.
I don't know what that is. I know a noun. I don't remember adjectives. I have a problem understanding adjectives versus verbs.
An adjective is
Darwin,
a
did you
word
even
or phrase
graduate
meaning an
school?
attribute.
I always got confused between adjectives and verbs. I know what they are. I just don't know what
Dude,
each one is.
it's like the most
I don't know what
basic
this
things
is,
in
but this
English.
drawing is
Adjectives
pretty
describe
lit.
things.
Probably something on water.
Fireproof.
Are you kidding me?
Rabbits.
What?
Oh my God.
That was a bad drawing.
Yeah, let's kick him.
Hey,
No.
this is not a bad drawing. I described what it
You're
was.
a bad artist.
I was slightly confused. I'm trying to get like the new stream up.
Don't worry, nobody can. Oh, not everyone can be a good artist like Darwin.
Okay.
I mean, my drawings are pretty shit, but at least people get mine.
Oh.
What's this?
Okay,
Sad?
cool. It actually still works. Holy shit.
Had.
I'm still gonna open this one up just in case.
Har. Dar.
Alright.
Sar. Car.
My God. That was terrible. That was utterly awful to get that back up.
Bar. Your.
Toupee. Bald. What the hell? You got
What?
it?
Oh!
There we are.
Wait, it's not air. What? Oh, I thought it was doing big brain shit. Never mind.
For
Just
Are
Are you
think
telling
Donald
me that's
Trump.
not a lot of art?
What?
That's a toupee.
No.
This
It's a
doesn't help.
toupee.
No,
There's
that's
much
not a
simpler
toupee.
words
That
to describe what you're
Trump's
thinking
hair is
of.
not real. Everybody knows this, okay?
I
Everyone
don't-
knows that Trump's
Oh.
hair is actually a wig.
Oh, I forgot that word. was a
I
thing.
forgot that word too.
Forgot.
You're not too far behind. My God.
Someone, come on, dude.
I'm distracted. It took me like 5 minutes to get stream back up again. It kept crashing.
Dude, Darwin's really good at this game. Look, he's got 5,000 points.
Holy shit. There we go.
What the fuck? Why do you pick these long ass words?
It's not me. It auto picked it for me.
No, you can pick it yourself.
I'm busy. I was distracted.
I'm busy. I'm Carolyn.
Trying to make sure that everything looks nice on the stream.
Nobody's watching your stream. It's fine.
Oscar is. I do have people who watch. You don't have to be such a
I
dick.
don't care about Oscar Mayer Wiener. I don't need those.
And I know you don't like potatoes.
That's not even a potato. That's a hot dog. You.
Oh, now you care.
Okay, Karen, shut the fuck up. Getting
Oh,
real
sure,
tired of your
Karen.
bullshit. This is fucking Daphne.
There we go. Who mentioned my name? I did.
What?
Oh no, it's one of these little. Oh, I know what it is, but I don't know what it is at the same time. It's like the little shits.
Huh?
Never mind.
What's with those hands? They're wacky.
It's a thought that counts.
Yes.
Shut up.
Nice.
Oh, pom pom.
No.
Fuck.
It's a little
Who
it's a
holds
little
it
longer than
next?
6 letters.
There we go.
That's who holds them. That's your clue.
Let me see here. JK, it's fine, Oscar.
Good.
Go. She was supposed to be saying, "Go team."
Go.
Did no one guess it?
That's all. I got
Nobody
it.
got it, Darwin. It was
Oh, you
bad.
got
I
one.
got it. Everyone
Nobody
got it.
Nobody got it.
I was about
I
to
got
say,
it because I was actually in high school.
Max was throwing me off because it was like he didn't get it.
Not really. It wasn't really that clear. It wasn't a terrible drawing. It was just unclear as shit. Newt, that's more than
Wow.
12.
First
I
guess.
keep trying to guess it in the wrong chat.
Okay. Not even gonna fucking question you. What?
Don't worry about this clock. It's normal.
That's it.
They
I'm gonna
keep
make
getting
it
longer.
It is a unit of time.
They
Damn,
keep getting longer.
damn, this is 3024.
Yeah, there you go.
Actual shit.
Nice.
Hand? Ticking. Tick.
There you go.
That makes sense because clocks don't have minutes like that.
Minutes. You're nuts, min nuts.
This is gonna be a horrible drawing.
Max
Oh,
is drawing-
sure.
Max, it's gonna be. Don't even trust what's on screen.
God, I don't. Hold on, this is rough. Hold on, I'm trying my hardest here. Okay. Fuck. Not
Why
doing
is it-
so good.
Nickelodeon.
It was a Nemo.
Terrible.
Oh.
Wait.
Keep swimming.
Whoops.
Keep swimming.
There you go.
What?
That was confusing at first. I got it.
Keep swimming.
You got it. You got it.
There you go.
This is a decent drawing.
Dude, we gotta go find them.
Yeah, there we go.
I
Dude,
forgot
it was literally
Nemo
like,
was
"Hey,
actually an
Nemo," and I was like,
option.
wait. And then it was actually Nemo.
Keep swimming, Newt. What do we do? We swim.
What do? We swim, swim, swim.
Now that I think about it, Dory's kind of like Darwin. They're both oblivious.
Super oblivious.
Hey, guess what? The easiest one. Get past it.
How do you how do you spell I? It's I.
I think it's freaking. What's
Spell I. Now spell
Darwin's
I.
choosing a word.
Spell lie.
This
Choose
would
your
actually
word,
give me-
Darwin! Damn
Give
it!
me an excuse to draw
Choose your
boobies.
word.
I get to draw boobies now, and actually be part of the story. Whee! Okay, so we got legs. We got legs. This is a body, I think. And then we got, I don't know, that's an arm. And then here's a person.
Oh, what's it called when somebody gets shot and then they do like the white things on the ground?
No, that's not it at all.
Stick figure.
It's not a stick figure.
What is going on?
Figurative stick.
Oh, I know that song.
Wait.
Oh my
There we
god, I can't wait to go to the beach with Jeremy. It's gonna be
Got
so
it.
exciting.
Wait. Oh.
I actually got
God
it.
damn it! I thought
Thank God.
I thought the other thing.
It's so exciting to go to the
I
beach.
was on the right path, but I thought the other thing.
Yep.
What?
Focus on the clothing note. So anyway, Jeremy.
Why does the girl have no
This is the
eyes
cool
and
thing.
ears and everything else? She's kind of weird.
I don't get your obsession with Jeremy. He's such a bitch.
Do you like those girls with? Do you like those girls with no hair?
Wow.
He loves girls who are bald.
Choose a
I
word.
think I forgot how to
Let's just
English.
select your word.
Cool.
Don't worry, Nick. That's your first language.
Hmm.
The
What?
fuck is this?
What?
No, I know what it is.
Oh, it's that one girl from
Oh, never mind. I'm fucked.
it's that one girl from the Danganronpa anime.
Wait, is it an actual character?
Dang, is this another reference I'm
No,
not gonna
it
get?
kinda looks like-
Nope, it's a real world thing.
Oh,
Okay.
Wait,
you're stupid.
Hey, you guys got it.
I got it.
You got
Damn
poo-poo.
it. You weren't supposed to get it.
I know, I was hoping they wouldn't. I'm not very creative like Max when it comes to drawing the opposite of the word.
What do you mean? I draw the word all the fucking time. What do you want
Mr.
from me?
Low? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because the airplane was low. Clouds were up, birds were up,
But you're in the
sun were up.
sky.
It was so much higher. Stupid.
You know, if you drew
He's,
ground
he's
underneath the
facing
airplane,
the other way.
you're
by
so
the way.
mad. Okay.
I mean, maybe that's low into relation to, I don't know, the sun.
Is that a clock?
I know what that is. That's a butthole.
Okay.
That's
What
a
is this?
weird butthole.
It's a
That's
butthole monster.
really weird, man.
He's facing the other way. Like, he's facing away from us.
Away.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Horizon.
What's going
Back. Of course, there's a penis.
No, it's a bone.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
double-edged penis.
It's a double balled
Wait a
penis.
minute. I got
That's
it.
called
It's
docking, my
the
friend.
other way.
Oh, sweet.
Wait, what? Oh, bonus.
Oh, I have those all the time.
Oh, you guys are stupid.
Are you guys getting it? I don't know what it is. Fuck.
Don't
Dude,
feel
I don't
stupid.
think you can call me
Whatever they
stupid,
say,
'cause I
don't
managed to
Backbone?
guess Suez Canal from whatever the heck
Fucking
Darwin
hell.
did in that one.
Fucking hell. Backbone?
Oh, no, I'm
I
not even
guess
gonna try
spine.
this one.
Damn it. Why does English suck?
Bruh. Dude, that's a problem with English. We have way too many words to mean the same exact thing.
I know, it sucks.
No.
Okay, Max, that was good.
I like that.
I like this one. Because it's very
Alright,
literal.
now this is not the opposite of the word, this is exactly the word.
I wish I got the word black
Okay.
so I could have done that.
No!
That was great.
You do not need any color.
Oh, wait.
Shapes is close. God damn it.
Hold up, we're doing this
Wait, you
again.
didn't get the word shapes? The
No, he
fuck?
got it. I think. I
Did
thought.
Darwin not get it?
I thought he did.
I got
Everyone
it.
got it.
Okay. I was gonna say, I know Darwin's not really that smart, but come on.
I wasn't really in, like, I wasn't as participating at the start, because I didn't really know how to do this.
What?
Is this a woman? Oh no.
Fucking hell again, really?
I am going
Yes. Yes, again.
I thought it might have been something different for once, so I went with P.
Of course. I hope I get the
What
Suez Canal
universe
again,
does
then.
Peach look like that? Let's be honest.
I wish you could like vote to kick like words.
I don't know who this person is. Okay, well he's black.
4-letter black names. Okay, gotta be fucking Abba. That's the first one I found. We'll go with that. Okay, we'll go down the list. Abo. Damn, it's not Abo. Abdu. Okay, it's not Abdu. Adio. Okay, it's not Adio. Fuck.
That's not a penis, I swear.
Shit. I just realized that half of those are fucking male names.
Smoke. God damn it.
Shit.
What?
What even could this be?
Fuck.
Shit. There's a Y in it.
What?
I don't know if anyone's gonna guess it. It's a celebrity name or something like that. Is it a celebrity name?
Yeah. I'm not gonna say you guys are gonna feel dumb for it. Okay, of course Max will get it.
What?
Oh, I guessed it.
What?
If you're not American, it's gonna be really hard to guess.
Somebody
it ends with a
I
Z.
am American
Somebody
and it's hard.
play
Shut
Yeah
up.
by fucking J, whatever his name is.
It ends with a Z.
Wait, he did that song, right? Or who did, yeah.
This is my
Yeah,
fault
where?
for hating rap
Oh, no,
music.
it's Usher. Okay, my bad.
Oh god.
I don't know those fucking guys that much.
Jay-Z. Yeah. That's a dumb one.
Huh.
It auto-picked it for me, might be.
Okay.
I don't know.
How long did these
Jay-Z,
last?
Usher, they look exactly
Oh, 10
the
rounds. Okay. Observatory.
10 rounds?
There's
Yes.
7. There's 3 left.
Oh, jeez.
Well, we're only gonna do one game, aren't we?
It's only one game.
Okay, let's look
Alright, so I'm just gonna draw this kind of quick. But I'm gonna draw extra things in there because you guys always guess it. So, it's not here yet. The guess isn't here yet.
The guest?
Yeah, the actual thing isn't here yet.
Jesus!
Backyardigans.
What?
Why is there a ghost?
Someone's gonna get it immediately.
What?
What?
Yep, you got it. I knew
thought
someone would
that's
get
what
it.
it was, but I wasn't sure.
What?
What?
This is weird.
Unless you're into the horror series, I don't think you're gonna get it.
Yep, nope.
And me and well, I know
I have
me
no
and
clue.
Strock are pretty much the only two I know that like horror movies. So. But wait, there's more.
Let's not
Fucking
build
scary
names.
movie too.
It was Scream.
There was a scary movie.
What?
Literally. Okay.
Darwin, you literally just pandered to me because you know I love horror
Okay.
movies.
No, I don't know. I didn't know that. I was just
You're the
picking
only-
Scream. It
You're
was the
only
easiest.
one- You know I'm the only one who watches horror movies.
Okay.
Yeah, but
nothing
Scream
more.
was
Someone
easy.
guessed it. Nothing more is needed.
You're welcome, dude.
Don't draw anything else.
Fucking hell, I didn't have it here yet. Fuck. God damn it.
Oh, yeah.
Boy.
God damn it.
Oh shit. How do I draw? Okay, well. Is it 4? Okay, it's 4 of these.
What are you trying to do?
What?
That's a pretty shitty drawing. Thanks, Red.
Maybe I could do shit about it.
No, it's
Wait.
not all. It's not all the single furries.
I almost flipped
Bruh.
my shit.
What?
That voice thing is in an SCP too. Oh, really? Oh, wait, what?
Guess we could make this like a room.
Oh, God, what even is this?
What?
This.
Light,
That. And then this is also black.
what the hell?
Okay, I don't know how I got this one first.
What?
I didn't know anything about this.
What the hell?
It's a fucking car.
I know nothing about cars, by the way.
Fucking.
They're
Nice.
trying to do like an exhaust fume.
I don't.
It's Audi.
Dude, is that one car brand that's
Audi?
like all over these
I don't know
Avengers
anything about
movies.
cars.
That's
Good dear
not-
God.
Well, maybe you should. Go
I know
buy a
nothing
car.
about cars, and I get it.
Yeah, maybe you
I
should
don't-
go buy a car.
I have a car. I just still
Well,
don't know
go get
anything
another
about them.
one. Go get another one. Go get another one, you son
It's
of
an
a
Audi.
bitch.
I know it.
Dear God.
Oh, I know this one. It's Saudi.
Great.
Dear Lord. But sauceable? I love your name.
Oh, Vamp, remember Money in the Bank is this Sunday.
Okay.
There you go. I don't even know what
Wait,
this
is it
is.
bank? Oh, you're not even
Yeah,
going.
it's a pay-per-view. Last one.
No, I thought it was
I'm
over.
actually curious.
No.
What?
Pay-per-view this Sunday.
Let me take a look at something. It says Mario Kart 8. Let me edit the video. So it doesn't say that.
Oh, I know this one. Octagon.
It's Creator
Scribble.io for like a couple more
It's
seconds.
an Octagon.
I thought I fixed that.
This is really bad, but you know what?
Power Dog. Can you explain what the
What
fuck-
is this?
It's a lion.
What? A C?
It's a lion. That's your clue.
It's a lion.
Wait, this is a lion?
And it's a really edgy guy.
Oh, I got you.
Huh?
I guess I have to look up Lion King characters because I don't know their names.
Scone.
Oh.
Sin?
Now I remember.
Wait,
Max has no clue because, dear God, he doesn't watch Disney movies.
Oh! I don't watch this shitty
Yeah,
movie!
Max hates Disney movies for some stupid reason.
He doesn't like them because the company is kind of weird right
I
now.
put it in!
What?
The fuck, my internet died!
You got it. You got it. You got it. It gave it to you.
Dude, you actually got it somehow.
I don't watch shitty Disney movies. Except for Nino.
I mean, once again, it's a matter of opinion. Oh, hey, I know.
Oh shit!
Idiot.
Come on.
God damn it.
You reframed before me, dude.
All right.
Oh, I have 35 points more than Max. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh crap, I'm waiting for one.
Damn it.
What the fuck is this word?
Hey, at least I got more points than Darwin.
It's not so. Yeah, that's not that hard.
Oh. Teenage robot. Damn it, it wasn't that.
I don't know how this thing looks.
Huh?
What in the
The
world?
fuck is this?
Okay, you're gonna get it.
Is that a fidget? Oh, wait,
You
that's
fuck-
what it is.
Nice.
What?
Dude, come on, guys. I was like fumbling around the keyboard and I still got it at first.
Fidget spinner?
No, wait a minute, I'm stuck. Fuck, I didn't know that
Fidget
it
spinner.
Fidget spinner?
What do you mean?
Fidget.
Max still can't get it.
Did it.
Fucking hell, man. I like how you couldn't do it.
Fidget spinner. Fidget spinner.
Spidget Splinter!
Oh no, not more two-worded bullshit.
Holy crap, each round lasts forever.
No, just fucking have patience.
Gotta
This
have
Max literally
patience,
has barely
dude.
any patience.
That's all you get.
I didn't know it'd be 2 hours.
I'll give Max a little hint. Oh, never mind. That's all you get. That's all you get. That's all.
The other
Yay!
hand is in real life.
Wow.
It's new in real life.
I love the
I never
minimalism in
watched
that.
Harry Potter, that shit.
It's
Dude, you should have just done PS1 Hagrid.
Okay, well.
I love PS1 Hagrid.
Okay, well, that's
Dude,
all
we
you
all
get.
do. We all love PS1 Hagrid.
Actually, when you think about it, this is just what it is zoomed in. It's white as well. It's just zoomed in.
Is it your turn? Oh god, it is.
What?
Oh god, nothing on.
It's zoomed in on it.
Dude, come on.
It's zoomed in on it.
God damn it.
It's round. It's a ball. It's in the winter.
Huh?
Yeah, see, he got it.
What?
Good drawing.
I had no clue.
What?
I got
No,
it,
that's
like, first
stupid.
try.
What do you
That is
mean?
literally fucking stupid.
What do you mean?
What is it?
Max, come on.
What do you mean?
You gotta
It's
do
zoomed
something.
in. It's fucking zoomed in.
You
What
have
the
drawn
hell?
nothing.
It's zoomed in.
I mean, I
God,
still got it
no.
first try. Go
It's
but
zoomed
you've
in.
drawn nothing.
What?
What? Can you give us a clue? Like a better clue than that?
Snowball.
Snowball?
Zoomed in.
You suck. Didn't even draw a ball. You could have literally drawn a ball and it would have worked. That's all you had to
I
do.
went over with it was white, but it wouldn't go because it was already white.
You suck.
What do you mean?
What the fuck?
God damn it.
There
I
we
got
go.
it.
I get it. Well, what? I didn't get. Wait, what? Oh.
It's a whale, Max.
It's because you didn't type the right thing.
Holy crap.
Why didn't you just write shark girls are hot?
Shark.
Everyone knows shark girls are hot. Come on now.
Alright.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
god.
This is gonna be a speed thing, okay? So,
Points in Newt. Let's go.
What the
there's
hell
this
could
bitch
this
right here,
be?
and then there's this bitch right here, and then there's this like weird like shitty freaking shit, and then there's screen, and then voila, you got yourself the wackest system you've ever seen in your entire life. You owe me
What?
$20 later.
Huh?
Dude, come on.
It's made
I'll,
by.
I'll give you a hint. The original plan.
Fucking Christ.
Okay, I
Nobody's
spent half my fucking. I spent my half the time trying
I
to.
thought it
Come
was
on.
gonna be a country.
Choose your word. What?
Alright.
Too big of a word, Darwin. We're not that.
How do
smart.
I-
It's Daisy.
How do I get... No, it's not fucking Daisy. Can I... Wait, I'm just curious. How do I get more points? With everyone gets it?
If you guess
Okay.
first, you get more points.
No, I mean as the drawer.
You
No,
You
don't.
gotta have people
uh,
guess it.
You don't. You get more points by guessing than drawing.
No, I'm talking about the drawer.
Yeah, that's what I said. You don't get much points with a drawing.
Hmm.
That's all you get.
This is gonna be some stupid like reference that I don't fucking get.
What's it called?
Is it Mimi Hut Juniors?
No.
That's all you get.
What do you mean?
Village? No.
This isn't anything from Naruto, is it?
Wednesday.
They probably have them in Naruto, actually.
God.
All I see when I look at this is a fucking birdhouse. Like, what
Ah.
birdhouse?
The house is in the word, yes.
That doesn't help.
God.
I need one of the from my house.
Bad.
I need one of like the first 3 letters. That didn't help, game.
Okay, it's not a day of the week.
God damn it, god damn it. Hey, Chase! I'm trying to guess a word right now.
Outhouse? How about in houses?
It's an animal.
What?
It's an animal?
It's Max's favorite.
That's stupid!
That's
I I am
Idiot.
bouncing. I am bouncing
Doghouse.
with fear.
What?
Can you?
God
I
fucking.
bounce with
There was absolutely nothing within the picture that implied dog.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, it was a tiny
As you can
house.
see, as you can see, Chase, there was nothing to base it against. You couldn't guess it was a tiny house. But yeah, we're obviously there's some frustration happening. Okay, God. Let's see if we can get this together at least. This is gonna suck.
What?
Shit.
Cool.
Fuck. Hold on.
Rope.
Oh.
I'm gonna make the background white.
What's it called?
If you people bitch at me, it's your own fault because I didn't know what to do.
Jump rope.
It's gotta be a color.
Mr. Hanky.
And then
Okay.
Newt loves to do this.
What? Oh.
Oh.
What time is it, Newt?
It's 4 a.m.
God damn it. Got it. Jesus,
Yeah,
start with that
what?
before me.
What time is it? What time do you like to go to sleep? What do you
Adventure time.
What?
I was the last one to get this.
Yeah, how the fuck are you the last one to get this?
I don't get it.
You're the one that fucking does this all the time.
He actually said both
Never
words.
says this.
He actually said
What?
both words. Okay, the English word is just
Bedtime.
both the words put together. Yes. No space.
Oh.
He said it's time for bed.
Yeah, I said it was time, dude. Okay, last round.
Thank God.
Carolyn, are you gonna complain about that one? Or was everything you're like?
I'm already mad. Don't you know I'm already sending fuck. I can't. I was gonna make a threat, but I was like, oh, that's too
What?
far.
Oh, this is
Been watching too much South Park. Oh.
That's really good.
What?
I like that.
Gladiator.
that's a bad drawing, but good enough.
No, it's not.
I don't get it.
Got the point across to someone, that's all that matters.
Here we go.
I don't get it.
You gotta do good. Yeah, dude doesn't get it. You gotta help.
What is on the power
If Dude doesn't get this, then it's confirmed a bad drawing. Okay.
No.
I
That
don't
was
get it.
that was
You
easy
didn't
enough.
get it. Bad drawing. Bad drawing.
No, it's not. It's bad.
Oh.
Terrible draw. Yeah,
That was
Newt
a good
didn't
drawing.
get
Okay.
it. There was no way he was able to get that. That was bad.
How does
I
it
wanna
dictate
be
who's going next?
So
though?
cheeky. I want to be so cheeky. Okay, so I'm sorry to do this to you.
Yeah, me too.
Dear God.
Hey, if he leaves, Power Dog wins. Power Dog, you want to win?
I guess.
Oh God.
Come on, Power Dog, you want to win? Just okay, button.
I
Okay.
mean, I'm already in second, I don't really care that much.
Oh wait, let me try this.
What?
Investigator.
Oh, I forgot what.
This is how you spell investigator.
No idea what this is.
Oh, you're gonna be mad at me. All of you are gonna be pissed off at me.
What?
Homeless.
There's a T there?
What?
I think Max knows who this is.
I am absolutely.
Is it a person or is it like a
It's a
type?
person.
It's an actual person with a name.
This is an actual person.
It's a celebrity. Dear God, fucking I
No, it's
hate
not
the
a
celebrity
celebrity.
ones.
It's not a celebrity.
It's not.
No.
What?
Osama.
It's someone's name.
Is it just a name or is it a person? Like,
It's a person's name.
but it's not a specific person.
I don't get it.
How'd you guess
Oh,
it?
you son of a.
I didn't get it, but now it makes sense. Now it makes so much sense, actually.
Patrick.
I fucking
Dear
hate
God.
you so much.
Dude.
Shut up, German.
Fucking hell.
Ugh,
Fine, this
fucking
one's gonna be
mad.
hard.
I'm gonna go put a shirt on.
I'll pick this one!
Why didn't you put any fucking chest hair, for fuck's sake? You should have put my jungle fucking armpits as well. They fucking stick out.
Okay, so here's my drawing.
Oh my freaking
What
god!
the fuck?
Oh my god!
That, dude,
You
when I look
fucking
at
got
that,
it immediately. Jesus,
me?
fuck.
Oh wait, no, wait. That's the happy man. That's the
Jesus.
happy man salesman. That's the
Jesus.
happy man salesman. I don't know his name.
Well, what in that word says salesman?
What?
Huh?
Oh fucking no, this is extra.
I don't get it.
I'm already done drawing it, but this is extra.
Is that cheese?
I don't understand.
Oh, it's a speaker.
Yeah. You
I
don't
don't
have.
get
You
it.
can just ignore this part.
Dad,
Holy shit!
what does that have to do with the happy salesman from fucking Majora's Mask?
Is it the Happy Mask
The
salesman?
happy mask
I don't
salesman.
understand
God.
you, Darwin. That had nothing to do with the happy salesman. God.
Happy mask salesman has hearing loss. That's now canon.
Oh my god.
This is all you get.
And,
What the hell is this?
oh,
What poo is
Close.
fucking
It's brown,
cylindrical?
Uh,
It's supposed to be brown. It's normally brown.
Okay, I feel like a dumbass.
I don't know.
What?
It's normally brown.
Yeah, this is literally the
Would you
picture.
guys like to know
Is it
what
a piece of food? What kind of thing
No,
is it?
no, this is literally what
You
it
guys
is.
need to branch out a little bit more.
Yeah, come on, branch
I
out,
see you
broaden
guys
your
are
horizons. You guys
That
Hell,
is not helpful.
I'm confused.
left,
Are
log.
you fucking
He was making tree
Jesus.
puns.
what?
Jesus,
But it's a
Okay.
log. I don't know what you want from me.
Jesus.
I'm gonna try to make the best drawing I can.
I swear to
I don't think I like this at all.
I think I saw this in my mom's drawer.
All right.
Let's put a shirt on this boy.
What?
It's Max's
Actually-
drawing. Oh God.
Probably should have made him this color.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
Is this a
What?
sport? I'm trying to think of what this could be. Is that a cape?
What?
Is it a doctor? You know you don't get that many points if people don't guess it.
No, if nobody
As
guessed.
fast as I can, you son of a bitch!
Was that a baby?
I don't get it.
It's
This is so weird.
Oh, hey.
what is this around his fucking neck?
I don't know.
Oh. I get it.
What?
Who said stethoscope?
It looks like a stethoscope. I don't know what it could possibly be.
What?
How are
Darwin,
you guys
you're-
guessing it?
Dude, that's
Darwin,
really
Our
stupid.
people, your people, where are these? A lot.
I don't know what you mean
There's
by
a lot
my
of
people.
Guidos. There's a lot of.
I don't
What do
know
mumble-
what
do
you
mumble
mean.
rappers wear around their
I
neck?
grew up
Mumble
without
rappers wear
thinking
around
about
their
that kind of shit.
A lot of Italian Guidos wear this.
Come on.
Gold chain. Oh,
Yeah, it's
god
gold
damn it.
chain.
God damn it.
Darwin wins.
That didn't look like a chain.
Dear fucking god.
Me and the
There's so
boys.
much extraneous stuff. All right, well, that was interesting.
A lot of Italian Guidos wear that. A lot of Hispanic people wear that. A lot of black people wear that. That's just true.
I've never seen anyone in my family ever wear anything like that. It's it's like a place thing, probably. But
I know there's a lot of Italian Guidos in my area who wear that, and I know there's a lot of Hispanics in my area that wear that.
Oh my god, that without all like the restarting that happened, like my stream restarted and stopped several times because of the walk-on drivers. Screw you, Wacom! Would have actually been able to play normally without that.
I don't care about Wakanda.
Sock-on?
Yeah, they're the worst sock-on drivers ever.
Care about Wakanda.
Capcom.
Don't care about Wakanda. Wakanda forever.
Oh man, well, good job, Darwin. Look,
Good job, Darwin.
I mean,
Good
I
job,
also
Darwin.
couldn't draw them like. You know what's weird? I'm Italian, but my skin is really pasty white.
Let's look up.
Italians are supposed to have a little bit of it.
Dude, like Darwin, I swear you didn't even graduate high school.
My brain isn't working. The thing is, with adjectives and verbs, I was always confused about what an adjective was because I never asked to clarify back in like I'm very good at remembering things from school, but
those are like the simplest things in English.
they never ask you to repeat that knowledge, though. Funny enough, and I can get a 4.0 in 4th grade just fine without it.
It's okay. An adjective is a plural noun, a word or
managed
phrase
to get
naming
a
an
It describes a
adjective.
noun or something. I just always...
Adjective or verb.
Adjective.
Look, my stream was starting and stopping a billion times. I wasn't able to focus.
I have a couch.
There we go.
How do you like my couch,
He
guys?
does have a couch.
That's a 10 out of 10 couch, dude.
Damn, Harry Potter has a couch.
Harry Potter just chilling.
We've
Harry
lost.
Potter
Wait, are you
has a
guys playing again?
No, I have a couch. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Oh shit! Yeah, you have your webcam thing on.
Yeah, I have a couch.
Hell, nice.
I can't believe you called me out with that fucking drawing of me.
That was great.
Shit, man.
All I remember is that
I-
you keep saying, well, let me go put a shirt on. And so I was like, I got an idea.
Well, I mean, I'm shirtless even now.
I figured.
Yeah. You kind of have to be shirtless in Arizona because it's basically way too hot like all goddamn year.
Oh, Darwin's shirtless. He just confirmed it.
I'll see you guys later,
Shirtless
okay?
question mark.
Next week is gonna be something Meryl
Next week's
suggested.
gonna be something I'm not
Splatoon!
gonna play. Oh,
Next
Splatoon.
week you're gonna do marijuana? What?
Next week is Splatoon, actually.
no.
All right, see you guys
I'm
around.
not a Kiwi.
thing. I don't even have
That's a penguin.
Splatoon.
There we go. That was insane. Apologies, I didn't know how long that would actually take. But I mean, it was fun. It was basically like the thing that sort of strung together all those little break. I'm gonna have to delete one of those stream stops. That was really my bad. And now we can actually play some more Echo. I tried to make some variety happen today, but my walk-on drivers fucked up everything. I need to find the right one? Which one is the one I want? I think it's this. 2125. No, I think it's this. Yeah, we're back. All right. So what happened last time with Carl? Our friend Carl was I think we're actually almost back at the point where we have to take him back to like school. Not school. We have to take him back to whatever you call it. I have to get him to work. Yeah, he wants to go back to work. Oh wow. Oh wow. I didn't. Oh, let me see something. Whoa. Whoa. Hey, this program's pretty sweet. Alright, nice. I can actually still move around and have some fun with this. Fuck yeah. Dude, I'm excited for this. I actually get to read this in comfort. Yeah, I was at the job interview, Chase. You're right. Thank you. I'm glad that I had this music for all of Scribble.io. This music is so nice. In fact, I'm pretty sure this music is like copyrighted on YouTube, but I don't have to worry about that, so hell yeah. Now back to Echo, where our friend Carl was going on a job interview. We hasn't gotten on it yet, so we're going to be there soon. Soon. That much I know. I'm actually curious about something. Oh wow, okay, yeah. I thought I could do a little bit more than that, but I can't. Dudes, I don't know about this. I peek into the bathroom, watching as Carl stares at himself in the mirror, running his fingers through his hair. Hey, you look great! Raven stands back, grinning with a tremor in his paws, looking Carl up and down. Tell him, Chase. Carl looks at me and I have to agree that he looks quite a bit better without all that hair. Hey, you look fantastic. A lot cleaner. Thanks? Now take a shower! Before Carl can say anything, Raven shoves the mall bag into Carl's chest before slamming the door in his face. Man, this is gonna be great. If the interview is based on looks alone, he'd get that job locked. I mean, yeah, probably. And so with that, we move to the living room and wait. Half an hour later, Carl shuffles in quietly. We don't even know he's there until he clears his throat. So how does it look? He looks good, but I'm more concerned with the fact that he looks more insecure than I've ever seen him look. Yeah, Vamp, it was fun playing with you. I'm sorry, I wish I could get more into it. I think we can end up playing Scribble.io again in the future, because I know what happened and what caused my stream to screw up. I'll make sure that that doesn't happen in the future, so I can actually focus next time. I might actually get 4th place! But yeah. I mean, I'm really decent at drawing, so people are easily guessing my stuff. Anyway. Sorry for the pause. Back to it. Hope you have a great night, Vamp. Great to see you. He shifts from hoof to hoof, not making eye contact at all, his fingers pulling at the rolled up sleeves. Oh my god, that looks fantastic. This looks a little unassuming, but this is actually a horror visual novel starring anthropomorphic animals. It's an interesting genre that it's fit itself in. There's no way that you won't get that job interview now. Raven sounds genuine enough, but then again, he's always excited. Carl looks over at me and I give him a start, realizing how bad my silence just must have seemed. Yes, I know, it's horror. Yes, this is a horror game. It's a slow burn horror too. Yeah. The person who made this wanted to make something that it only has a little bit of dating sim elements, but in reality it is mostly like 95% of it is like horror and just kind of like slow burn with some good mood setting in and stuff. It's really cool too because each route has different perspectives and stuff. It's actually all it's not like playing something like Nekojishi where all the routes are basically the same except for like a tiny few little bits here and there. It's really well made from what I can see and what I can tell. Doesn't help that everyone's yelling at each other, but yeah. Let's crash and break on you. It's not going to anymore because I restarted my driver, so it won't restart again. Anyway, sorry for everyone who wants to watch and see the rest of this. Let's get back to it. I just wanted to inform Vamp on what this even was. I thought it was it's enough of a talking point. You know, you have that bad dragon sitting on your table. People see that on your coffee table. They say, hey, what is that fine little coffee table ornament? That looks amazing. And you have to sit there and explain. It's an adult penis from a website. Whatever. Anyway, back to it. Hey, you look great, Carl! Raven chuckles and Carl's eyes widen. What is it? The beanie. Do you always have to wear that thing? Carl lifts a paw to find it. Yeah, usually. You can't wear that. How do you even get it on, actually? It's stretchy and my head fur looks awful. No, seriously, you cannot wear a beanie to an interview. That's not gonna happen. Carl's getting all fidgety again, so I butt in. Okay, here's the thing. I've seen him wear it before. Now I want to see if he actually should wear it or not. I'm very curious if I should make him wear it or force him to not. Let's do a quick save here, because I think this is good. This is a quick save. Okay, there we go. That was a quick save. I'm gonna have him to not wear it. Maybe I can actually get him to do it. I might be the wrong choice, but let's try. Carl, that's a really bad idea for a job interview. Oh shit, I forgot this character actually sucks at, like, being nice and kind. Fuck. Come on! He looks so sad and angry at the same time, which gives me pause. I'll wear it if I want. This is my interview. After a couple of seconds of silence, Raven coughs. Yeah, he doesn't like that. Raven looks at me, then back to Carl. Well, alright. Carl sighs and shifts around again. We watch him expectantly. Dude, this is just... It feels weird is all. It's new, you'll get used to it. I pull out my phone to look at the time. Alright, we really need to head out. We should get there early. As we head to the door, Raven makes as if to follow us. I kick myself for getting to talk to him earlier. I turn around to face him as Carl heads out the door. Hey, Raven? He stops. Yeah, what's up? So after the interview, me and Carl and our other friends, we're gonna be doing something. Raven raises his brows. Oh? Oh, it's not that we don't want you to come. Though I really wouldn't mind having his upbeat attitude present. It will surely be the biggest downer of the week. It's just that, you know, it's really personal. Oh, really? Yeah, seriously, you wouldn't want to come. We're gonna be talking about some heavy shit. Raven seems to perk up a little at that. Oh, well, I wouldn't want to intrude. No way. I'll just hang out here then. Yeah, we'll be back soon, okay? Sounds good, but you have to tell me how the interview goes. Chase generally has good intentions, but I can't effectively communicate that. I agree. Chase is kind of like bad at that sort of stuff. He doesn't phrase it well. I know he's gonna do amazing. I will, and yes, he will do amazing. We'll see you in a few. Carl looks confused as I come out to the car alone. Where's Raven? I sit down and make a show of buckling my seatbelt. So I wanted to tell you this after the interview so you didn't have more to stress over. What? I pause and back out, pretending to be distracted so I can gather my thoughts. So, Leah wants us to meet at the lake. The lake? The lake? Yeah. Well, why? Closure, he says. Carl stays quiet as we drive through Echo, and I swerve to avoid all the plot holes. As I merge onto the highway, he finally speaks. I think that's a good idea. Like, we've been sitting on this for how long? We should do it while we got the chance. I nod my agreement. Look, I just hope everyone else feels the same way. We fall back into silence, and it stays that way for the remaining 20-minute drive. Carl gets more nervous the closer we get. I can see his knees bouncing off the corner of my eyes as he stares out the window. I reach out and put a paw on his shoulder as we pull into the parking lot of the print shop. You look awesome, and you are going to do amazing. Carl starts taking deep breaths, staring out the windshield. Just be yourself. Everyone loves a relaxed employee. I wish you'd let me have a smoke before we left. Yeah, go on an interview smelling like pot. Great idea. Carl giggles nervously, but otherwise does not move. Do you want me to go in with you, by chance? Carl shakes his head quickly, unbuckling his seatbelt as he opens the car door. Yeah, man, I'll be fine. Okay, cool. I'll be waiting. I grin at him, but he just shuts the door and ambles up to the print shop. He pushes on the doors, and when they don't move, he pushes back harder, shaking the glass. I start to open my door to tell him to pull instead, but he seems to figure it out before I have to and disappears inside. Oh, Carl? Then I sit back and wait. I try to take a nap since I'd been up all night with Raven and Carl gaming, but the heat beat down through the windows became way too uncomfortable for me. I turn the AC back on, then shuffle through the stations, but I only find twangy country and mariachi. I look at the time. 10:10 a.m. The interview started on time, then he was probably almost done with it by now. I sort of want to go inside, but I know Carl wouldn't want me to do that. I settle back again and close my eyes, trying to get some relief from the failing AC. Then, the door rattles, and I hear haphazard hoofsteps. I open my eyes, but no one's there. I do catch some movement disappearing around the side of the store, and I lean around to get a better look. I wait, but Carl, at least I think it's Carl, doesn't come back around the corner. Looking around, I slowly open my door. Carl! Nothing. Carl? I yell it, but he still doesn't come out. Feeling some dread build up in my stomach, I get out of the car and slowly walk around the side of the building. It's an alley between the print shop and what I think is a laundromat? Nothing is in the alley except for a few dumpsters and clumps of garbage. I step carefully around the puddles covered in oil slick and wonder if maybe he just really wanted to smoke. Carl! Something shifts on the other side of the dumpsters, and I hear sniffling. Wordlessly, I walk around the dumpster to the other side. Carl is bent over, his back to me, paws on his knees. His whole body is shaking, and its breaths are ragged. Holy shit, Carl! I'm at his side instantly, rubbing his back. What happened? Are you alright? The stench of vomit hits my nose, and I don't need to look closely to know what the puddle between Carl's hooves is. Oh god, he peed. Carl makes sure to turn his face away from me, not saying a word. Shit! I dash back to the car and open the passenger door so I can get the glove box. I pull out a few napkins before hurrying back to the Ram. He takes them from me wordlessly and starts wiping his face. The last time I'd seen Carl like this was just last year when he'd had his panic attack at school. I didn't think he'd have that problem now after all the therapy and time away. I try to rub his back comfortingly in a clockwise motion like my mom would do for me. He's at least not hyperventilating anymore. He has his horns pressed up against the wall, taking deep breaths as he wipes his face again. Why do I suck at everything? He says it quietly between gasps, but I can make it out. No, Carl, you're fine. Let's just get you home. I start to pull on his arm, but he yanks it from me violently. Don't touch me! I'm stunned into silence. I just stare at him, mouth open. He glances at me and his eyes are red, and for once, it's not because of weed. Carl starts off towards the car on his own, spitting off to the side as he does. Carl? Carl! What happened? He whirls on me. I fucked up! Obviously! Any more fucking questions? His voice breaks apart in the last sentence and he turns away from me as his face starts to screw up. My stomach feels hollow as I watch Carl get into my car. I've never ever seen him like this. He immediately hunches forward, head in his paws. I slowly walk up to the driver's side door, feeling like crying myself. I sit for a while, waiting to see if Carl is going to say anything. He does. I'm sorry. He blurts it out through his fingers. I look over at him, scared to say anything in case I say the wrong thing. It was a disaster, man. He takes it in deep, shuddering breaths. You could tell I wasn't into it right away. I was awkward as fuck. He leans back and tugs at his shirt. This shit isn't me, and they knew it, and it got me nervous. I've been nervous ever since I got my clothes, since I got this stupid trim. At that moment, it feels as if I've been punched in the stomach. I'm just now remembering the conversation we had on Wednesday. I close my eyes for a moment, not wanting to believe I'd come to exactly what he said I wasn't. What he liked me for not being. We sit in silence for a long, long time until Carl finally looks at me and smiles. God damn it, we both knew this was what's gonna happen, didn't we? I don't know, man. It fucked me very much for taking it out on you. It is sort of my fault, though. Nope, I'm the one that screwed up the interview. Carl set us back in his seat. Now with that fuck up out of the way, on to the next one. I force a smile. You sure you still want to go? Hell no, but I don't think we have much of a choice. I sigh, looking out the hazy horizon in the direction where I know Echo is. Can't wait. So with that, I turn on the ignition and pull out of the parking lot, leaving the print shop and its alley far, far behind us. Leo, TJ, Flint, and Jenna are all gathered around a picnic table. It's settled out neatly on a concrete in front of the rocky shore of the lake. None of this existed when we were kids. In fact, it didn't exist at all when I left. Echo was trying really hard to stay alive. I don't need to get out of the car to gauge the mood my friends are in. Their shoulders slumped, faces turned away from each other. As I park, Leo's ears perk, and they turn to wave at us. I take a deep breath and turn to Carl. Are you ready for this? Nope. Nevertheless, he opens the door and steps out, and I do the same. The sun beats down on us, but being this close to the lake cools things down a bit. As we approach, I see Leo with his butt up against the edge of the table while TJ sits next to him. Jenna sits next to TJ while Flynn sits across from Jenna. When Flynn turns around, he immediately zeroes in on Carl. What the hell happened to you? drugs, sex, and rock and roll. Out of order, bud. No, I just put it in the appropriate descending order. Flynn rolls his eyes and looks at me. Hey, fuckboy, maybe you could talk some fucking sense into this idiot. Leo's ears are flat, but he doesn't look at Flynn.
Glad you guys could make it.
Sure. Carl sits down next to Flynn and I sit on Carl's other side across from TJ. The silence that follows is possibly the most awkward one of the week. Flynn snickers. See, this is stupid. How about we let it happen naturally then? Without taking shots at people. Jenna's tone is icy. She hasn't even acknowledged me or Carl. TJ, meanwhile, keeps his head down, poking a sharp claw into the soft wood of the table. Flynn shrugs and starts to do his trademark, I don't give a fuck, lean back pose, but gives a start when he realizes there isn't any backing on the bench. Well, we've been sitting here for the past 20 minutes and nothing happened. Maybe you want to start us off? Flynn sighs. Well, we could talk about how I never agreed to this shit. How Leo's a complete fucking idiot for forcing this to happen, and I wonder what he thought this would accomplish anyway. That's a start, I guess. Flynn sets his jaw. Of course. That would actually get us somewhere. Wouldn't be for me, and he's not talking. The temperature seems to lower in the impossibly hot hair, and I don't look at TJ to see how he reacts. After a brief silence, Leo speaks up.
How about we start with you, Flynn?
Flynn looks at Leo, brows raised.
How do you feel about what happened?
I see Flynn clench his jaw. Oh, what? His tone sends shivers down my spine, and I feel Carl tense up next to me. I look out across the lake, the shimmering reflections blinding me.
You never talked about it. Maybe it'll help.
Sweat pours down the back of my neck, builds up under my arms. Even with the wind coming off the lake, it's way too hot. By telling how I fucking feel? How the fuck do you think? Flynn screams it, and TJ jumps in front of me.
You're just gonna keep it buried your whole life, Garobo.
I think about the time we used to come down to this spot every day and skip rocks with Jenna and TJ. So this is how you plan to fucking get us over this? By fucking making fun of me!
I'm not making fun of you. I'm trying to help you.
Taunting someone who's felt like shit for a decade is a pretty weird way of helping. Guys, please! Don't you ever fucking talk! Don't you dare talk to him like that. We all went through this.
Calm down, Flynn.
The table shakes as Flynn slams his fist down to the wood, snarling and standing up. Tell me to calm down one more fucking time! Just shut the hell up, all of you! I stand up. Everyone turns to look at me, including Flynn. I don't say anything. Instead, I just strip off my shirt. The hell are you doing? I don't answer him. Instead, I take off my belt and slide off my pants so that I'm only left in my boxers. Without a word, I head to the lake. It's about 100 yards from the table in the lake. While most of the way there is sand, a good stretch of it is pointy rocks. I make my way carefully over this section, remembering the numerous cuts I'd gotten as a kid. I don't look back until I'm right at the water's edge, and when I do, I see Leo following me in the process of taking his own shirt off. The rest of them are still sitting at the table, but I don't care because this is really just for me. I step into the water and sigh at how cool it is before I wade out further. Once I'm waist deep, I dive under the water and pop up several feet further away from the shore. I'm neck deep at this point, and when I look back, I can see Carl now, standing at the lake's edge, paws deep in his pocket. Behind him, Jenna is helping TJ across the rocks. Only Flynn remains behind at the table, watching us all. Leo's up to his chest at this point, and I swim in a circle around before diving under, then popping up right in front of him.
Ah, sneaky otter.
He splashes water in my face and I cough. Don't be that way! I swim around him some more and laugh at how he flounders after me. He was always a terrible swimmer. I dive under the water again and swim up towards the shore, popping up about 10 feet away from Carl. Just having fun? He's smiling, looking a lot more relaxed than he has all day, probably because we just avoided a situation that could have gotten really ugly. To my left, Jenna and TJ are sitting on a boulder in the shallows, TJ's slacks rolled up to his knees. Him and Jenna seem to be talking, so I decide not to play the same trick on them as I did with Leo. Flynn, meanwhile, is still standing up now, arms folded. For the next little while, I swim around occasionally, popping up in front of Carl or Leo, sometimes splashing them with my tail. There's a freezing feeling about finally swimming in the lake again after having so much space. Flynn, after a good 20 minutes, comes out to the shore. He leans against an old familiar boulder, watching us. There's no way for me to know what they're all feeling, if it's liberating like it is for me. Flynn is right, in a way. We can't just talk about it because there's nothing to really say. What happened, happened, and no amount of talking can fix it. What we can do, or what I can do at least, is choose to move past it. And that's what I'm doing right now. I just hope that's what they're feeling too. Eventually, I run out of the exhilarating energy that had so consumed me and instead drift to the bottom of the shallows. I lay on my back against the sand, staring up at the murky glow of the sun. I feel my eyelids getting heavy and I stretch out against the soft lake bed. It is, of course, a bad idea to fall asleep under the water. If that were to happen, though, I'd probably just try to breathe, get a noseful of water, and immediately wake up. Still, I decided that it's best to avoid that if I can, and force myself to open my eyes again and swim to the surface. Except, I can't. I'm frozen. Every nerve in my body is on fire, and I struggle not to panic, to not start trying to breathe because that's all my body wants to do. I close my eyes, will myself to be calm. Sleep paralysis only lasts about a minute at most for me. I can hold my breath for 8, and I've been under for... God, I have no idea, actually. It feels like it's been a while. My chest is already starting to burn, and that usually means it's been at least 6 minutes. And this is starting to last a long time. Despite my efforts, panic starts to set in, and it sets in quick. I start jerking my body around, trying to get something, anything, to move. I don't understand why I'm not floating to the surface. I'm not trying to stay underwater. The seconds turn to minutes, and now my lungs are really burning. Something has to be holding me down. Maybe some kind of vegetation. The water begins to glow red, as if blood is spread across the surface above me. I tug and pull, praying that this is all a dream, that I'm back in Carl's room, that at any moment I'll wake up.
You thought it would be this easy. That's a good one.
I try to turn my head towards the voice, which is right in my ear, even though I'm underwater. Things go silent again. At this point, I start to contemplate that I might actually die. I can't get my body to move, none of my friends know where I'm at, and now I'm almost out of air. Bubbles roll past my lips as my lungs finally give out, and blackness starts to crowd in on my vision. What the hell is that? What the hell? Weird, that's...
He's waking up!
My eyes open slowly, painfully, and I'm face to face with Ram, his muzzle wet with tears. Oh my god, he is!
Give him room!
I feel some rough paws supporting my back, turning me on my side.
Can you breathe, Chase?
Leo's voice is ragged next to my ear. No, I'm fine. I sit up quickly and a wave of dizziness threatens to topple me over again. I feel movement behind me, out of my field of vision.
No! I can't believe this! I can't fucking believe this!
Flynn's voice is torn and ragged. I barely recognize it. Flynn, calm down.
No, we're being forced to come here, and then this shit happens!
Guys, I need to go.
TJ, Flynn, get over here.
I feel Leo's support leave me. Carl is still crouched down in front of me, though. Oh my god, dude, what happened? Carl's gasping like he's the one that was just underwater. I don't know! Carl rubs my back as I rest my head in my paws. Vaguely, I can hear more yelling behind me, and Carl looks up too.
No, don't! Leo, help!
Despite my aching head, I turn around to see Flynn approaching TJ, shouting at the Lynx so loudly he falls back down upon the rocks. Flynn doesn't get any further though, because Leo tackles them with such force they fly a good 5 feet before smashing down in the loamy sand nearby. Leo wraps an arm around Flynn's neck and yanks up hard. Jesus. Carl stands up and starts gasping again. I try to, but I fall back down on my ass. Carl reaches down to help me up. Shit, you're not okay. Carl steadies me, but I'm distracted with trying to see what's happening. Leo's leaning down with his muzzle right up against Flynn's head, yelling at him. Meanwhile, Jen is crouched over TJ. Carl starts to breathe heavily again, his wheezing picking up speed. I look over at him and his eyes are glazed, as if he's watching everything from afar. Carl? Carl, what's wrong? I don't want him having another panic attack. I know I should probably stay and try to help, but I feel so fucked up right now. Besides, I don't think it will help if Carl has a breakdown. I grab his arm. Let's get out of here, Carl. He looked at the scene a while longer, then turns away. Without another word, we make our way back to the car. I get in, barely noticing that I'm drenching in the seat. Looking through the windshield, I see that my friends are still in the same position that we left them. Except Jenna. She watches us as we pull out and keeps watching us until we're out of sight. Carl stays in his glazed state as we make the short drive back to his house. I can give him much of my attention, though. I'm more preoccupied with the fact that something terrible just happened. Not only to me, but the entire group. Maybe this is all a dream? Everything feels so surreal right now, like I'm watching all this happen from 100 miles away. I don't know. I look over at Carl, but his expression is still glassy. He looks exactly like how I'm feeling. What's wrong, Carl? I don't know. You don't? I'm cut off as a large coyote suddenly runs out into the street. But she's a good distance down the road, so there's no danger of me hitting her. I watch as she tears out into the sagebrush, zigzagging about, arms flailing in all directions. Carl and I both watch her as we pass, silent. Something's happening in this town. To all of us. Once we get in the house, Carl heads straight for the stairs. Carl!
You guys back? How'd it go?
Raven's voice calls from upstairs. Ray, something's wrong.
Huh? What's wrong?
I don't answer as I walk to the stairs. Carl just disappeared down. Once I get there, he's already gone. I make my way to the stairs, and it's all that at that point that my headache starts to make a comeback. Carl! He's not in the basement either, but I can see the yellow light coming from the crawl space. Something, I don't know what it is, but something feels incredibly wrong right now. Buzzing fills my head, the ground feeling unsteady as if I'm walking on sand. Once I find Carl, we're both going down to the hospital. I stumbled down into the crawl space, and again, Carl's not there. Descent into madness. You're right, Chase. I'm greeted to the familiar row of tubs, but a stack of them have been pulled away from the wall. Carl! Carl, what the? I fall silent because ahead of me is a hole. About 3 feet high and 2 feet wide. What the hell? Carl? Plaster covers the tarp around it as if the wall has been bashed violently to create the hole. Did Carl go through it? Getting on my paws and knees, I look into it, but the darkness is inky and so black I swear I can touch it. As I crawl forward, my mind gives a violent jolt, and I arch my head back, teeth bared, as my face spasms. And then I fall. And it feels like I fall forever.
Come on, new game, get up.
Whoa!
Dream sequence.
Wind blows pleasantly through my fur, seeping underneath and cooling my sweating skin. The smell of the desert, sagebrush, and dirt overwhelmed my senses. Everything is black around me, but there are a million stars above me. I hear the smattering of small feet running circles around my body, snuffling up noses up against my sides and neck. Mixed into the sounds of the wild are words, languages I don't understand, chanting and singing, the sound of dancing. Then another language. I hear a word or two that I learned from Leo years ago. And then my own language. And above it all is a maniacal cackling, one that builds and fades before choking off into a sob. Ooh. The first feeling I have is one of confusion. I feel stiff and cold, and I'm lying back on something hard. I expect to see stars above me when I open my eyes, but instead all I see is blackness. Panic starts to well up inside me. My breathing quickens, and though it's hard and painful, I manage to push myself up into a sitting position. That's when I see a gentle glow coming from an opening about 30 feet away from me. Where am I? Last thing I remember was the lake. Wait, no. Carl's house was the last thing I remember. We went back to his house after the lake. Did I fall asleep in his house somewhere? I feel around on the floor with my hands and can feel wood under me. It creaks as I shift around. Carl! My voice comes out hard and crackly. I have to lick my lips several times to keep them from sticking together. I call it again, but more softly this time because now I'm starting to wonder if someone else brought me here. When I don't hear anything, I start to crawl forward towards the light. My head throbs a little, and there's a coppery taste in my mouth. Probing my tongue around, I taste the sour bites along my cheek. I start to run through a list of things that could have happened. I was in Carl's basement, then I just sort of seized up. Did someone hit me over the head? I stop crawling and start moving my hands around my body and over my head. No sign of any injuries. Aside from the cheek bites, it really is just the inside of my head that hurts. While I do this, lucidity starts to return in waves, as if a dam is broken and all my senses are falling back into place. At the same time, the panic starts to return as I realize how much this does not make sense. Someone had to have brought me here, wherever here is. I start crawling again, trying to keep my panic under control. I'm almost to the glow, but it's weird because it's coming from the ground. As I get closer, I hear a soft brushing behind my head. I tense and look over my shoulder. I'm greeted by the sight of inky blackness, so dark that it almost feels alive, and I get the impression of a giant mouth opening up in front of my face. The imagery gives me a jolt, and I lunge forward, deciding to get up on my feet and so I can move fast. And then I'm falling, but not for long. My senses are full of light now, and I throw my hands forward to catch myself. But I keep falling, and the split second before I hit, I realize there's a ladder. I instinctively grab at it, but my head hits the rung first, and I flip forward before landing on my feet. It happens on weak ankles, though, and on my right foot gives out and my ankle rolls. I hear a series of pops before the rest of my body hits the floor. I lay there for a moment, the sudden noise and violence from the fall stunning me. In my stupor, I feel the cold spiderweb of electricity pulsing from my ankle, and that's what spurs me to move. I pull myself into a sitting position to clutch at it. Fuck! The pain isn't really bad, but something that is definitely wrong, and I'm not sure if I could just walk it off. That's when I notice my surroundings. A long hallway stretches out to either side of me, lit by decorative chandeliers. Looking up, I see that I've fallen down a drop-down ladder from a small square in the ceiling. What the hell? I look back down at my ankle. I wiggle it around and immediately feel another pulse of electricity that feels much more painful this time around. I grip my teeth as I spread my hands out against the wall behind me, pushing myself up slowly, making sure not to put any weight on my injured ankle. As I'm doing this, I hear a soft clopping sound coming to my right. And at the end of the hall, it looks like it takes a sharp right, and it sounds like the noises are coming from that turn. My throat tightens and I press myself up harder against the wall. I see a shadow slide up the carpet at the end of the hallway, and I hold my breath. The shadow stops too, and I get the feeling that whatever it is might be holding its own breath. Finally, the tension gets to me, and I clear my throat nervously. Carl!
Chase?
Carl! I let out a gasp of relief and almost sagged down the hallway. More clopping of footsteps, and Carl appears around the corner. His eyes are wide, and his nostrils flare. He stumbles up to me, his hands clasped together nervously.
Holy shit, dude, it's so fucking good to see you!
I press up harder against the wall, taking more weight off my foot. What the hell is going on?
I don't know, I just woke up. You okay?
He looks at me, then down at my foot.
Are you hurt?
I gesture up at the ladder. I fell down that thing. Carl looks up the ladder and at the dark hole it leads up to.
What were you doing up there?
You know, I don't know. I just woke up in the dark and I tried to crawl out.
Shit.
Carl bends down to look at my ankle, which is clearly starting to swell.
Can you walk?
I think so. Kind of. He stands back up and looks around.
Chase, I don't know what's going on. I just woke up in a bedroom in the hall like 20 minutes ago.
Is this not part of your house? Carl lets out a breathy, incredulous laugh.
No, definitely not. I was trying to find a window, but I can't.
Maybe we're in a basement or something. The last thing I remember is your crawl space.
Why would they have an attic in a basement?
I look up at the dark hole in the ceiling. Maybe it's not an attic.
Chase, I'm freaking out.
And it shows too. His breathing is picking up, his wide nostrils flaring again. I reach out and put a hand on his shoulder, giving some reassuring squeezes. No, it's okay. Maybe we got really high or drunk or something. What's the last thing you remember? Carl starts clicking his fingers together again, looking away up at the hall.
The lake?
Yeah? I remember we went back to your house, then down to the basement, and then... Carl frowns.
I don't remember.
I watch him carefully. But then I remember looking behind the plastic bins, and there was this... Help! We both jump at the scream, comes right down the hall. Carl and I both look at each other, wide-eyed.
What the hell?
Hello? Someone out there?
That sounds like Raven.
Raven? Carl starts to hesitantly walk up the hallway and I move to follow, and immediately regret it as I put weight on my ankle. It's completely stiff now, and pain shoots up into my shin like lightning. My gasping causes Carl to turn around in confusion, then his eyes light up when he sees my leg.
Gosh, shit, here.
He reaches out and I wrap an arm around his neck. He's sturdy and strong, easy to lean against, and I sigh with relief as I take the weight off of my injured ankle.
Somebody!
We hobble our way down the hall, following the sound of Raven's panicked voice. We take a left at the end of the hall, and all are confronted with an almost identical hallway to the last. That's when I start to smell smoke. Do you smell that? Carl puts his nose up.
Just something's burning?
Help me!
I almost jump again at the sound comes right from our left, the only door on the left side of the hallway. We both look at the door for a moment, Carl's ears perked straight up. And we both jump again as the door shakes from several heavy bashes that rattle the frame. Help! Cries mournful, like he's given up.
Raven?
The shaking and pounding stops.
Carl!
The voice instantly turns hopeful and the voice grows muffled as if Raven's pressing his muzzle right up against the door.
I'm stuck. The door won't open, and there's a fire.
What?
Chase? There's something burning on the stove. Something. I can't see it.
Me and Carl look at each other in bewilderment.
Guys, it's getting really smoky in here. I can't really see anything.
He gives a cough.
And it's really hard to breathe. Alright, hold on a sec, man. We'll get you out.
Carl shifts me to the wall so I can lean against it. Then he tries the doorknob. The doorknob barely turns, clearly locked.
Shit.
Yeah, it's locked. It's getting really hot in here.
Okay, yeah, hold on.
Carl shoves his shoulder right up against the door. It gives a few creaks, but otherwise it stays solid.
Please help!
His plaintive whimpering is barely audible through the thick wood. What kind of lock is it? Maybe we can pick it. Carl studies the knob.
Good. I don't think a paperclip is gonna work.
I lean into it and find myself staring at an old-fashioned keyhole. The hell?
Raven, can't you unlock it from that side?
No, there's nothing there. Guys, I can't breathe.
His voice is getting desperate again. There's no other way out? No other door in there? Raven doesn't answer, and Carl and I both wait for a good 10 seconds. Raven? Ah! We both jump for the third time before Carl presses his face up against the door.
Raven? Raven, what happened?
For a few seconds, all we hear is coughs, and then Raven's voice is lower, up against the bottom of the door as he's laying down.
Something in the smoke! Help!
What? What's in the smoke? My mind flashes back to what I heard in the attic.
Something, can't see.
Open the door! Fuck, alright man, stand back!
I don't know if he's talking to me or Raven, but I take a step back anyway. Carl takes a few step backs and then throws his body forward, smashing up against the door. It shudders a little bit, and I hear a crack or two, but otherwise there's no change. He tries again with the same result. Carl, I don't think that's gonna work. Carl doesn't say anything, instead backing up until his back touches the opposite wall. He takes a deep breath and then charges forward, his head down this time. Instinctively, I close my eyes, imagining Carl snapping his neck right in front of me. The impact is much louder this time, and it's accompanied by a crunch. When I open my eyes, it's not Carl's neck that's broken, but rather the wooden door, thank goodness. Carl's head is completely busted through the door so that his head is poking through the other side. I stare, expecting to see the tendrils of black smoke snaking out from the broken door, but there's nothing. Carl sets his hands on the other side of the door, apparently taking a look around.
Raven, you okay?
I walk up to Carl's side to put a hand on his back. Carl, what is it? Is there a fire? Carl braces himself against the door before pushing back, yanking his head out the opening. He comes up with a bunch of wooden splinters clinging to his head fur and beard and sweatshirt.
And there's nothing?
I duck down and look through the opening as well, taking care to keep my weight off my injured foot. I'm greeted to the sight of a brightly lit dining room and kitchen, but it's clear there's no smoke in sight.
It was completely black in here a second ago.
I look down at the trembling voice of Raven before me and see the husky curled up, his head poking up from the fetal position.
Hey, Chase.
Hi.
I don't know what happened. There was smoke everywhere. It's like when you two opened the door, it all got sucked out.
I sniff, and now I can't even get a whiff of smoke, aside from the residual taste I have of it in the back of my throat. I hear a click next to my head, and look over to see the doorknob twist, pull my head out of the hole, and Carl pulls the door open.
Are you kidding me? It was locked, right?
It was definitely locked. Raven gets up, brushing shaky hands down his shirt.
You okay, man?
Yeah, I thought I was gonna die for a second.
I watch as Raven struggles to keep his ears perked. What happened? Raven takes a deep breath.
Look, I don't know, I just woke up in here and smoke just started coming out from the stove or oven or something.
You said you saw something.
Yeah, something in the smoke. It looked like arms or something.
Carl and I look at each other.
But it might have just been the smoke.
I look around to the room, scanning it for any sign of the black smoke that Raven was so adamant about having seen. I don't think he was just seeing things, because I'm pretty sure I hadn't imagined the smell.
I promise I'm not lying. It's just what I saw.
I think the bigger issue here is that we're here at all. I mean, where the hell is this? I spread my hands out, giving an incredulous laugh.
I thought maybe it was just another part of your house.
Raven looks at Carl.
I mean, I went downstairs after you guys and found this hole, then everything went dark.
Carl looks down. Same here. I followed Carl to that same hole. We both look at Carl, but he doesn't say anything, instead just moving past Raven to the large kitchen next to the dining room. Come on, Carl, don't be so cagey. Tell us what kind of weird, horrible, awful hole that you have in your house. Tell us about your holes, Carl, damn it! I hobble after him, then reach out to lean against the counter. I try to gather my thoughts. Everything still feels dreamlike, surreal, and my thoughts are sluggish. Carl, do you have any idea what happened? I mean that hole! Did you go there too? Carl sets his hands on his hips, eyes wandering around the room.
Honestly, I can't remember anything that happened after the lake, man.
Raven casts a sidelong look at me before moving next to Carl.
Well, maybe it'll just take you a second before you can remember. I was really confused when I woke up here. I was curled up over there in that counter.
Raven points to a marble-topped counter under a row of a dozen pans hanging from a fixture attached to the ceiling. We stand there in silence, as I imagine. We individually absorb the situation we're in. Carl, are you sure this isn't some extension of your house? Maybe something that leads out of the crawl space? The ram laughs, but it definitely isn't genuine.
Dude, I think I'd know if this was some part of my house. Unless my parents have just been building this secret kitchen underground for who knows how long.
I glance at the lighting, which is definitely electric, then over at what looks like an electric stove. While everything is sort of old-fashioned, there was a mixture of modernity in there as well. Where else could we be then? Raven and I remember going into the crawl space and losing consciousness after we found that hole, which is where you went, Carl. Carl finally does turn at me at that point, his brow furrowed.
Do you think I had something to do with this?
Even though I was implying that he might know more, Carl's sudden jump to being defensive catches me by surprise. No, I was just wondering if you might have more ideas since it's your house, you know? Carl laughs again. I'm struck by the fullness of it. Usually when Carl laughed, it was crackly and half-hearted. Now it's loud and just a little abrasive? Okay.
Well, I think I just waited in the shadows and drugged you all up with acid or some shit.
I don't respond, just watching Carl as he stares back at me, breathing hard. Raven coughs loudly.
Hey guys, let's calm down. You know, I'm kind of hungry. Why don't we make some food?
That seems to break Carl out of his stare down with me as he looks over at Raven and huffs out one more of his characteristic chuckles.
Really, Raven?
Yeah, that always makes me feel better.
Raven starts opening up cupboards, but each one is empty. Carl turns back to me, frowning.
Just sorry, Chase. I just fucking freaked out, too. Thing is, I don't think we're in my house anymore.
He chuckles again.
I mean, are we even an echo? What time is it anyway?
I reach out my pocket to check my phone, and that's when I remember I have a fucking phone. I almost jumped with the realization and shoved a hand into my pocket to pull it out. Why didn't I think of that before?
What?
Phone! I pull it out excitedly and hit the button to turn the screen on. And met with a black screen. My phone's dead. Are you kidding me? I hold the power button down, but nothing happens. I look up to see Raven and Carl getting similar results, Raven shaking as if that's going to help. Carl shakes his head.
We were out here that long? This is crazy.
I press a hand to my face for a moment. The idea that this could be some sort of dream is coming to my mind. I remember after taking an overnight job back when I was a freshman and how that fucked up my sleeping schedule. That in turn gave me all kinds of fucked up realistic dreams. Sleep paralysis plagued me to the ends of my wits, and I remember one time I thought I'd never be able to get back up. I was struck in bed, but each time I sat up and thought it was over, I'd ended up sort of waking up again, still lying down, stuck in my paralysis. Dreams within dreams within dreams.
No food either.
My scattered thoughts collect together long enough for me to decide on the next course of action we should take. Yeah, alright, this is stupid. We should go out and look around. We'll find the way out eventually.
Yeah. You need to do that. I looked around a little, but I didn't find anything.
I grip the counter a little more tightly as I feel a slight wave of dizziness come over me, making everything feel even less real. But the pain that's shooting up from my ankle is very real, and I just glance down at the ever-growing swelling confirms it. The suspicion that we'd somehow been drugged grows, but I don't want to upset Carl again, so I didn't mention it.
Okay, yeah, let's just stick together and go. We'll find the way out.
Aw, I'm hungry.
We can eat when we get out. There's no food here anyway. I turn, and even though I do it as lightly as possible, the moment I set my right foot down, it feels like 100 needles press into my ankle. Ah, fuck! Carl's at my side instantly, reaching out a hand to steady me.
Dude, you alright?
What happened?
I lean all my weight on the counter at that point, just letting my foot dangle as I hold it off the ground. It's so fucking painful.
He fell down a ladder and landed on his foot wrong.
What?
But it's only now that it's really starting to hurt. I say it through gritted teeth. The pain is actually making me sweat, and I'm realizing that I might have done more than just sprain it. I don't think I can walk like this.
How did you fall down a ladder?
You woke up in an attic. Here.
Carl hunches down in front of me. My stupefied brain thinks up a butt sex joke, but I manage to keep it canned. Yeah, sure. I could just lean against you.
Hey, that'll take too long. Besides, it looks like you can't walk at all right now.
Hesitantly, I let go of the counter and let myself sort of fall forward onto the ram's back. He's sturdy and barely budges as I lean all my weight onto him. Carl reaches back with both hands and hitches my legs off the ground as he stands, and I feel all the muscle in his back flex as he does. Damn, Carl, you work out? Carl grunts.
A little bit.
I move my head to the side and keeps me from knocking my nose against his horns. It's a smart move because just then Carl nods his head in Raymond's direction.
Like, hey, I know this is kind of fucked up, but maybe grab a kitchen knife.
Raven raises an eyebrow at Carl.
But why?
I immediately see what Carl's getting at. We have no idea where we are or who put us here. We might have to be ready to defend ourselves, you know?
And you said you saw something in the smoke?
Raven's eyes widen, but reaches out to slowly pull a knife from the silver-looking knife block. The husky frowns at the shing sound it makes. His ears down and elbows in. It's clear he's never used anything as a weapon before. But I can't blame him, neither have I.
I don't know if I should be the one to do it, though.
Well, You're not strong enough to hold Chase, so I got my hands tied.
He looks back at me.
If anything happens, so I'll have to drop you and help him out, okay, man?
I chuckle softly. Yeah, no problem. Let's just hope that doesn't have to happen. And with the shaky husky in the lead, we set off back towards the hallway. Immediately, it's clear that wherever we are isn't very large. 4 identical hallways lead us around in a perfect square. Each hallway has 3 doors to the right, one on the left, and a hatch in the ceiling that leads to the attic. What also becomes immediately clear is that the door on the left leads to the kitchen, but from the kitchen there's only that one door out. Each time we open the door to the kitchen, we come to realize that the angle in which we enter it is the same. The first time this happens, we're almost just mostly confused, wondering if maybe we backtracked somehow. After the second time, though, Raven laughs.
This isn't real. We're on drugs or something, come on.
But we're all saying the same hallway, right?
Well, I'm just having this dream and none of you are real, huh?
The husky's voice is bordering on crazy. That paired with his grin, paired with him holding a knife, is slightly disconcerting. Carl huffs, hitching me up higher on his shoulder.
Alright, calm down, just don't think about it. Let's try the other doors.
I'm a little surprised at how well Carl is taking all of this. I wonder if part of it has to do with any of the weed that might still be in his system. We start trying the doors on the right, and this time things are different. The first door opens up to a wall, just an extension of the beige color of the wall surrounding it. We stare at it for a few moments, and for the first time I get a deep unsettling terror in the pit of my stomach. I manage to keep it from rising to the surface, but all of this bizarre imagery combined with the surreal haze is making me feel sick and claustrophobic.
Bummer. That's definitely not the way out. On to the next door.
Carl chuckles again, and I feel myself clinging to his attempt at humor to keep myself sane. The next door opens up to what looks like a bathroom. It's definitely not a modern one, though, since it's complete with a pull chain from the high tank.
Well, at least we've got all the essentials, right?
The next door reveals a room full of tools and chains hanging from the ceiling, along with a sawhorse. The walls, though, are lined with wooden planks, and Carl gently sets me against the wall before hurrying in and peering at the wood.
Fuck! It's just concrete behind it.
I don't bother to ask what the hell is going on again. I'm just starting to accept that where we are can't be explained. More doors are opened, 12 in all. One is completely white and empty. Another contains a frilly bedroom, which is where Carl says he woke up. Further along, we come across what looks like an office, along with a room decorated with sofas and a chandelier. When we reach one of the doors in the last hall, though, something is different. The first thing I notice is the smell. Though it's faint, I can tell it's sweet in the most disgusting way possible.
What is that?
Raven holds up a hand to his nose as we approach the second to last door in the hall. This one is clearly damaged. The wood is splintered in the middle, bulging out slightly as if it's been punched from the other side. We all stare at it for a moment, the smell growing stronger. Then it hits me. Oh God, do you think? I can't finish, covering my muzzle with both hands. Raven, who had been right up next to the door, steps back with an arm up around his face, looking like he's about to throw up. I imagine the smell's a lot worse for him. Maybe we should skip this one. For now. Carl hesitates and gently sets me down against the wall again.
Well, we need to check every door. This could be the way out, you know?
He looks back at me, but I don't say anything, just grimacing at the door. He holds out a hand to Raven.
Knife.
After handing it over, Raven takes several more steps back, further up the hall. I press my hands to my muzzle, readying myself to shut my eyes. As Carl turns the knob, I grit my teeth. This room has no illumination, therefore we have to rely on the light from the hallway to see inside. As the light from the opening door spreads across the room, I see that it's rather simple. The walls are concrete, peppered with craters and rocks. The floor is smoother, but with webs of cracks in its surface. I can't see the ceiling, but I do see what's hanging from it. Once the door opens completely, that's enough light to fully take in exactly what it is. A noose, frayed and old-looking, but unmistakably a noose. Carl stares at it, then sticks his head in further to look back and forth, stepping back to close the door.
What was it?
Raven calls from up the hall, his hands clasped nervously together. I noticed then that the rotting smell is completely gone now, instead of getting stronger when Carl opened the door.
Nothing. Empty room.
I see Carl visibly trying to keep his breathing under control as he holds the knife out to Raven before bending down in front of me again.
Really? Oh, thank God.
Carl trembles as he stands up with me in tow. As the husky moves onto the final door, I lean in next to Carl's cheek. You okay? Did he see anything? He turns his head towards mine, touching his cheek to mine.
Aside from the rope? No.
It's hard to say whether or not I believe him, or if he's just trying to protect me from whatever else he saw in there. Either way, I don't press for it. The last door is locked. It's big and made of logs. Its deep down brown color contrasts with all the others. Raven jiggles the handle a few times and Carl tries to look into the cracks between the logs, but it's completely black. So that's it. That's all the doors. I'm starting to feel a certain level of panic again now that we know that we're stuck. Carl, I think, picks up on that and comes over to where I lean against the wall and set a hand on my shoulder.
It's alright, man. We haven't checked the attic either. I mean, there aren't any windows like you said, so we're probably in a basement or something, right?
The reassuring hand feels good, but it's not exactly enough to keep me from feeling a certain level of despair. Honestly, I think I'm still dreaming right now. Carl doesn't say anything to that. Raven sidles up next to us.
Well, dream or not, I'm still pretty hungry.
We both glance at Raven, and I can't help but give a little laugh at the grin on his face. I guess at least for now, it's best not to just think about it. We head back to the kitchen, which doesn't take very long because every door on the left leads to it. We all split up to search the many cupboards and drawers of the kitchen for food. We come up mostly empty, only finding silverware and cooking utensils here and there. Because of my injury, I cover a lot less ground, only able to hobble along the counter, using it as a crutch as I move down the line of cupboards. Even if we were able to find any food, there's no way I'd be able to cook it. The only thing I'd ever been able to make on my own was a grilled cheese sandwich back when I was in high school. God damn, Chase, really? Sorry, I shouldn't shame him for that. Even then, I'm almost burned down the house, and when I dropped a piece of bread on the gas stove. In a panic, I threw the flaming bread across the kitchen into the living room. I smiled at the memory as I opened the last cupboard along the wall, and right in front of me is a block of cheese on a glass plate. Next to it's a loaf of bread in a plastic bagging and a small square of butter wrapped in wax paper. I stare for a moment, waiting for the food in front of me to disappear. I even blink a few times to be sure. Guys?
What's up?
Are you seeing this?
What?
Cheese, bread, and butter. I stand to the side and Raven perks up.
Oh, you found food! I swear I already checked that cupboard.
Raven's next to me a few seconds later, reaching in and taking out the food. For a moment, I swear the bread blurs as he pulls it out, and I have to shut my eyes for a moment to keep myself from feeling sick. I feel Carl support me from behind with his hands on my shoulders.
Whoa, dude, you alright, Chase?
I grab him to the counter again. Yeah, it's just... Carl waits for a moment.
What?
I was thinking about grilled cheese before I opened the cupboard.
Like, you just wanted a grilled cheese sandwich really badly and it popped up?
Sort of.
Huh.
Carl walks up to the bread and bends over, observing it closely.
Well, it looks real.
It is real.
Raven walks up to the cupboard where he had pulled the food from and closes it.
Alright, I'm wishing for a steak.
He closes his eyes for a moment, then reaches out to pull the cupboard back open, smiling expectantly. It's empty.
Well, grilled cheese isn't bad then.
Raven moves down the counter to grab one of the pans hanging from the rack. Carl moves over to my side as Raven turns the gas stove on with the click, click, click of the igniter.
Dude, I think one of the important things to do right now is stop questioning this place. We just can't make sense of it.
I fold my arms. It has to be a dream. Carl puts an arm around me.
Well, maybe, dude, but I'm just glad I'm not here alone.
I nod in agreement. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to deal with that.
Let's just take it in one step at a time for now, man.
I managed a small smile. Are you high right now? Carl laughs.
Man, I wish.
I hear the sizzling and the melting of butter as Raven plops it on the pan. Carl and I go about setting slices of cheese in the bread as Raven starts searing them. The action of making food is enough to calm me down at least a little, and the other two keeping high spirits lifts mine. Before long, there are 6 grilled cheese sandwiches stacked on a plate. They look good, but after a while, the first bite, I almost let the food fall back out of my mouth. What the fuck? I look over to see Carl and Raven pulling similar faces.
It kind of tastes like chalk.
Do you know what chalk tastes like?
Yeah, I ate some when I was a kid.
He has a point. It's dry and crumbly, almost inedible.
Well, it still sort of tastes like grilled cheese. Sort of.
I don't think this is food.
It's not that bad. Besides, it's all we've got.
Raven forces another bite, and so does Carl. I can't bring myself to do it. My ankle, the smoke, the dead body smell, and the noose. It's all too much for me to deal with right now. I watch Carl and Raven talk back and forth, and I'm again struck by how surreal this all feels. I think back to the time I first got stoned from a stupid pot muffin, how nothing felt real, how I felt I wasn't in control. It's like that, only 10 times worse. I wonder if the others feel the same way. Something ebbs onto the surface of my mind, trying to break through the veil of fog shrouding it. What are we doing? Why are we sitting here eating when we should be trying to find a way to get the fuck out? I open my mouth. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Oh my god, why? Why? I don't want this! Damn it! Why? Why game? Damn it. Everything is fine. I struggle to keep my food down and instead choose to look hard at the tablecloth.
You're not hungry?
Raven is looking intently at my half-finished sandwich. Nah, you can have it. I slide my glass plate along the table to Raven. Carl watches me but doesn't say anything, slowly chewing. I subconsciously note that he'd eaten around the crust, leaving those on his plate. We start discussing what else we might be able to do here, other possibilities on how we can get out. The attic really is the only place we haven't been yet, but because it's so dark, we're not sure about going.
Well, why don't we sleep on it and figure out what we're doing when we wake up?
Raven yawns widely.
That sounds good to me. It feels like it's been hours.
It does feel that way, but without our phones, it's really impossible to tell. Leaving our plates where they are on the table, Raven leads us back into the hallway. It takes us a few minutes to find the right door, considering everything looks identical, though we take special care to avoid the damage to the door. Raven moves to the bedroom. Carl leans against the wall, turning his head back to me.
Hey, we're gonna be alright, okay?
I look back at the one green eye I can see, and will myself to quash the boiling pit of dread in my stomach. Okay. It's just that I can't believe this is happening, you know?
Yeah, I gotcha. I just want you to know that I'll be here for you, okay?
I look back at his gaze for a while, to the point where I think he's getting uncomfortable. I sigh. You guys are just acting really weird about all of this.
Yeah?
Well, I guess Raven's being Raven, but you're acting different.
Really? How?
I swallow. Just yesterday, you were throwing up over a job interview. Now you're the level-headed one while I'm just here freaking out. I laugh a little. I just don't understand what's going on is all. Carl sits me down against the wall, then turns to me with a hug.
Hey man, I don't know either. I'm just trying to keep it together too.
The hug surprises me, but I take it gratefully. I stare over his shoulder at the uniform hallway. Despite Carl's efforts, the worrying feeling returns. Raven pokes his head around the doorway.
Gee guys, that little sofa thing is awesome. I'll sleep there. You two can have the bed.
Oh god, we're sleeping here? And of course, I dream. I'm running through endless hallways. All kinds of hallways, including ones that look like a space station and another looks like a medieval castle. In each one, I run into locked doors. Because of this, I can only move through the halls, never knowing what's behind those doors. Eventually, I wake up, but my dead limbs and heavy head tell me I'm not awake. Not fully. I brace myself and shut my eyes again. My heart thumps and my stomach churns with the disappointment of knowing I'm still in that fucking bedroom. The one that tells me I'm still stuck in a nightmare that's beyond the one I'm currently in. I feel things move about the room, hear things that sound like whining, crying, screaming. Then I hear something in the ceiling, moving above me. It has many legs, like a spider that weighs hundreds of pounds. And then I'm free. I hold still as the gradual release of the paralysis seeps through my muscles and joints. At this point, I feel like I've mostly learned how to cope with the nightmares. And that thought would make me happy if I wasn't so crushed that I'm still here in an actual nightmare. Immediately, anxiety rises back up into my chest as I realize how fucked up this actually is, how much sense this doesn't actually make. As far as I can tell, we've been drugged up somehow and moved to this underground hellhole as an experiment of some kind. Someone in Echo had to have done this. One of the crazy old people, maybe? Maybe Duke. He probably built this underground maze just to watch us lose our minds, probably getting off to it at the same time. I grip the bedsheets and grit my teeth, grimacing at the ceiling as I try not to cry. That had to be it. This isn't some kind of supernatural alternative dimension. This is real, and someone's fucking with us. We're probably being watched by cameras that are set up in the corners and peepholes right now. That idea sends a shiver down my spine as I glance to my left, scanning the wall for any inconsistencies. We need to get out of here as soon as we can, and the sooner we start moving, the better. I heard a small whining grunt to my left, and at that moment, I look over, only to find Carl isn't in the bed next to me. I stare for a moment at the tangled mess of sheets at the side of his bed, trailing off the side. Carl? Another grunt, then I hear Carl. At least I think it's Carl? His voice is deep, raspy, and it sounds like he's trying on some sort of weird accent that I've never heard him use.
My name's... Soiled.
Slowly I sit up, and that's when I see something white sitting next to the bed. What the hell? Jesus! I jump and slide back on my ass away from it, almost falling to the other side of the bed. Staring at it a few seconds longer allowed me to make up the clear shape of horns underneath the bedsheet. Carl is sitting next to the bed with a white sheet over his head, swaying back and forth gently. What the fuck, Carl? I shout, whisper to him. My early explanation sounded way too loud in this quiet room. I look over at Raven, but somehow he's still curled up on the sofa, fast asleep. Returning my attention to Carl, I jump again as I see that he's staring straight at me. Or would be staring straight at me if there wasn't a sheet in the way. Carl, what are you doing? This isn't fucking funny. Not at all. I push myself off the bed, leaning against it to take the weight off my swollen ankle, not to twice its original size, as I stand in front of Carl. I reach out to take the sheet off his head, but I hesitate. The horns, they look bigger than they should be, and the voice just is different somehow.
The dining. The love.
Carl, you're scaring the shit out of me. My voice is weak and it cracks at the end as I lose my nerve. Had this place been getting to Carl more than he'd been letting on? But then maybe he was just sleepwalking. I remember him doing that when he slept over at my house years ago. I reach out again more slowly this time, but again I hesitate. I can't shake the feeling that if I pull it off, it won't be Carl. Suddenly, the horned head shakes back and forth violently, the grunting reaching a fever pitch. Shocked, I fall back on my rear, yelping as my ankle is jolted. I lean back onto my hand, watching with wide eyes. The shaking is so wild that the sheet starts to slip off his head, or whatever it was under the sheet is trying to shake it off. I brace myself, watching as the sheet slides slowly from the horns to reveal... Carl. Of course it's Carl. He stares back at me with bleary eyes like he's just woken up. I swallow hard. Carl? Carl, what are you doing? He's silent for a moment, then finally speaks.
I know what to do.
Where are we supposed to be looking?
Anywhere, but I know it's here.
I lean uselessly against the wall, against the dining room table again, watching them. I'm biting my lip, trying not to lose my cool, trying to absorb everything Carl had just told me. You said James Hendricks himself came to you in your dream, right? Carl huffs but doesn't look at me.
Yep.
And he told you that you had to find something. Carl gets down on his hands and knees and looks under the stove.
I know it sounds stupid, but that's what happened.
I frown. You know, I had a dream about a giant spider crawling through the ceiling, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to be going looking for a spider in the ceiling.
No, this was different. Never had a dream like that before.
He stands back up and looks right at me.
It felt like it was actually in my brain, telling me.
I looked back at him for a while, not wanting to tell him he's going crazy just like I am. Well, it's kind of vague just to tell you that you need to find something, isn't it, Carl?
he told me other stuff too.
Carl moves closer to me, staring to look through the various decorum of the dining room. Like what? What'd he tell you? Carl lifts up a vase and looks inside.
Said that this place is chaos, leftover memory from the old house.
That still doesn't really make any sense, though.
And that he organized it for us into separate sections to help us figure this out and clear his name so we can get out of here.
How is clearing James Hendrick's name going to end this? I throw my hands up in the air to gesture at everything and that this is. Carl bends down to look under the dining room table, then stands up right in front of me.
Well, what else do we have to go off on?
Hey, I found something weird.
We both look over at Raven, who holds up a corkscrew. Carl turns back to me, ignoring the husky.
Well, if we find it, that locked door will open and we'll be able to get out.
If he's here, why doesn't he just show up himself and do this for us?
He said that if he's weak, that there are other forces in this house that have more control than he does. He can only do so much.
I gape at him. Do you hear yourself right now? Carl frowns, then moves past me. What does his name even need to be cleared of? I feel tears starting to sting my eyes again, because now I think I'm the only one here who realizes how crazy this all is. Don't you guys get what's actually going on here? Raven stops rustling through the drawers and looks up at me.
You okay, Chase?
No, because someone fucking kidnapped us and put us in this crazy maze dungeon, and we should be trying to figure out how we can get out! It's quiet for a moment as Raven and Carl exchange glances.
It's okay, Chase. We're gonna get out of here.
I lean my head back in despair, about to cover up my face with my hands when something catches my eye. In the chandelier, a small white envelope is wedged between the glass ornaments. I squint to make sure it's not my watering eyes creating an illusion. Yes, there's definitely an envelope up there. The diamond patterns from the crystal cast across its surface. Guys? Carl ignores me as he continues to shuffle through the things on the counter behind us. Carl, I found something! I point straight up towards the chandelier above me. Carl stops then, finally, and moves next to me, looking up.
Is that a letter?
Looks like it. Do you think... Is that what you're looking for? Carl gets up on the table, wobbling slightly as he reaches up to pull the envelope from the crystals. With a heavy thump, he drops back down from the floor. I'm still skeptical of everything right now, but as I get closer to look at the letter, I think I start to recognize it. That kind of looks like the same envelope your mom collected. Carl picks up the envelope, turning it over.
Kind of. It just says John on the front.
Carl opens the flap to empty out the contents.
Isn't that the guy that... Whoa!
The letter lights up and what sounds like a match being struck accompanies the flash. Carl gasps and drops the letter, shaking his hands.
It's on fire!
Shit, put it out!
I stupidly wonder if the lights had somehow set the letter on fire as Carl starts trying to smother the letter with the sleeve. At that moment, a great moaning sound shakes the walls, almost knocking me off my feet and sending plates crashing to the floor. I cling to the table as the plates fall from the counter and the chandelier swings above us. The deep groaning coalesces into a scream that makes me clap my hands over my ears. Carl is staring at the ceiling, his eyes wide when we hear another hissing sound. I jerk my head to look back in time to see a gush of inky black smoke burst from the stove, another scream accompanying it. It rushes straight towards us, and for just a moment I see the outline of what looks like a mouth and eyes in the smoke before it engulfs me. My senses are completely smothered. It feels like something is slamming up against my chest, and all my air is gone to be replaced by the unbreathable smoke. Its consistency is like water, filling my ears and eyes. I scream into the emptiness, but I can't hear myself over the cacophony that sounds like rushing water mixed with muffled screams and explosions. I fall to my knees, then curl up on the ground into a ball, just praying that the savage thing killing me would stop. Just as I'm starting to give in, something grabs the scruff of my neck hard and yanks me up so violently my teeth clack together. The fingers are unmistakably hooved.
The letter, you fucking idiot!
I'm shoved forward and find myself laying flat against the dining room table. Completely blind, I feel around before finding the letter. I clumsily rip the envelope apart, grabbing the letter inside. Then, like a massive vacuum being turned on, the smoke is sucked out of the room along with the horrible screaming and roaring. In an instant, the room is quiet again, and I slump back to the floor, gasping for breath. Carl is right next to me, curled up in the same position that I was. Raven is whimpering, his face in his hands and his rear in the air. Carl coughs a few times, wheezing in air before he looks at me and the envelope clutched in my hands.
What the hell just happened? Are you okay?
I can't respond. I lean back against one of the chairs tucked under the table for a moment, gathering my wits. Carl?
Yeah?
If that James guy tells you anything else, just tell me and we'll do it. Carl breathes heavily in response.
Raven, are you okay?
Raven sits a few feet in front of us, on his knees, tongue hanging out as he gasps.
Good. You know, that's what I saw yesterday.
Yeah, I gathered that.
I give a short, humorless laugh. That, and also that I'm done asking questions. I just want to get out of here. After a few minutes of catching our breaths, I turn my attention back to the letter. Somehow it completely is undamaged, despite catching on fire. It feels crisp and new, and the ink almost looks fresh. It definitely looks like it came from one of the bins in the crawl space. But if that were the case, then there's no way it could be in this great condition. The letter itself is short, and I start to read it aloud. My dearest John, the militia grows more agitated by the hour, and I feel that they will demand a search of this mansion. If that does indeed occur, I will do everything in my utmost power
to hold them off.
I look over at Carl, wondering if he just wanted to read the letter instead, but he's looking right at me.
They will never find the room I've left you in. Do not fear.
Carl moves closer to me, his hands reaching out to grab my shoulder. Carl?
But if they so much as try to lay a finger on your head, it will be the last thing they ever do.
Before I can even move, Carl leans in and kisses me. I'm just able to get a glimpse of Raven's shocked face before I'm practically smothered by Carl's soft, warm nose and lips. I freeze, my shoulders tensing. It's not that I'm not enjoying it, it's just that the kiss was so unwarranted. I'm not sure how long it lasts, but I never make a move to stop it. When Carl does finally pull back, it's awkward and he's looking just as confused as I am. Raven sits there openly staring at us. Carl lowers his ears, his nose growing pink.
Sorry. I don't know why I just did that.
I clear my throat. Don't worry about it. This place is doing weird things to me too.
Aw, that was cute.
Raven, could you help me up? I mostly ask him so we don't dwell on what just happened. Carl clears his throat.
Well, I think the door's open now. Let's go check.
We make our way slowly down the hall, Raven just behind us. I lean in closer to Carl's ear so the husky can't hear. So, was that really you? Or did your great-great-grand-whatever take control again?
I don't know. I think I was still in control. Just felt like the right thing to do, you know?
It looks like you already knew what the letter said.
Yeah.
I wait for him to go on, but he doesn't. Well, what does he need his name cleared for anyway? Being gay? I don't think people care about that stuff anymore.
No, we already sort of knew that. Besides, that was basically just a love letter.
So what is it that he thinks has ruined his legacy? Carl thinks.
I guess the idea that he just allowed his lover to die. I think people believe that he sort of just left John to die. Didn't really try to save him.
This whole mess seems like a pretty rough roundabout way to go about that, in my opinion. But like I said earlier, I'm done asking questions. Well, it was kind of nice. The kiss, I mean. Carl looks back at me with one green eye.
Yeah?
I smile a little. I guess the fact that something has been growing between us since the beginning of the week is pretty undeniable. And now we're here in this crazy alternate dimension with smoke monsters. So, well, fuck it, I guess. I lean forward and kiss his big soft cheek. Yeah. Carl grins and is about to say something when I catch movement out the corner of my eye. Immediately afterwards, I hear a dull thump and Carl's grunts, his eyes bulging out before he crumples, sending me to the floor with him.
Oh my god!
I yelp as my ankle bangs against the floor, and I roll onto my back, teeth grit, straining to reach down to hold my foot. Whatever the hell is just hit us is standing over me now. I raise a hand feebly to hold off the next blow. When it doesn't come, I lower it slowly and I look up.
Jenna?
What the hell is Jenna doing here? Jenna stands there stoically, holding what looks like a small wooden stool. Jenna, what? How did you get here? Jenna slowly sets the stool down, slowly seeming to recognize me. I lean forward to feel my ankle, the pain radiating from it in hot pulses.
Chase, are you okay? What happened to your leg?
I sprained it.
Hey, Jenna, it's been a while.
I look over at Carl, who's still curled up on the side, his arms wrapped around himself. Carl, are you okay? Then to Jenna. Did you hit him? Jenna walks past Carl and crouches down next to my leg.
This looks really, really bad.
Yeah. Carl, are you okay? Carl grunts and turns over to face us, a hand to his chest.
Jenna, what the fuck was that?
Jenna looks at my ankle a while longer before standing up and looking around. When it doesn't look like she's going to answer, Carl sits up.
How did you find us here?
Raven perks up.
Yeah, is there a way out?
Jenna finally looks down at Carl, and I note the complete lack of concern in her eyes.
I came to your house looking for TJ and ended up going to the basement.
She looks down the hall again.
And I ended up here somehow. I blacked out before I did, so I don't know how to get out.
Carl finally stands up, wearily eyeing the stool held loosely in Jenna's hand before bending down to help back me up.
Your leg okay?
He grunts into my ear as he settles his arm over his shoulder and slowly pulls me back up into his back. Mostly. I think I kind of twisted it again. Carl grunts again and turns back to Jenna, now with me on his back.
Well, that's pretty fucked up to just blindly swing at someone around a corner.
No, what's fucked up is walking up in a place you have no memory of going to.
Jenna's sharp muzzle points right at Carl, glaring. Carl stutters for a second, clearly not expecting to have Jenna snap back at him.
Hey, this isn't my fault. We have no idea where we're at either.
Well, why are you guys fighting?
Raven looks innocently between the two of them, his ears perked. It's a good question, and I watch Jenna closely from over Carl's shoulder. She just glares at Carl, arms folded. Did she blame him for this somehow? After a few seconds of awkward silence, Carl speaks up.
Well, you hit me once. I don't know why you are so mad at me.
Jenna looks back at Carl, and I see tenseness in her shoulders slowly loosen.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm just a little uptight after waking up here.
Hey, you're taking it better than us. Chase was freaking out for hours.
I give Raven a side glance.
Well, things have been going crazy since you two left the lake.
Like us ending up in this fucking nightmare dimension?
No, not just that.
Jenna sets the stool down on the carpet before sticking out her forearm. That's when I see this crusted blood in her fur in the form of 3 long lines.
What the?
TJ attacked me.
What? That sentence doesn't seem to fit together. TJ attacked?
Why?
Look, I have no idea.
The faraway vacant look Jenna had in her eyes earlier is fading to be replaced by a way more concerned expression that I better know her for.
He's been losing it ever since Flynn tried to grab him at the lake.
I start to feel a little sick to my stomach. But why?
He wouldn't tell me. He was just acting anxious. Kept looking over his shoulder.
But isn't he sort of like that most of the time, though? Jenna folds her arm, then shakes her head.
No, he kept looking around. Kept saying he was seeing things.
She stops short.
Like what?
Jenna looks up.
Sydney.
We're quiet for a while.
It seems all the rumors about this town are true. Everyone's just fucking crazy.
This isn't normal at all, even in Echo.
Jenna looks over at Raven.
Okay, I'm sorry, but who are you?
Raven grins.
No, I'm sorry. I'm Raven.
He sticks out a hand. Jenna looks down at it before turning back to me.
Chase, something was going on with Leo too. He kept asking around for you, then he ran off saying he had to take care of something.
I don't know why. I try to think of what Leo might have wanted from me, but I draw a blank. Could be anything.
Anyway, I've been trying to find TJ for a good part of Sunday. I don't even know what day it is anymore. Tried Carl's house since I'd ran out of any other options.
Jenna goes quiet, then reaches into her pocket and pulls out her phone, holding it up, clearly looking for a signal.
Just as I got to your house, Carl, I heard popping sounds.
Jenna sighs and puts her phone away again.
Gunshots, I'm pretty sure, coming from Main Street. Something's been happening to everyone.
Jenna slides her hand to her back pockets, looking around.
And now just all of this?
Wow. So something fucked up is happening all over town. I think about Leo and TJ and my stomach twists at the thought of them being out there. I can only hope that they were able to get out somehow.
At this point, I'm just waiting to wake up.
Yeah, we all are.
Yeah, especially after a giant smoke monster chased us all around the dining room.
What?
Jenna looks at me and Carl. Carl glances back at me as if asking to be the one to explain the impossibility that had just happened. I take a breath, trying to think of how I'm going to say this. So, I think at this point you're going to have to just go with whatever this place throws at you, Jenna.
Yeah, we're all just kind of accepted what's been happening.
Well, we have to. Otherwise it would just be us sitting around freaking out about how crazy this all is and not doing anything about it.
And so far it seems that we've at least been moving things forward.
Jenna stares at us.
Okay, look, what happened?
We all stand in front of the wooden door in half circle, none of us wanting to open it.
So, this is all to clear James's name.
It seems that way.
But why go through all of this trouble?
I rest on my good foot on the carpeted floor while I lean on Carl's back, wanting to give him some relief from carrying me all the time. Probably because the smoke monster thing is trying to stop him. Maybe it's making all these obstacles for us. Jenna had taken our whole description of what had happened in the dining room pretty well. She listened silently while I explained what happened so far.
So, I guess we can get this story straight. Maybe get it out of town about what really happened. We might be able to get out of here.
Jenna eyes the door.
You think that maybe there's a reason why this monster doesn't want James to get this information out?
We're quiet for a moment. Well, we don't have much else to go on. Again, there's a long pause as we all contemplate what the hell might be behind the door. That pause is broken by a certain husky, though, as his white hand suddenly reaches out to grasp the handle.
Maybe we've already done what needs to be done. I'll bet this gets us home.
Raven!
The heavy door pulls open slowly with an unearthly squeal. For the brief moment that I'm conscious, I see a black square in front of me that grows in size until it takes up my entire vision. The muscles in my back and neck seize up and my teeth clench together as my head jerks back. And then I'm falling. There's a rhythmic throbbing in my head, but it's hard to decide if it's coming from inside my head or outside. The next sense comes back to me is touch. I feel a cold, hard surface under my back. Probably wood, judging by the way my claws sink into it. I shift around a little, but I don't feel like getting up just yet. The smell is musty and old. I'm reminded of my old grandpa's woodshed, a place I'd often go when I played hide and seek. The drumming sound continues, and the rhythm makes me think that it's definitely coming from outside my body. It sounds tribal, in a way. Where am I? On the edges of my memory are troubling images of endless halls and rooms, the smell of decay, and a noose. But I feel like if I block it out and just go back to sleep, I can erase all of it. I almost succeed, but something brings me right out of my reverie.
Carl! Chase!
I grimace. The voice reminded me of something dark, cloudy.
Help!
The much louder yelp that follows has me rolling to my side, cracking my eyes open blearily. I'm in a dark room. Very dark. The only source of light coming from what looks like a candle on the bedside table. A large bed sits next to it. I'm laying near the front of this bed. Opposite me, I can barely make out a wall, next to which is a wooden box.
Help!
Raven's plaintive moan forces me to my feet, my joints cracking uncomfortably. As I drag my foot right up to stand under me, a blinding pain flashes up my leg, sending bright white across my vision. I let out a muffled scream of pain behind clenched teeth, closing my eyes as I wait for it to subside. Ah! Memories are starting to flow back to me. There's a doorway in front of me, and I start to make my way towards it, hopping slowly on my left foot, holding the right off the ground. I come to a small hallway, one that branches off to my left into a corridor of darkness. Right in front of me, however, is a set of stairs. Light glows at the bottom, and I'm pretty sure that's where Raven's voice is coming from. In fact, I'm pretty sure I can hear other voices coming from there as well. I look down at my ankle, wincing as I see that it's gotten even bigger, now more than twice its original size. I'm starting to think that it's more than a sprain. As I make my way down the stairs, cringing with every light hop, my stomach starts to sink. I remember now, the weird mansion that we were just in, the doors and the hallways and the smoke monster, and the door we just went through. Whatever's happening to us isn't over yet. When I reach the bottom of the stairs, I find Jenna and Carl standing next to a tall brown wardrobe. As I stand there, breathing heavily, Carl turns to see me.
Chase!
He immediately rushes to my side, his hooves clopping loudly against the wooden floor. I think he's simply coming over to support me, but he wraps me up in a hug.
God, I kept worrying that one of us is going to disappear. I'm glad you're still here.
Yeah, I'm fine. I was upstairs in a bedroom, I think. The anxiety I'm feeling over the whole situation goes away just a little, absorbed into the soft warmth of Carl's body. Over Carl's shoulder, I can see Jenna watching us, her eyes narrowed, expression dark. I'm about to ask what's wrong when I hear a loud bang inside the wardrobe.
Guys, are you still there? I think something touched me.
Jenna turns back to the wardrobe, silent for a moment, then bends down to look at something.
Guys?
I hear a metallic click, and then Jenna jumps back as one of the doors swing open and a black and white blur falls out like a rock. Raven faceplants neatly into the wooden floor. He stays there a moment, moaning into the planks before Jenna bends over to help him up.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I just felt like something grabbed me.
Looking back up into the wardrobe to find a very bare and empty wooden compartment. I'm inclined to believe him, though, after everything that's happened.
Well, where are we?
It's a good question, and now with the excitement over, I will take the opportunity to look around as well. Everything is wooden, the walls, the floor, the ceiling. There's a large rug on the floor covered in colorful patterns and shapes. It reminded me of the art projects we do in elementary school when learning about natives. There's a big stone fireplace and 2 rugs covering the chairs in front of it. Jenna gingerly shuts the wardrobe.
So, a log cabin.
Does everybody remember where we were before?
Yeah, that mansion place.
So we're still stuck in this dimension thing.
I sigh, rubbing my face with one hand while I lean against Carl with the other. I'd long ago given up trying to figure out exactly what the hell is going on. Like Carl said earlier, we just have to keep moving and I hope we get out of here.
What's that sound?
The drumming that I had thought was coming from within my head started up again.
Drums?
The husky moves towards the wall, which consists of several logs stacked horizontally on top of each other.
I can't see anything. The cracks are filled in with stuff.
I look around again, this time more carefully. Right in front of me is a large log door, not unlike the one we initially came through. On my left side, separated by the stairs, is what looks like the kitchen side of the room. In it, there's a small table with 2 chairs on either side. There's also a big, black, wood-burning stove next to a few shelves which are full of pots and pans. Various tools and furniture clutter up the rooms. And there's a window. I pointed out to Carl. Look, let's try and see our way out of here, okay? Carl pulls me through the familiar position on his back before clopping over to the window. The sound's a bit louder with my added weight. Jenna and Raven follow behind. There's a ledge next to the window, thankfully, and Carl lets me sit on it. I turn out to look at the window while the others crowd around me, resting their hands on the wooden bench. The first thing I notice is a flickering light in the distance, about 100 yards away. It casts out across the ground around it. Shadows from the rocks and bushes dance around with the movement of the illumination. It's definitely a fire. A large one, probably. Maybe a bonfire. The blackness around the fire is unnatural, though, just like what I saw through the windows in the mansion. It's inky and thick, and has the oppressive air of almost being alive. No other light comes from what I presume to be the sky, that fire being the only signal that anything exists outside the cabin.
A fire?
Raven says redundantly.
The drumming. It's coming from it.
Carl reaches out, but his hands looks to immediately press against something. I reach out too and feel a solid, flat surface where a pane of glass might be set up, but it's clear there's nothing visible there. Observe, accept, move on.
Hey, look!
I look up in time to see something dark flash across the fire. It disappears into the darkness to the right of the flame, though.
What was that?
Maybe it was a tumbleweed or something.
No, it was jumping, whatever it was.
I feel a prickling along my neck, and now I'm not really into the idea of just staring out into the darkness. But then it happens again, and I see what Jenna's saying. The dark shape starts at the left side of the fire before passing in front of it. You get a brief impression of a tail and ears, legs, and arms pumping up as if jogging in place. It moves past the flames and disappears into the darkness again. Something's out there. We continue to watch, but the drum beat dies down after about a minute. It's clear nothing's moving out there anymore.
What was it?
Well,
Carl glances at Jenna.
The drum beat sounded kind of native, don't you think?
He's clearly waiting for Jenna to confirm.
Maybe.
There's an awkward silence before Carl coughs.
Well, let's think. We aren't able to get out of the mansion until we found that letter, right?
He looks at me. Yeah? I respond automatically.
Well, if that's the case, then maybe we have to find something in here, right?
I guess that would make sense, but what are we supposed to find? Another letter?
Yeah, I didn't... Didn't someone tell you about finding something? That it would open the door?
Yeah, and I think it makes sense that whoever set this up would do it in the same way, right?
I sigh and stop staring at the window, my back sore from the twisting motion. I sit up straight onto the bench and look out into the cabin. Well, if we're supposed to find another letter, there's a bunch of places to hide it.
Maybe we should try the door first.
Jenna walks over to the door and looks it up and down before reaching to the side back the rusty bolt. To my surprise, it moves with only a little resistance.
Are we supposed to want to go out there? I mean, we don't know who that was running around.
Jenna hesitates, then heaves back on the door, but it doesn't budge, not even an inch. Jenna sighs. Irvin bounds up next to Jenna before enthusiastically yanking back on the handle as well. Again, the door holds fast.
Yeah, of course.
Jenna stares at the door a moment before turning back to us.
Let's take a look around upstairs. If we're supposed to find something, then we should start from top to bottom.
Yeah, agreed.
Carl bends down to pick me up, but I rest a paw on his shoulder. Wait, I don't want you to drag me everywhere, let alone up and down the stairs. He stops mid-stoop, his face level with mine as he looks at me.
You sure? I don't really want to leave you alone down here.
As I look back at him, I can't help but note the differences that I noticed earlier. His face has harder lines, his fur duller, his eyes somehow deeper. Wiser?
You alright?
I break out of my trance and blink. Yeah. I'll just stay down here and look around where I can. Jenna and Raven are already making their way up the stairs, Raven going on about how his family used to have their own log cabin.
Alright, but shout if you need anything.
I smile. At least I feel some parts of Carl are still familiar. After the ram heads up the stairs, I lean back into a little bench, letting my head tilt back as I close my eyes. Even in this new environment, everything is still feeling surreal. I've come to welcome the feeling, though. It's a nice little barrier to everything that's happening right now. In some ways, I can still pretend that this is a dream. Hell, even now I'm thinking it's a dream, that I'm still somehow stuck in one of my paralyses. Maybe I'm in a hospital right now, and they're trying to figure out how to pull me out of it. That thought has me feeling like I'm being watched, and the fur prickles around my neck. I guess it would be kind of awkward if all those doctors are watching me right now. Maybe Carl and Jenna are there too, and Leo and Flynn and TJ. The feeling gets stronger, so I turn back around to look out the window. It's still silent, and the lonely little flame at the distance continues to flicker around the rocks and the sagebrush. Makes me wonder how endless this world is. If we're in some type of ghost dimension being manipulated by what are basically ghost gods, then this whole ordeal, could it be never ending? Thought twists my stomach, so I stopped thinking about it. I turned back around and forced my eyes to start scanning the kitchen from top to bottom, looking for something, anything that might stand out. I assume I'm looking for a letter. But again, if the rules are limitless in this world, there's no telling what it might be that we're supposed to find next. I think about vocally asking James, or whoever the hell it is, for some help. Maybe some kind of hint at least, but there's no way I'm going to do that without the others with me. Thinking about pushing off the bench to start limping around the kitchen when a small scratching sound catches my attention. I hold still, then I lean back, tilting my ear towards the sound. It's muffled and a bit distant, but it's coming from directly to my left. It's happening on the outside of the cabin? My fur prickles, and I think about calling Carl. I can't hear the three of them stomping around, talking to each other in muffled voices from upstairs. I turn around again, this time a little more tentatively. The dancing bonfire continues to glow quietly, no other movement aside from the shadows. This time a rustling sound comes from that same spot, and I instinctively turn my eye in its direction. Carl? I raise my voice only a little bit, but their conversation carries on upstairs as if I hadn't said anything. I look up at the ceiling, then back out to the window. The rustling sound continues, this time in earnest, as if something's twisting around in the brush. It's coming from just out of view of the window, right at the base of the house. I hold my breath and lean forward, stretching my neck up to get a better angle and peer down into the darkness. It's really too dark to see much, or at least that's what I was thinking. Almost as if it had its own glow, a bright white face stares back at me from the blackness. My mind blanks and my body seizes up. And just like that, I'm in a paralysis, forced to stare down a white face, the black eyes. It's as if the thing is holding me with its gaze, but as it does, its features becomes more definable. I see tall ears, a long pointy muzzle, and some type of face across the thing's forehead. Something.
Stop it.
Something says it very deliberately through their teeth right in my ear. And at the same time, the face flickers and fuzzes, like a TV picture with bad reception. The head twitches and shifts, and then the muzzle opens and... The cackle that comes forth is all at once terrifying and familiar, and at that moment, I'm released. My vocal cords start working at the same time, and I let out a scream as I fall backwards. I land on the wooden floor with a loud thud that shakes the pots and pans on the shelves. The room spins, and I feel like I'm coming right out of a dream, like I've been sleeping for ages. The next thing I know is that I'm surrounded by the three faces of my friends, all looking down at me. Carl grabs me under the arms and pulls me right into a sitting position, his face worried, but there's something else too. Anger?
But what happened?
I'm startled by his abruptness, and I stammer through an answer. I was a face, out the window.
What did the face say?
Carl, what are you doing?
Raven reproaches the ram gently, his ears failing. Carl glances out at the husky, and then Jenna, who's been silent so far, then back at me, slowly letting go.
Sorry, I was just worried about you. What did you see? Did it say anything? The face.
It takes a moment to find my voice. No, it didn't say anything. It just laughed.
Well, what did it look like?
A fox, maybe? Had a band over its head. Carl's eyes narrow.
Hey, I found something.
We all look up at Raven as he holds up a white piece of paper.
Well, what is that?
Carl stands up, staring so hard at the paper in Raven's hands.
I don't know, it just looks like a photocopy of a newspaper. Let's see.
Raven turns towards the candle sitting on the desk. Janet stands behind him.
Misetta boy, missing after...
Whoa!
Raven flinches back as the paper catches fire, illuminating the entire cabin room. Our shadows dance along the walls. The paper which Raven had dropped flutters to the floor, a tongue of angry flame eating it up completely before it hits the floor. We all stare at the smoldering flake of ash on the ground.
Raven, are you kidding me?
What? I wasn't even that close to the candle.
That might have been what we needed.
But I...
Raven stares at his hands, looking forlornly between them and the candle which seems to flicker innocently on the table. I rest my face in my hands. Well, what do we do?
He wasn't near the candle.
I pull my head out of my hands, not because of what Jenna said, but because of the way she said it.
Huh?
I've got a side angle here. You were at least 2 feet away.
There's a brief silence.
Jenna, what are you talking about?
Look, I don't know, Carl. What am I talking about?
Jenna turns to the ram, eyes narrowed, teeth just slightly bared. I look at Carl. He's frowning, a concerned look on his face.
Jenna, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm saying there's no way that candle burned that paper.
Carl's concerned expression deepens, but there's also a hint of condescension there.
Well, what else could it have done, Jenna?
This time the silence is heavy. I'm baffled by the interactions that they've been having so far. Judging by the look on Raven's face, so is he.
Hey guys, I'm sorry I burned it, but maybe we can figure something out from the title. Meseta Boy Missing.
I look at Jenna. Oh yeah, Meseta, isn't that your fox tribe?
Yep.
I feel my face flush as I wonder if I'm being insensitive. I think she knows everyone from the tribe.
But what does that mean? A lot of people go missing out here.
Well, it would have something to do with James, right?
How do we know that?
I look at Carl. Are you okay, man? You've been acting really weird ever since we got here.
I think we're all acting a little different after getting here, don't you think?
Carl glances at Jenna.
Are we fighting again?
Staring at the ash on the ground, something I should have realized earlier suddenly hits me. Wait a minute, that newspaper. It kind of looked like something that came out of the crawl space tubs.
What do you mean?
I was looking through some artifacts that Carl's family saved from way back when for that project I was doing. Seems like years ago at this point. I snapped my fingers. And some of the stuff is missing from it, like pages ripped out from Carl's mom's notes that had photocopies of old newspapers.
So is that just a clipping from the notes?
Maybe? I don't know, but John was native, so maybe it has something to do with him. I think back to the small fox I saw through the window, the band across his forehead. Was that John?
So the ghost just ripped out the pages to show you this nightmare world. Why didn't he just point them out to you in the real world?
I don't really have an answer for that.
Then we wouldn't be going through this shit right now.
Ghost rules, maybe.
Raven shrugs.
And what if that was our key out of here?
Well, they can't just leave us here, right?
We don't know anything about where we are or what these things are capable of.
So, what now? Just sit around and wait for something else to happen?
Carl suddenly sighs.
Well, I'm gonna look around some more. You guys do whatever you want.
Again, I'm taken aback by Carl's demeanor. I've never seen him just act like this before. It's like he's a different person altogether. Without another word, he turns his hoof and walks away. Over the next several hours, we search the cabin from top to bottom. I hobble around the ground floor, careful not to look out the window, even when the drumming starts up again in a few points. I check all the shelves under the chairs and the tables and the stove and the pantry between the cracks in the floor and the walls. We don't find anything. At some point, I almost topple over from dozing off, and that's when we call off the search. There's some discussion as to where we should sleep, if we should do it in shifts. Jen suggests she stays up downstairs while the rest of us sleep, just in case something else happens. Carl suggests that I sleep in the bed upstairs because of my leg, and I have to agree with him. Raven stays downstairs with Jenna, making himself comfortable in one of the chairs. As Carl hobbles up the stairs with me on his back, Jenna watches us the whole way. I sit on the bed, watching as Carl moves about the room, looking behind shelves and under the bed. Carl, I hate to ask again, but are you okay? He looks back at me.
Yeah, I'm fine. I just want to make sure everything is safe for you.
Thanks, it's just you seem different, I guess. Carl looks at the ceiling, seemingly thinking. It's difficult to make him out in the darkness. Just like when he had a sheet over his head, I get the feeling that who I'm looking at might not be Carl.
I think it's just that this has made me grown up. I realize how useless I've been. This is sort of an opportunity for me to actually do something. Help people, you know?
Well, yeah. Sounds nice, but I can't get rid of that nagging feeling that something is off. It's in the way he talks, the way he moves, right down to his facial expressions. I swing my legs gingerly on the bed and lay back. Carl comes over to sit on the other side. Gonna sleep here too?
Yeah, you need me to get around, so I'm gonna be by your side as much as possible.
Alright. Thank you. As we lay awkwardly on our backs for a moment, Carl suddenly turns on the side and pulls me into his chest. I'm surprised and turn instinctively so that he's spooning me. I guess it makes sense after our semi-confession back at the mansion. He nuzzles my neck, but again, the affection is just weirdly unnatural. Even with his big warm body next to mine, it takes me a long time to fall asleep. I think I know what this is. I can make a guess. I think it's definitely not Carl. I'm going to be vague about my guess. I open my eyes and blearily I can make out the dark cabin room. My heart sinks again at realizing where I'm at, but it's more subdued this time. Guess I'm getting used to my new life. My mouth is dry, very dry, and I feel like I need to find water or I'm not going to go back to sleep. I sit up. Carl's moved back to the side of the bed at this point, lying out on his back, snoring. Quietly I get out of the bed, wincing at how creaky the floorboards are. I make my way down the stairs, eyes adjusted to the point where I can barely make out ledges. When I reach to the ground level, I see that Raven is splayed out on the carpet, snoring as well. I shake my head before moving to the kitchen. Jenna isn't there, and I wonder where she might be at. Was she in that other room upstairs? Maybe I just missed her when I was distracted by Raven. Looking around, I see a small cup sitting on the table. I'm almost positive it hasn't been there before, but maybe Raven or Jenna had set it there. Walking over to it, I'm relieved to see that it's filled with what looks like water. I pick it up and sniff at it, not really getting a hint of anything. Tentatively, I take a sip. And immediately spit it out. It's salty, putrid, it tastes like... I jump and some of the liquid splashes to the floor. Gingerly, I set down the cup, looking to the opposite of the room. Everything is still in the other room. I can't even hear Raven snoring anymore. This time I see the wardrobe move. The door specifically. I stare, wide-eyed. Everything falls still again, but I don't dare move. Jenna? I whisper loudly. It wouldn't make any sense why she'd be in there, but who else would it be? Ghosts, of course. I'm about to take a step forward towards the stairs, or maybe at least to wake Raven up, but that's when the small door cracks open. I freeze, all of the fur on my body standing up. James? Words die on my tongue as something long and black slides out from behind the door. It dips down towards the ground, and only then does it vaguely take the shape of a foot. Another long black tendril follows, slightly ahead of the first one. When it touches the ground, it takes the shape of a hand, resting flat on the wooden floor. I choke and start to try and back away, but then... the door explodes open, and I just barely am able to make out a galloping black shape before it engulfs me. I collapse back on the ground, twisting, trying to scream, but the thing is completely covering and smothering me. I choke and gag, feeling like I'm being suffocated. My arms pinned to my sides, my legs rigid. As I try to yank away from the thing, it feels like something is freed from my mouth, and I'm able to scream. Help! Get it off me! Help!
Jeez!
The surface underneath me becomes soft, the thing on top of me warm. Through bleary eyes, Carl's just able to make out the curve of the horns. Carl? I hear movements from the doorway and I glance in that direction to find Jenna standing there, hackles raised, teeth barred. Jenna! Before I know what exactly is going on, Jenna sprints across the room and jumps on the bed. Carl doesn't even have time to turn around before she snatches him up by the horns and yanks his head back violently. The ram lets out a choking sound as he's dragged back and thrown onto the floor. Jenna jumps up the bed and after him. From the sound of it, she lands on him. What follows is a series of thuds and smacks. Weakly, I pull myself from the foot of the bed and still am completely disoriented.
I knew it, you motherfucking piece of shit!
What I see is Jenna sitting on Carl's back, swinging her fists into his head while the ram tries to cover up.
You haven't changed at all!
Jenna, stop! I roll up the bed, confused as to why I'm so weak. Pain shoots up my leg again, but this time I barely notice it. There's something around Jenna, something big and black, like a shadow making her look much bigger than she actually is. Her fists swing and hit Carl with a force I didn't think she was capable of. Then she grabs Carl by the horns again and yanks back before slamming his face into the floor. Jenna! I lunge forward, trying to pull myself between the two of them. Underneath me and Carl has gone limp. Just like Jenna, there's something black and shadowy around him as well, but it's fading, moving away. Jenna's still trying to get at Carl, reaching around me, snarling in my ear, a sound that makes my fur stand on end. Then she's gone. I look to my left and see Jenna being drawn back by Raven, his eyes wide with shock.
What are you doing?
Jenna struggles in the husky's grasp.
I saw him! He was trying to fuck the otter!
The otter. Jenna, stop! He was helping me! Raven continues to try and pull Jenna towards the door, but she continues to struggle. I was having a nightmare! Jenna's struggling and losing some of its vigor, but she continues to snarl in Carl's direction. Raven, please get her out of here! The shadow around Jenna seems to shrink, and her face shows some doubt as she stares at the crumpled form of Carl. After a moment, she seems to let the husky lead her across the room, and I hear soothing tones from Raven as he leads her down the stairs. I turn back to Carl, who has his arms around his face, his head buried in the ground. After a while, I see his shoulders heaving with sobs. Gently, I pull one of his arms back, and he looks up at me. This time I recognize his face. I sit next to Carl on the bed, mopping up his face with bloodied button-up shirt. He sits there silently, looking at his hands while he works. At least nothing's broken.
Dude, what happened?
I'm not sure if he's talking about what happened with Jenna, or just everything else. I've been asking the same question since we got here, Carl. He looks at his hands again.
I felt different.
I sit back and look at him over, satisfied with having cleaned up most of his face. You were acting different, too.
Like, I felt like I knew everything. I knew what I was doing.
You were acting really confident. I agree and set his bloodied shirt off to the side. When I look back at him, he seems so sad and beaten down that I have to hug him.
Dude, you're gonna make me start crying again.
His voice cracks, but he hugs back anyway. I'm just glad you're back. It felt like I was talking to a stranger. Carl leans against me and sighs.
I don't know if I'm glad, though. It's just like I came down from a huge high.
I rub his shoulders for a while before I venture forward with my guess. Was it James?
I don't know. Maybe.
Carl looks at his hands again, like he's questioning if they're even his.
I just felt like I knew what I wanted, and when things didn't go the way I thought they would, I'd get really pissed.
He's silent for a while, I imagine, contemplating what he'd just gone through. Jenna isn't really acting like herself, either. Carl looks up at that.
Yeah, it felt like whatever was in me, whatever it is, really hates what Jenna is doing for some reason.
Carl looks around at the room, scanning it with his dark green eyes.
I feel like all this is some kind of mental fight between James and whatever else is fighting against him.
He looks back down at his hands.
That's why we have to do all of this.
He falls back into silence, and I don't ask any more questions, wanting to let him rest a bit. There's one nagging thought that comes to my mind, though.
This is kind of stupid, but what happened back in the mansion, you know, that thing between us?
He looks up at me, and I feel my face flush, looking away.
I guess I'm wondering if any of that was real. I mean, if it really was you feeling that way.
Carl doesn't say anything, so I'm forced to look up at him. When I do, he has a sad sort of smile on his face.
Dude, I think that was the only part of me that wasn't real.
Despite where we are, despite everything that's happening, that somehow makes me incredibly happy. Happy enough to lean forward and kiss him. He kisses back, and while it barely is more than a peck, it has my entire body feeling warm. He puts his arm around me after I pull back, and I rest my head on my shoulders.
I feel like it's going to try to come back, though.
I look at him. What, James?
Whatever it is, I can already feel it, like it's on the edge of my mind.
Do you think you can fight it? Carl sighs and looks at me.
Should I?
What do you mean?
I mean, it made me feel amazing, like I could do anything. Maybe we need that.
I frown. I don't know.
Not only that, but I felt like I knew what to do. It might save us.
He stares back into my eyes.
I know it's not really me, but it'll probably only be for the time that we're here.
I look away, thinking.
Then I'll be back to my old self.
He squeezes my shoulder.
But it's important to me what you think. We're in this together.
I think I should let us help us. If anyone's here and wants to give me a push in one direction or another, let me know. I'm going to do a quick little save. Yes. You want to fight it? Yeah, I don't trust it very much either. Okay, we'll go with what you say, Chase. Let's fight it. I want to get some water! I need some water. So, give me a second as I get some water. I am basically dying of thirst here. I have not had... Oh, wait, is this water? Oh my gosh, it is! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that is so glorious. I haven't had water in so long. I might as well get some water right now. Water! If it's gonna let me get all this water. Oh wow. I need to refill up my water tank. At least I got some water, at least. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Now back to it. Fight it. No. Whether or not it made Carl feel good, I can't shake the bad feeling it gives me. I rest a hand on his. No. After everything that's happened, I don't trust whatever it is. Carl watches me closely. Seriously, we need to be more careful. Besides, I lean my head against his shoulder again. We are in this together. We don't need that thing meddling with us to get us through it. I feel some of the tension go out of Carl's muscles, and we wrap each other in each other's arms more tightly. We sit there for a while, Carl absorbing what I just said. It's clear that whatever it is that's influencing Carl, and probably Jenna, is powerful. And we have to be careful. Oh, whatever's influencing Carl and Jenna is powerful. Got it, sorry. I was confused. Whatever he decides, I just pray it's the right decision. Fight it, dude. Fight it. I wake up, groggily, my head throbbing a bit from laying on a stiff pillow. Like the last time I woke up, it takes me a while to realize just where I am. And just like last time, I get a sinking feeling in my stomach when I realize where that is. I lay on my side, staring at the wall in front of me, watching shadows dance along the log bumps. It's depressing, though not as much as the last time. At some point, I guess I realized that there wasn't much I could do. Just go with it and hope something comes out of it. At least there seemed to be a goal in mind of whatever had control of this. Whatever it was. Suddenly I feel an arm slide over my hip and I stiffen. Carl breathes into the back of my neck.
You okay?
I feel the soft warmth of Carl's body press up against my back. It's been a long, long time since I felt someone spoon me. Thinking about Leo, though, only makes my stomach knot up even more. Yeah. Carl picks up on it right away. His broad muzzle sneaks over my neck, and soon he's pressing his cheek against mine. I can feel him hesitating as he does it. His movement's kind of jerky and awkward. I almost laugh, but I have to remind myself that Carl probably hasn't done this before. At least not since high school. Definitely not with a guy, at least. A hand slides over my side, close to my crotch. It doesn't go lower, though, and keeps it pressed against my body. It feels nice having someone so close to me like this. Even though I've given up on trying to understand the situation, I'm still scared about what's happening. I can feel Carl's heart beating hard against my back, and I wonder if he's thinking about the same things. That's when I feel his very hard cock pressing up against my ass. I almost laugh again. Here I am at a haunted ghost cabin, and my childhood friend is grinding up on me. Carl feels me tense up, and lifts his hand away from my stomach.
So sorry, is this not...
I roll over abruptly to face him. His green eyes immediately look away from mine, and I see red creeping underneath the thin fur of his ear. I decide to go with the same technique I used last night and slide up against his soft body before pressing my lips up against his. That seemed to break the ice, and he immediately responds, pressing his tongue against my lips before I open them to let them in. Carl surprisingly is good at tongue kissing, better than Leo was anyway. It glides over my tongue before flicking against my teeth. I'm momentarily worried about how I haven't brushed for at least 2 days now, but Carl doesn't seem to mind. He hasn't either, after all. He wraps his hands around my back, sliding one under my body so he can wrap me in a full embrace. The feeling of being enveloped in Carl's soft and strong warmth makes my heart skip a beat, and pretty soon, just as hard as he is. While his hands toy with my tail, I get to work running my own hands under his shirt, sliding them along his firm belly before pushing his shirt up. Carl tenses and giggles.
Yeah, fuck, that tickles.
I pause and smirk at him. I barely even touched you. I give his stomach a light prod and he curls up a bit, grabbing my wrist.
Dude, I think I'm just not used to being touched like...
I play both hands this time, running them like spiders up his stomach and chest.
Dude, no!
He twists and writhes under my hands, desperately trying to stifle his giggles before finally snatching up my hands by the wrists. I'm reminded how strong he is when he easily rolls me to my back, straddling my hips as he pins my hands above my head.
You asshole.
Carl's breathing heavily, letting out a giggle every now and then. Sorry, I've just never seen someone get so... I pause as I hear some movement from downstairs, followed by what sounds like Raven's voice. I'm reminded of our situation when I see flakes of blood across Carl's nose and the big splotches on his shirt.
I guess we're being a little loud.
Yeah. How's your nose? Carl automatically raises a hand to touch his nose.
Meh. Hurts a little bit, but I'm okay.
That's good. I lay there in silence for a few seconds, feeling like the moment is kind of ruined. I look again at the walls, remembering that we should be looking for something instead of messing around like this.
What you looking at?
No, not sure. You know, we should be heading to find something, right?
Huh?
My crotch is starting to get a little uncomfortable under the weight of Carl's body. I mean, didn't that ghost ancestor, whatever it was, tell you we needed to find stuff? Carl rubs his nose.
Yeah. The last place we're in, at least.
I guess it would be the same for this place, right? Unless it was what we already burned up.
Yeah.
Carl sits there quietly thinking. Well, I think I might try to look downstairs. You want to stay up here and look around?
Yeah.
I want to get the other two starting to look too. The threat of Jenna hangs heavy in the air, and the way we're both obviously avoiding it makes it all the more heavier.
What about your ankle?
I flex it around a little. The twinge a lot less sharp now, though the stiffness feels even worse. I think I'm okay. Let me try it out.
Okay.
Carl sits there for a while longer, then seems to suddenly realize that he needs to get off so I can get up. He scrambles off awkwardly as I sit up and swing my leg over the side of the bed. Pressing my foot to the floor, the twinge that runs through my ankle is minuscule. Standing up, I'm able to put some pressure on it before it hurts too much. The problem is that I can't bend the joint at all, leaving me with an obvious and lumbering limp. I think I'm okay.
Can I get you down the stairs at least?
I warm to the concern in Carl's voice, though I don't really want him and Jenna anywhere near each other. Especially after what she might have heard just now. Nah, I want to test it out a bit more. I turn my head to look back at Carl and see a worried look on his face. Okay, I'll call you if I need any help, okay? Carl purses his lips.
Yeah, alright.
The trip down the stairs is ponderous and awkward. I'm probably loud, too, because when I reached the bottom, I found both Raven and Jenna already staring at me. Hi!
Hey.
Jenna doesn't say anything, continuing to watch me. We stare at each other awkwardly for a bit before she finally moves her head to look down at my leg.
How's your leg?
It's alright. A bit stiff, though. I grasp up the opportunity to talk about anything other than what we're obviously avoiding. I think I should be able to walk normally. Maybe in a few days.
Hopefully in a few days we'll be out of here so you can do that.
Yeah. Jenna's definitely not herself right now. Her eyes are vacant, dull, and... it's hard to explain, but they lack the mischievous and compassionate look that I'm used to seeing. Her voice is weird, too. It's deeper, more husky.
We'll be out there then.
Raven says it with a grin as he leans back in the chair he's sitting in. Yeah, actually I want to talk to you guys about that.
About what?
About how to get out of here.
And how do we do that?
Well, I was thinking the last time we were able to unlock the door, all we had to do was find that letter. Raven blinks at me.
So, we find a letter?
Or something like that. We just need to find something is all.
Well, we did find something.
I look over at Jenna. Huh?
I said we did find something. Carl burned it.
Oh, well, I don't think Carl burned it.
He did.
I pause. But there's got to be something else, or maybe whatever's doing this is a way of putting something else here. The others don't say anything. I don't know, but we can't just sit here. Looking around is the least we could do.
Where is Carl?
Jenna's standing up now, looking at the ceiling. Faintly, I can hear the clopping of Carl's hooves on the soft wood. He's looking around upstairs. Jenna continues to look up at the ceiling, her face stony.
Let's start in this room.
Raven stands up and starts walking along the wall, looking up and down the logs, prodding at the spaces between. Jenna's still looking up at the ceiling, and I worry that she's going to try and go upstairs. Hey, Jenna, can you help me look around in the kitchen? Jenna looks back at me.
Huh?
My ankle still kind of hurts. It'd be nice to be able to lean on someone if I need to walk far, like to the kitchen. Jenna pauses before moving over to my side. She stands there stoically, and I awkwardly wrap an arm around her shoulders. Thanks.
Yeah.
We amble slowly to the kitchen. Jenna stops in the middle of the room and waits. I guess I'll start with the cabinets? My voice goes up at the end like I'm asking a question. Jenna doesn't say anything, so I stumble away from her, again awkwardly, before finding support on the wooden pantry. I hesitantly start opening up some of the cupboards, feeling a lot less into the idea than I was just a few minutes ago. Jenna stares out the window. So, you okay? She finally looks back at me, frowning.
I'm fine. Why?
You're being really distant?
Do you need me to stand next to you?
No, I mean, you seem like you're not really here mentally.
Well, I'm sorry.
I open another pantry door with a set of glass mugs. Is it something to do with Carl? I know that Jenna's going through something similar to what Carl is. I just have no idea what's doing it or why. Something that wants us to go as unsmoothly as possible, clearly.
You know, I don't have a problem with Carl.
I mean, what you did yesterday.
I just have a problem with the way he acts. He could do a lot if he just puts his mind to it.
It takes me a moment to realize that she's talking about what happened before all of this. So, you attacked him?
What? No, that was something else.
I turned around and finally see something familiar about Jenna. Some life in her eyes. Maybe all I have to do is talk about stuff before this whole warp to the ghost dimension. I mean, he tries, he just has problems. Shouldn't a psychology major know that? Jenna looks away from me.
You know, I guess, but I'm not a therapist.
So what?
So I don't know.
No, I mean, shouldn't anyone have sympathy?
I'd have a little more sympathy if he'd actually try and get some help.
He has, but it's not that easy. Again, I don't feel like I should be explaining this to someone who has 4 years of psychology under her belt. I tried to get help, but I didn't feel better for years. Jenna doesn't say anything. Carl's problems doesn't really start until his first year of college. I keep pulling open cupboards, my heart sinking a little more each time there's nothing inside. I mean, yeah, he had problems before, but it's only getting worse for him.
Well, it doesn't matter what I think about Carl right now. We're trying to find a way out of here, and screwing around isn't going to help.
Jenna says it in such a way that I feel like it was supposed to be pointed. There's a little doubt now that she's heard us messing around upstairs. I sigh and reach to pull open the last cabinet.
He's not who you think he is.
It's so quiet and deep, I'm not sure that it's Jenna that said that. I turn around, but she's already on the other side of the room, standing next to the opposite set of pantries. Did you say something? She doesn't respond, so I stare at her for another few seconds before slowly turning back around. The fur on the back of my neck prickles at the idea of turning back on her. Well, or it. Why did these damn ghosts have to be so subtle and cryptic? If that's what it is, of course. Seemed like James had no trouble of telling Carl about the whole clue-finding crap. Why couldn't they just tell him, or even Jenna, right now, instead of just creeping me out? The kitchen isn't very big, so I run out of things to search through pretty quickly. I skip the area around the window, though, not having forgotten what happened yesterday. Yesterday? I don't know how to keep track of time in this place. I look back over at Jenna, who's still in the same place, staring at the pantry. The thought that maybe I myself could be possessed momentarily passed through my mind. What if I was possessed? For some reason I doubt it, even though I'm not sure why. I don't really feel like I'm of interest to whatever it is that's doing this. At least not directly. As I continue to stare, I see something past Jenna at the base of the stairs. A ram's horn's curling out from around the corner to the entrance of the stairs. I stare for a moment. Hey, I'm gonna go upstairs, actually. Jenna's head snaps back sharply to stare at me, and I swear I hear her neck crack. Just to see if you found anything. I'll be back. I awkwardly settle my way out from the kitchen towards the stairs. Jenna's gaze follows me the entire way. Once I reach the base of the stairs, I find Carl standing there. He jumps when I come around the corner and stands straight up, one hand resting against the wall. His eyes are red, and the short fur on his face is all messed up. Carl? Are you okay? I whisper it, but Carl immediately turns around and stares back up the stairs quickly. I follow him, wondering what it could be. Did he find something horrific? I wouldn't be surprised at all if that were the case. Once we reach the top of the stairs, Carl heads straight for the bedroom. Carl, what happened? Did you find something? At that moment, he turns around and hugs me. It's so enveloping and firm that the air is almost crushed right out of me. I grunt and freeze for a moment, listening to Carl huff onto my chest. He's holding me like I'm something precious, like if he let me go, I'm going to be swept away again, somehow. I'm quiet for a few seconds, letting Carl get whatever it is out of his system. My arms are pinned down to my sides anyway, so it's not like I can respond physically. Hey, are you okay? It's a dumb question because none of us are okay. Carl finally lets go. He turns away from me, right away to sit on the bed and put his face in his hands. My shirt is damp, and I look down to see 2 wet spots where his eyes had been. Tentatively, I sit down next to him at the foot of the bed and put my hand on his back. Hey, what happened? Carl sniffs loudly, wiping his eyes before putting his face back down to his hands. Graham sighs before finally straightening up to lean back into his hands, looking away from me.
I just feel like shit is all.
Can I help?
I just had a moment. Couldn't breathe.
Kept rubbing his back, knowing that there really isn't anything I could do. A panic attack? How come?
A lot of things.
Carl shivers under my touch.
And, I feel like everyone's mad at me.
Why? No one's mad at you.
Well, Jenna first of all, but I feel like everyone thinks this is my fault or something.
What? Why would any of this be your fault? He was probably right about Jenna, though.
It's my house, my great whatever it is, and it's all just my shit.
He sniffs.
I don't know, just being alone gets me thinking about this stuff. About how I'm still fucking everything up.
Dude, Jenna told us fucked up things are happening everywhere, not just your house. I look around. Which I'm assuming we're still in, maybe. I look back down at Carl. What brought all this up? We're all just working together to get ourselves out of here. Carl wipes his face and sniffles noisily before sitting up straight.
I wasn't finding anything, and I started thinking about what happened if we never do find anything.
That's not gonna happen. These things are doing this because they want to tell us something, right?
I don't know about that, man. They seem just as confused as angry as we are.
Carl looks at me with his reddened eyes.
It's like they're fighting, too.
Yeah, I guess they're having some issues. Carl reaches out, and I let him pull me into his side. I don't resist, and Carl chuckles.
And it's just creepy being up here alone.
I fight against him almost perfectly, and I lay my head against his shoulders. Look, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too.
What are you sorry for?
I feel like I should be the strong one.
Huh?
And you've already seen me cry like twice.
Hey, I don't believe it's in the strong one type of crap. I rest a hand on Carl's thigh, squeezing it. You're strong for the other person when they need it, and both people will need it eventually. Carl shifts against me and laughs nervously.
You're talking about us like we're a thing.
Aren't we a thing? Look at what we're doing right now.
I don't know, man. It's hard to say when you're stuck in a haunted cabin.
I feel him press his nose to my head, inhaling.
This place is doing pretty weird things to me.
I squeeze his thigh again. Yeah, we can talk about it when we actually get out of here, when the stuff isn't fucking with our heads.
So, we are a thing, but just in the ghost dimension?
Sure, for now.
I'm fine with that. For now.
He breathes in deeply.
You smell good.
I snort. What do I smell like?
Like the ocean.
Dude, I'm a river otter. Besides, the river and the ocean smell bad. Carl nibbles into the side of my neck and I gasp, trying to pull away from him. He pulls me back easily with his superior strength before pushing me back into the bed, teasing at my neck with his warm nose. Carl, stop! I hiss at him, trying not to burst out laughing. He mumbles against my neck.
Hey, I'm just getting you back for earlier.
I giggle helplessly behind a closed mouth, trying to keep quiet. I can't deny I like this, but Jenna's criticism just minutes earlier has me feeling hesitant. He starts to move lower, but at that moment I hear a metal clang echo up the stairs. We both pause, and Carl's large ears are perked under his beanie. I prop myself up on my elbow and look towards the doorway. I guess we should get back to searching.
Yeah.
With the moment clearly over, Carl sits back up on the side of the bed while I straighten out my shirt.
You found something!
Raven's voice drifts faintly up the stairs. Carl and I look at each other. Hey, maybe we don't need to.
You want to go check?
Yeah, wait here a sec. If it's nothing, I'll come back up and help you look around, alright?
Okay.
Carl scoots to the side so I can get off the bed. It takes me a few minutes to get down the stairs on my stiff ankle. Yeah, we have to keep both him and Jenna apart. Once I get into the kitchen, I'm confronted with an odd scene. Jenna's halfway into the wood-burning stove, reaching into the back, probably up into the metal tube. What are you doing?
She found something.
Raven's standing off to the side of the stove, bouncing off on the balls of his feet.
It's stuck.
Jenna grunts as she adjusts herself, reaching in from a different angle. What is it? I hobble slowly across the room towards them.
You need any help?
I realize he's talking to me, but I shake my head at the husky as I watch Jenna pull back and look into the opening of the stove.
Goddamn thing shouldn't be that hard to get.
Maybe I can help. But Jenna's already plunging her hand back in, head sticking out just out the opening as she does. That seems to garner some success as she smirks.
Ha! I got it!
Then her whole body jerks as she's seemingly yanked out into the opening. Raven yelps as Jenna grabs into the side of the stove, keeping from getting pulled in.
Oh my god!
Jenna? My voice rises in panic as I see her get yanked in a second time. Raven automatically steps up next to her and grabs her arm. A third yank almost pulls him off his feet. I run over to help and wrap my arms around Jenna's waist to get a better grip. Another jolt and I'm able to feel the power of whatever it has hold on Jenna myself. What's happening? I hear a thudding and rustling in the stove, like something turning over and angrily repeatedly. The image of some kind of cage animal passes through my mind and it sends chills up my spine.
No, you fucking don't!
I look up at the fox and I notice that she doesn't look scared at all. Instead, she looks pissed off, her lips drawn back in a snarl, teeth bared viciously. She's talking to whatever's in the stove. I feel the muscles in her body tensed up and I'm writhing under my hands as she twists to get free. I look around her body at Raven. His face, in contrast, is a mask of horror. Raven! His wide eyes snap to mine. Get a grip around her body and we'll pull at the same time. He briefly lets go of Jenna's arms, lean down on her other side and wrap his arm around her waist. Okay, on 3. 1, 2! Another yank and suddenly Jenna's upper half is pulled into the stove. I lose my balance and fall back to my butt, knocking my head against the metal stove. My eyes water and I let go with one hand, desperately rubbing at the back of my head while I loosely keep a grip on Jenna with the other.
Chase!
Raven actually is sliding into the fireplace himself at this point. I try to get my bearings and pull myself back up next to Jenna, but at that point something big and bulky comes barreling into the room. My vision clears just in time to see the big ram reach in for Jenna's body, practically pushing Raven aside. His horns clang loudly against the stove as he wraps his arms around Jenna's body and pulls back with all his 270 pounds behind it. The fox emerges slowly, both her arms still stuck in the stove, a determined look still on her face. Carl lets go for half a second, lunging forward to grab both of Jenna's elbows. He yanks back again, letting out a strained grunt. As her wrists emerge from the stove, I get a glance of black tendrils wrapped around them before those tendrils suddenly disappear. Carl and Jenna are both launched back, Jenna getting a cushioned landing on top of the ram as Carl lets out a loud wheeze. I hobble back over to them, kneeling next to Carl as Jenna rolls off him, eliciting another grunt. She sits up while Carl continues to lay there, his eyes wide. Are you guys okay? Carl waves a hand at me, rolling over onto his side as he grasps breathlessly. Jenna sits next to him, holding her hands up. I can already see some nasty swelling under the fur covering her wrists. I wince. Jenna, are you all right?
I'm fine.
She's not looking at her wrists, though. Instead, it's at an ash-smudged folded piece of paper in her hand. From the bits that aren't covered, I can see that the paper is yellowed and ancient looking. Not at all like the clear photocopied newspaper we'd seen earlier. Jenna looks down at it, standing up. I hear her groan next to me and turn back to Carl.
Can't go a day without getting beat up.
I rub his shoulders and look down at him, smiling. Well, that was kind of heroic. Carl grunts as he sits up.
You think so?
Yeah. At the last second, too. Carl rubs his knees.
Would have gotten here earlier if I hadn't tripped down the stairs like twice.
He stares at the stove.
What the hell was that?
I look, too, into the yawning black hole and shiver. I don't know. It was all black and smoky, like what we saw before.
Think it'll come out of there?
Raven suddenly steps in to lift up the stove door, twisting the handles to lock it. He yelps as he does it, jumping back as soon as the deed is done. I chuckle and look back at Carl. Over his shoulder, Jenna walks into my field of vision. The paper is open in her hands, and she's holding it over the candle. All at once, I realize what she's trying to do. I choke on whatever I'm about to say next and leap up awkwardly into my injured ankle. Jenna! Luckily, Jenna's only about 5 feet away, and I practically fall into her, pushing her away from the candle. We both fall against the bench under the window. Jenna's hand smacks against my nose, bringing tears to my eyes. I yelp as she pulls her fingers in, raking lines of fire down my nose with her claws. There's a pounding in my ears as I distantly register that the drums have started up again. She twists out from under me and pulls away from the bench. When the fuck did you get this strong? I numbly get my grip on her wrists as she spins, swinging me away from her. I lose my grip and stumble back, stepping wrong on my foot and rebend my ankle in the exact same way I did last time. I yelp again, much more loudly this time as it crumples to the ground. Carl swears and jumps over me at Jenna. Wait! I try to grab him by the hoof that's passing over me, but I miss miserably. As I sit up, I hear an ungodly bestial snarling as I look to see Carl wrestling and kicking, scratching Jenna to the ground.
That's fucking it!
He pins her there while she writhes underneath him, trying to scratch at his face.
Stop it, guys!
Raven is still standing off to the side, his paws on his head, pulling at his ears. I crawl over to their writhing bodies, one eye wincing shut as each movement sends a lightning bolt through my leg. I grab at Jenna's hands, forcing them down above her head. Jenna, stop! Suddenly, Jenna kicks one of her legs up between Carl's legs and kneels over her.
Fuck!
He crumples on top of Jenna, lying on her legs as she tries to pin his thighs together. I look down to Jenna's face. Stop it! What the hell are you doing? Jenna snarls up at me, but it's softer this time. Her struggles die down a little, and after holding my gaze for about 10 seconds, she looks away. I relax my grip a bit, grasping that I had to arrange my foot so that there's not much pressure on my ankle.
I don't know.
I pull the piece of paper out from her limp fingers and push her away from her, waiting to see if she'll come after me again. She doesn't, instead just laying there with her hands above her head, staring at the ceiling. Raven! Raven, still with his fingers twisted around his ears, looks over at me. Yeah? Take Jenna upstairs. Take a nap, or something. I think we need to be kept separate for now. As Raven hurries over to Jenna, Carl rolls off with a groan. Raven easily is able to coax Jenna up off the floor, and then they head upstairs. Jenna looking down at the floor all the while. I scoot over to Carl, holding my breath as each drag sends another spasm through my leg. He's on his side, hands between his legs as he squints at the wall. Once he notices me, he looks at my ankle.
Fuck, are you okay, man?
No, I don't think so. I stepped on it wrong again.
God damn it, what the fuck is your problem?
It's okay, you're just gonna have to carry me again. Carl chuckles before letting out another softer groan.
What did I say about getting beat up all the time?
Are you okay?
No, she kicked me in the fucking balls!
I sit quietly for a moment, the pain in my ankle fading into a more cold electric sting rather than molten lava. What the hell is going on? Why would she try to burn it? Carl is quiet for a moment. Sorry about that. Then he looks up at me again.
You know, right?
What?
I could be wrong since nothing makes sense here.
What?
You know this probably has something to do with James and John.
I rub the back of my head again, feeling a bump swelling up already. Didn't we already figure out that's what's going on?
I mean, with Jenna. You know James was sort of talking to me.
Yeah, like he told you what to find.
Yeah, but I think something is talking to Jenna, too.
John?
Maybe.
To make you guys fight? Weren't they lovers? Would there be a reason for John wanting this paper not to be read? Carl doesn't say anything, choosing to roll onto his back and lay his hands out to either side of him. I look down at the paper in my hand. Well, I should read this now. Or should I wait for the others?
Might as well do it now. She might try something again.
Alright, I'm gonna read it out loud then. Carl waves a hand in the air, indicating that I should go on ahead. I scoot back against the wall so that I can stretch out my leg, then start reading. My dearest John, I've been hearing terrible things lately. They say that you've been accusing me of the most egregious monstrosities. I dare not believe them. In fact, I will not until I hear your words for myself. There must be some misunderstanding. Has one of my many political enemies pitted you against me? Are they using the missing native boys as a weapon against my campaign? I would not think that to be below them, but what concerns me most is you. Please visit me at my mansion. We must speak on this. I very much look forward to your company and believe that we can soon get this straight. Yours forever, James. I look up at Carl. He looks back at me. So, what do you think this means? Carl rubs inconspicuously at his crotch.
Because something went wrong between James and John?
Well, yeah, but what? It sounds like he tried to frame him or something. I remember the newspaper clipping that had somehow gone up in flames. Hey, that newspaper article that burned up said something about a Meseta kid that went missing.
So native kids were going missing, and John used it to get at James somehow.
Maybe. We still don't know if Johns was doing it anyway. James doesn't seem to know either. I wonder if we'd have been better off if Carl had a little bit of James in him right now. At least then we'd have a better idea of what is going on. Maybe. Then again, the situation is so volatile with Jenna, I'm kind of glad we don't have another ghost to deal with than Carl. I look at the Ram who's in the middle of pulling his waistband out to look at his junk. If James is still influencing Carl somehow, then he really isn't showing it. You okay? Carl abruptly lets go of his waistband, then gets snapped back against his waist.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Are your balls okay? Carl smiles ruefully.
They look fine. Still kind of hurt.
I think about making a joke about making them feel better, but that doesn't really feel appropriate right now. I'm actually more worried about Jenna, and not just because she could beat me up.
Yeah.
It seems that at this point, Jenna isn't really Jenna anymore.
Should we talk to her about it? I don't know, resting it? It worked for me.
I looked into the direction of the door as a loud click emanates from it. Carl's long ears perk and he follows my gaze. We both stared at it for a few seconds.
Do you think?
Maybe? Slowly, Carl gets to his feet, still a little bow-legged, and hobbles towards the door. Careful. I say a little apprehensive that something might be open on it from the other side. Carl doesn't say anything and slowly shuffles towards the door, pausing in front of it for a few seconds. Slowly he reaches out and rests a hand on the handle and gives it a straight push. It shifts open a few inches. Carl looks back at me.
I think we should be able to get the others.
We all stand around the door, Carl to my right and Raven to my left. Raven and I making sure that there's maximum distance between Carl and Jenna. The door is still shifting open a few inches in vertical black void that it reveals is a little ominous.
So we just walk into that?
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's what we did last time, right?
Yeah. I feel like the real question is if we really want to go through the door in the first place. Is it just going to lead to another terrible place where terrible things happen? I feel a void similar to the one I'm looking at open up in my chest. The thought of being trapped in a loop, going through door after door that leads to nothing but horror. Already this place was having an effect on Jenna that seems to be getting worse with each passing hour. How much longer can she keep it together?
What did the letter say?
I tense up. Anything she does now is putting me on edge, like I'm just waiting for her to lash out again. My hand drifts conspiratorially into my pocket where the folded up letter is. I glance to my right at Carl, but he's got his eye on the door. A few things. Just more history stuff.
About what?
I decided at that moment that I have to lie. We need to keep Jenna or John calm if we want to get through this. I have a feeling that John wouldn't want to hear about James revealing what I assume are secrets. I didn't read anything about John trying to sabotage James in my research, but maybe that's what James is trying to tell us. So I shrug my shoulders, moving my hand away from my pocket. Stuff about the mine, how there wasn't enough of it to sustain the town. I'm worried Jenna might challenge my lie for whatever reason. She doesn't say anything though, and Carl just keeps on staring straight ahead. Raven suddenly claps his hands together, making Carl and I jump.
So, should we open it?
Raven reaches out. Wait! The husky pauses and looks back at me expectantly, his black ears tipped forward. Should we do this? it's probably just gonna lead to another place where we have to find another thing.
Yeah?
So maybe we shouldn't keep going. I stumble over my words, trying to piece together my feelings and put them into sentences as I go. I just think that they're not really on our side, you know? I make an effort not to look at Jenna. So if they're not, why are we doing what they want us to do? I realize I'm shaking now and I make an effort to make my hand still. That's when I feel something big and warm slide into my right hand and I glance down to find Carl holding it. He gives me a quick look and a small smile before returning his attention back to the door.
What else should we do?
Raven's tone isn't accusatory, but it is genuinely curious. I don't have a very good answer. Well, maybe we can find a way back somehow. Maybe we're still in Carl's house right now. Carl's house. That place seems like it has thousands of miles and years away at this point. Maybe we can, wake ourselves up somehow. Raven doesn't respond, and neither does anyone else. I realize how stupid I must sound. Sorry, I just feel like we're taking things too fast right now. Carl gives my hand another squeeze.
Hey dude, we're all a little scared. We can talk about things.
Carl looks past me at Raven and Jenna.
No rush. I'm actually starting to feel the same way.
I feel my cheeks burn at the way I'm holding everyone back because I'm scared.
So, when I had that guy in my head, I sort of felt like he was taking us somewhere.
Carl runs the hand not holding mine up into one of his horns, scratching at it.
Like an endpoint, you know?
Raven fidgets with one of his ears.
Like a good endpoint?
Yeah, man, I think so.
That doesn't sound very convincing.
You can stay here if you want, Otter.
It takes me a second to realize she's talking to me. Is she really that gone? I just hope that if we reach the end of this, we can get her back somehow.
Whoa, Jenna, that's crazy.
I cough to clear my throat. No, I'll go. I just wanted to think about it for a second.
Have you thought about it then?
Yeah. I look at Carl, but he only offers me a shrug and a comforting rub on the shoulder.
Well, if that's all, then let's go.
Jenna steps forward to grab the door handle, and I bite my tongue to keep from saying we should wait again. The door swings open to reveal blackness, just like the last time. Unlike the last time, though, there's a spot of flickering light in the distance. The fire. Everything's quiet right now, no drumbeat, but the darkness is unnatural. It's inky and thick, like it's alive. I get the unnerving feeling that it's trying to eat the light from the fire. Maybe towards the fire. Jenna suddenly steps forward and just like that, she's swallowed by the darkness. Jenna, wait! She ignores me. Carl gives his shoulders another shrug.
Well, if she's being persuaded, I guess she probably knows where she's going.
I see her form pass in front of the firelight a few times, then she's gone.
Alright, here we go.
Despite his nervousness, Raven still sounds cheerful about stepping into oblivion.
You ready, dude?
I look over at Carl and he's gazing back at me warmly, an encouraging smile on his face.
Dude, I'm reaching my limits too. We have to do another place like this.
His ears droop, almost defeated. I nod, swallowing as quietly as I can. He pulls me into his side by my hands and wraps my arms around his shoulders.
Just stay close, okay?
Yeah. I step forward with him, and immediately we're immersed in blackness. Not only do things go dark visually, but the change is physical too. I don't know if it's all in my head, but I feel heavier, like the darkness is pushing down on my shoulders. It's colder too, to the point where I can feel the heat radiating off of Carl's body when I brush up against him.
Doing okay, man?
Yeah, you?
Yeah, I'm good.
The growing is still slow, and not just because of my injured, probably broken ankle. The ground isn't even and rocky, like we're outside walking into the desert. Which I realize is exactly what we're doing when we straight up walk into what feels like sagebrush. Carl thrashes around with the hand not holding on to me while we're able to sort of stumble around it. Where the hell are we? I mutter as I stub my toe painfully on a rock.
Good outside?
Yeah, but where outside?
The desert, right?
So do you think that we're still in Echo? Carl's quiet for a moment.
Maybe, but not really. I mean, I don't think we could just walk to our houses.
I wonder if maybe all the others, TJ, Leo, and Flynn, are out here too, in the darkness. I want to call out, but I'm too nervous that that's going to attract something to us. I still remember the black figure dancing around the fire when we were walking out here at this very moment. We're close enough now that I'm starting to be able to make out Carl in the darkness. I look back at the house to see how far we've gone. All that I can make out now are two rectangles of light. One for the door we came out of, and one for the kitchen window. In the kitchen rectangle, a dark figure stands framed by the faint light inside. I squint, not really sure what I'm seeing. Then it moves, disappearing from the window. I stop walking and Carl stops with me, looking back over his shoulder.
What?
I don't... Did one of the others go back? The black figure appears again, this time in the doorway of the house. I don't even have time to react to that before it steps forward and the door swings shut with a distant snap. Oppressive blackness takes its place. I grab onto Carl more tightly.
What the hell?
My mind flashes back to the black thing I had seen crawling out of the wardrobe. Come on! I nudge into Carl's side, trying to get him to hurry along while resisting the urge to try and run on my twisted ankle. I'm realizing that it might come to that. Raven! Jenna! I call out to the darkness ahead of us, wanting to warn them. Over our ragged breathing, though, there's dead silence all around us, except for a drumbeat. Either they can't hear us or they can't respond. Carl's gripping onto me with both of his hands, practically hauling me off my feet as he pulls me along. Suddenly he stops.
What the fuck am I doing?
He lets me go and crouches down in front of me.
On my back.
I'm there before he even finishes his sentence, and soon my face is bouncing off his hard skull as he starts sprinting towards the fire. Whether it's in my head or not, I swear I can hear a slithering sound behind me, like a snake sliding over dry leaves. I shiver, not wanting to look back, but I do anyway, trying to peer into the darkness. Of course I can't see anything, but I swear something flashes in front of the lone rectangle of light coming from the cabin's kitchen window. The rustling sound gets louder, and now I can't pretend that I'm imagining it. It casts a picture onto my mind. That black shadow creature contorting and bending through the sagebrush that Carl was having so much trouble moving through. I hold on to one of his horns and lean towards his ears. Carl, it's getting close! And then my stomach lurches as it feels like the floor suddenly drops away. Next thing I know, my nose smacks hard into the back of Carl's head before I flip over, landing onto my back in what feels like a sea of sharp rocks. I lay there for a second, dazed, staring at the black ocean above me, wondering if any of this is real. Am I still dreaming? Maybe I'll just wake up in my dorm, probably late to my legal and ethics issues in journalism class.
Fuck, are you okay?
A muffled voice breaks into my haze of confusion and pain. Then I'm being yanked back up as Carl pulls me to my feet and clumsily shoves me back into my back. On his back.
Sorry, shit, sorry!
Fine. I can barely mumble through the numb mouth, which feels like it's full of pennies. You can see I'm making dark stains on the back of Carl's shirt. It feels like my face is caved in. I wonder if my nose is broken, but the fear of the pursuit is returning and I quickly clutch at Carl's horns before I resume his sprint. He finally comes to a stumbling halt in front of the massive bonfire, which had looked so small from the cabin. We both stare up at it, the heat almost unbearable. The whispers behind me reach a crescendo, the hissing just over my shoulder. What are we supposed to do? My voice raises in pitch as I look back behind us, the black shape now discernible in the firelight as it slithers around the rocks and sagebrush. It's like a person imitating a snake. I grip onto Carl as he turns to face it, then takes a step back, then another.
I don't know.
I cling to the ram and I can feel him trembling underneath me. As the creature reaches the edge of the circle of firelight, Carl turns and starts running past the fire. And then my muscle seize up and my jaw clenches, my eyes roll back and I feel myself falling backwards. The heat is almost unbearable and my fur is damp with sweat, the skin underneath itching and uncomfortable. I can feel the sun on my face, the brightness turning the insides of my eyelids a dazzling red. I don't want to open them though. No, I just want to sleep. I almost do fall asleep, but a distant chorus of shouts and screams jolts me back awake. Now I do try to open my eyes, but I can't. It's like they're glued shut. I reach up to paw at them, but my arms won't lift. I must be dreaming, stuck in a paralysis. So I lay there, listening to the shouting and screaming, imagining an angry mob. After what seems like hours, the voices fade and the red turns deeper, darker, blood-like, as if the sun is setting. And that's when I can finally drift away, back to sleep. A soft, choking moan brings me back to the surface. I'm still hot and sweaty, but the blazing sun isn't shining on my face anymore. I wiggle my fingers and shift my arms a bit, feeling them glide over fabric. At least I'm not paralyzed anymore. Another moan followed by a coughing sound forces me to open my eyes, realizing it's not part of a dream. I stare up at the ceiling, a textured beige ceiling. Back in the room where I'd slept. How long ago? A day? A few days? It doesn't matter because everything is coming back to me at once. I feel like a lead weight has just dropped onto my chest, knocking the wind out of me. Fuck, is this not over? Now I'm starting to become convinced that this is never going to end. We're stuck in a loop, just like in my dreams. Another moan, slightly weaker, makes me sit up and look around the room. I'm alone as far as I could tell. Where are the others? Am I actually alone? I can't stop a soft whimper coming from my mouth at the thought of being separated from the others. I was barely keeping it together with Carl, but without him. A loud cough through the wall behind me makes me jump again. I quickly slide off the bed and immediately cringe as my weight comes to rest on my swollen ankle. I sag against the bed for a moment, squinting my eyes shut as I wonder why my ankle is only getting stiffer. Maybe the fall Carl had taken made it even worse. The thought of that moan could be coming from Carl spurs me to straighten up and carefully hop towards the door. I have to stifle a short yelp with every bounce. By the time I reach the door frame, I have to lean against it to catch my breath. My hands shake as I rub my eyes, the pain making me wonder if I'll ever be able to walk without a limp again. Another groan from the room next to me forces me to move again. In the hallway now, I'm able to make out the sounds a bit better and realize it has a feminine quality to it. Is it Jenna? My voice comes out in a crackly squeak as I grunt to clear my throat. Jenna! I try again and wait, but I get no response in return. I force myself to step into the hallway, clinging to the wall for support. When I look down the hall to the door next to mine, I find something very familiar. A damaged wooden door, the middle bulging and splintered out as if something had hit it from the other side. Memories of a bad smell, a dark concrete room, and a noose. I hold tighter to the door frame, feeling my knees tremble, both from the pain and the fear. I look behind me, hoping to see Curl, maybe even Raven. A shuffling sound, followed by another cough and gurgle, draws my eyes back to the door. If it's Jenna, I have to act now. I steady myself against the wall as I hop slowly to the door, eyes wandering with pain now. Reaching out with a shaking hand, I slowly start to push at the door. I'm hoping that I might be able to crack it open just a little bit and not draw attention to whatever's inside. The door only shifts a little, though, and seems to catch the ground underneath it. I let out a rough scratching sound that makes my fur raise. Gritting my teeth, I forgo the stealthy approach and give it a hard shove. This time it opens halfway and I'm able to see into the room. Just like last time, there's no light coming from within the room itself. Instead, I have to rely on the dim yellow light coming from the hallway. Casts a wide band of light onto the concrete room as the door opens. The smell hits like a wave and I immediately gag, doubling over and pressing a hand onto my nose before pulling up the neck of my shirt over my nose. Sure, I smell like BO from 2 days of running in fear, but it's better than the sweet smell of rotting meat that's enveloping me. Still shaking, I peer into the room while I lean against the door, but I'm only able to see the cracked concrete floor and walls. The grunting, choking sounds reach a peak now. It's coming from beyond the band of light. It's an inky blackness that isn't all that different from what Carl and I had been running through. Hello? No response. It sounds like the grunting sound has stopped too. Shit, I have to do something right now. I think about just kicking the door open and jumping back, but I remember there's really nothing I could do with my feet right now. Taking a deep breath, I set both my hands against the door. I steel myself for whatever I'm about to see, then shove the door as hard as I can. The door swings in suddenly, scraping horribly against the floor the entire way. I yelp at the suddenness of it all, the tension all exploding out of me at once as I jump back in fear. The band of light widens, sweeping over the entirety of the concrete room before the door finally lodges against the wall with a snapping sound. I almost lose my balance, arms swinging around cartoonishly as I try to hop on one foot. At the same time, I'm fearfully eyeing the opening, terrified of what I'm about to see. What I do see is definitely terrifying. It's Jenna, in the middle of the room. She's hanging from the noose, her muzzle tilted up so I'm able to clearly see the rope digging into the fur around her neck, painfully tight. Her toes are barely touching the floor, but it doesn't even look like she's trying to keep herself up. It looks like she's unconscious. Jenna! There's no response, and I find myself leaping in her direction. I forget about my ankle until all of my weight comes down on it twice in my mad dash, and I literally scream as it happens. There isn't any time to worry about it, though, as I grab at Jenna, unsure of what to do. First, I try to wrap my arm around her and lift her up, screaming again as I set my weight down on my foot. She doesn't respond to any of this and just hangs limp in my arms, which terrifies me even more. I reach up and pluck uselessly at the hangman's knot that I immediately know isn't going to budge no matter how much I pull. Carl! Carl, help! I feel myself starting to panic. Desperately, I look around, trying to find something, anything, that I might be able to use to cut at the rope. Jenna! I call up at her. I can't see her eyes from this angle, but I can't feel any movement in her. I try to press my ear against her chest, but I'm not sure if I'm doing it in the right spot. I try to quiet my breathing and actually listen, but I still can't hear anything. Shit! Carl! I feel myself start to hyperventilate and try again to slow my breathing. If I pass out right now, I'm going to be less help than I am already. The world is starting to take on a surreal tint, and I think I'm actually dreaming. I think about running to the kitchen, but I don't want to let her go, especially since I feel like she's on the edge of dying right now. I reach up again and start trying to worm my fingers underneath the rope, but it's useless. It's way too tight. My eyes start to water as I realize I'm not helping her at all right now, aside from maybe taking a little pressure off her neck. But it might be too late anyway. Help! I'm suddenly hyper-aware of the screaming pain in my ankle, and I feel it giving out. So are my arms, burning with the strain of trying to hold up Jenna. I press my face against her chest, feeling myself start to give up on everything. And then suddenly the weight disappears and I feel Jenna lift up several inches into the air. I look up and see Carl next to me, his big arms easily able to take the fox off the ground. Not only that, but he's got a knife in one hand. I recognize it as the same knife Carl had used earlier in the hallway. Carl! I sob with relief as he sets the sawing of the rope, and soon all three of us come crashing to the ground as Jenna's cut free. We lay there in a heavy heap. The only sound is our gasps as we all try to catch our breath, Jenna being the loudest. After a while, I sit up and look over at her. She's already sitting up by herself, one hand to her neck rubbing at it. Are you okay? I reach out to her. I'm fine. She leans away a little from my hand, so I drop it. I thought you were going to die, Jenna. My voice is all shuddery, and I struggle to keep my emotions under control to not have a panic attack. Whatever was controlling this whole scenario just tried to kill one of us. But then I guess that's already happened with that shadowy creature thing, even with what's happened to Raven. Jenna picks up the knife and brings it up to her neck, starting to saw away at the rope. I can help? She ignores me. I look over at Carl and see that he's flat on his back, arms spread out. Thank you, Carl. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't shown up. Carl raises a hand in acknowledgement. How the hell did you get a knife? Carl takes a few more gasps to catch his breath.
I heard you guys and saw that.
He gestures up the hanging rope. The end of it frizzled out after the cut.
Remember that knife I dropped when we were here before?
Thank God. We lay out there a while longer, Jenna busy hacking at the rope, Carl choosing to stare up at the ceiling. That almost peaceful silence is shattered as a husky stumbles into the doorframe, clutching on to as he practically trips in.
Whoa, hey guys!
He grins, waving a hand up as he rights himself. He looks around at us, taking in the scene.
What happened?
Jenna got hanged. Carl cut her down. There's really no way to sugarcoat it.
Oh, crap.
He stares up wide-eyed at Jenna.
Well, guess it's surprising it wasn't me this time, huh?
He lets out a high-pitched, nervous laugh. None of us even cracks a smile.
You're okay, though?
Fine. Raven looks around at the room.
Well, it looks like we're still here.
Carl lets out a big, shuddery breath.
I don't know if I could do this anymore.
What do you mean?
We're stuck. I don't know what else we're supposed to do.
Just keep looking around. We're finding stuff, right?
And then what? Get sucked into another fucked up place where we'll be chased around and almost killed?
He waves his hand in Jenna's direction.
Look, what just happened? It wants us dead.
Carl. I trail off. What?
What?
I try to think of something to say, anything that might convince the ram to keep going. Just a while ago, minutes, hours, days, I was having the same doubts. For some reason, Carl's sudden demeanor of defeat has me more motivated. Because if Carl gives up, what else is there to keep me going? There's a soft snap, and I look over to see that Jenna's pulled the rope from her throat. How's her neck? Jenna rubs it. It's fine. Her voice is very shallow, and it's very understandable due to the situation. She seems distracted too, her eyes flickering around at the ceiling. Then she's expecting something to happen up there. I look up too, but all I see is concrete that's spiderwebbed with cracks. The rope, I notice, is hanging from nothing. It sort of just grows out of the ceiling. Carl lets out another shuddering sigh next to me.
I wish I had a joint.
I feel a small flicker of annoyance. And how will that help with anything? Carl's quiet for a moment, clearly sensing the change in my mood. I immediately regret it, but I don't have the energy to take it back.
Because it might make me feel a little bit better?
By making you feel less? We need to be alerted right now, so we can't figure this out. I bring my tone back down to normal, realizing how unfair it would be if I get mad at Carl right now. Just a little while ago, minutes, hours, days, I was having the same doubts.
I don't know if we can, though.
Carl's lips tug down in a frown, and it looks like he's trying to keep himself from crying. Before I can say anything to comfort him, Jenna speaks up. You will. Her voice is dark, firm, and completely unlike the way Jenna's ever spoken before. We both look at her and she sits there, legs crossed, staring hard at us. Well, at me. Carl sits up.
Jenna.
Jenna doesn't look at him, instead she keeps looking over at me.
John?
Now she does look at Carl, and it's out of instinct, her eyes darting to him before looking back at me. I recognize it as that almost unstoppable urge to look the way you hear your name being called. Yeah, we'd expected, and Jenna had been acting weird, but to think that she was that consumed by John. Carl glanced at me meaningfully. We haven't asked her directly about it yet, so I guess now's the time. Hey Jenna, are you feeling okay? I'm feeling fine. It's just that you haven't seemed like yourself for a while now. What do you mean? I look over at Carl as he shifts himself around on the floor.
Listen, when we first got here, and even a little before then, I was feeling weird.
Carl pauses as he seems to be searching for the right words.
Sort of like something else had become a part of me.
Jenna narrows her eyes at Carl but doesn't say anything.
There was another voice in my head. Almost, and after a while, I knew it was that guy, James, in my head.
Sounds like you're going crazy. Carl frowns.
Maybe, but he was making me act different, feel different, and it was kind of fucked up, to be honest.
Weird.
Yeah, weird. But it was easy to get him out of my head.
Carl points at his horns.
And now he's not there anymore.
Jenna keeps that stern look on her face, frowning at Carl. What are you trying to say?
Well, do you know a guy named John? John Begay?
Not really. You keep mentioning it, but no one's told me who he is, aside from the fact that he was hanged.
I remember the picture I'd taken of John back in Carl's crawl space. My hand feels my phone through the pocket as I reach in to pull it out before remembering that it's dead. He was in some of the pictures with James Hendricks, the founder of the town. Jenna stares at me blankly. James was Carl's ancestor, right? I think that John was your ancestor too. He was a fox and has the same last name.
So
wasn't your family an Echo since the beginning?
Yes.
So it seems like you're probably related to him, right? Jenna stares hard at me, then at Carl.
Our family doesn't have records like yours, Carl.
Carl frowns again.
You say like it's my fault.
Well, maybe it is.
Carl starts to sputter again, but I cut in before he can defend himself. See? Jenna doesn't talk like that. You wouldn't say something like that, Jenna. Jenna doesn't say anything, keeping her glare up at Carl. Carl clears his throat nervously.
What I'm trying to say is that maybe your ancestors in your head like mine was.
I don't think so.
Carl lets out a frustrated sigh.
I mean, something's different with you, dude. I can see it. Chase sees it.
I nod in confirmation. Raven suddenly cuts in.
I mean, I don't know you that well, but if we're going by how a normal person acts, you're not acting very normal.
We're not in a normal situation like that, are we?
Carl shakes his head.
I know you can resist it like I did, Jenna. You've always had a really strong mind. Way stronger than mine.
Carl swallows.
So it shouldn't be a problem for you to stop it like I did.
Jenna shrugs.
Nothing's wrong with me, Carl.
We all go quiet then.
Besides, isn't this about clearing James's name or whatever? Why are we talking about John?
Jenna stares at Carl, eyes moving across his face like she's searching for something. Carl stares hard right back at her.
Unless you don't want to fight it.
Jenna's expression remains emotionless.
I mean, are you letting him?
I don't know, Carl. Are you letting him control you?
No, I already told you I fought him out.
How do we know that's true?
Carl throws his hands up.
Dude, why would I lie?
Carl looks at me for some help. Yeah, Carl's way different than he was earlier. He's himself now.
But how do you know that?
I don't know what else to say to Jenna to convince her. Of course I can't be completely sure. The only person that can know is Carl. He says he isn't possessed anymore, and I trust him on that. Jenna, he isn't, I promise.
You think James kept his promises?
Carl and I share a look. Jenna, what do you mean by that? A strange look crosses Jenna's face, breaking out the stoic detachment she's been portraying for the last however long it's been. It's confused, but it's also like she wants to say something with her mouth open. Jenna! She seems to be frozen like that for a moment before she seems to finally give up, shaking her head.
I don't know.
She glares at Carl. He blanches defensively.
What? You keep acting like this is my fault.
Maybe it is.
This time Raven cuts in before Carl can say anything.
Is James stopping John from saying something?
I watch Jenna closely, and that's when she finally looks away.
I don't know.
Jenna, are John and James upset with one another? Jenna shrugs, not looking at me. Carl lets out a sigh of frustration.
Jenna, we need you to figure this out.
Listen, I don't know much about these guys, but it sounds like James and John are trying to tell us something.
Raven looks back and forth between Carl and Jenna.
and trying to stop the other one from telling us something.
I rubbed my face with my hands, feeling frustrated, just wishing these two assholes could tell us what it is they wanted to say. So they're trying to tell us something about the past, and they both don't want us to know what the other knows.
Maybe that's what we're supposed to figure out.
So it's not as simple as just clearing James's name. John has something to say too, and he sure as hell wants us to hear it. I close my eyes. We're stuck in the middle of a possessed ghost fight, with each of them trying to tell us the other version of a story? The whole thing seems ridiculously insane, but I really don't have anything else to go off of. Did you find anything else about them in the crawl space?
Yeah, did you? I'm curious.
I try to think back myself. Like I said, they both got convicted of sodomy. John was hanged and James left to start his ice cream business.
So why wasn't James hanged too?
His influence in the town, probably?
Well, I can see how that might cause problems between the two of them.
I look over at Carl, who's still looking at Jenna. Jenna's picking at the ropes in her lap. Hey, did James tell you anything while you were under his influence? Like, did he say anything? Carl rubs his chin.
Not really. It's weird. It just sort of felt different. I said things I wouldn't normally say, but I guess I never heard any voices.
There isn't much more to talk about at this point. Unless one of the spirits decides to do something else that can help us along somehow. So what are we supposed to do next, exactly? Raven points at the back of the room.
There's a door there.
We all look in the direction he's pointing. Sure enough, there is a door there. It's a concrete door, practically cut out of the wall. It's featureless, aside from a rusty metal handle. What? Was that there before?
Yeah, I think I would have seen it the first time I looked in.
Jenna stands up, taking a few steps towards the door.
What, so you're just gonna go through another door?
Carl's laying back down on the floor on his back, staring up at the ceiling again. You can understand where he's coming from. Another door to possibly another nightmare. But a sudden reluctance is making it easier for me to find the strength to keep going. I reach out, resting a hand on his. Carl, this might be the last one. It might be the way out. Carl snorts.
Seriously, dude, don't you think they're just gonna let us go? We've accomplished nothing.
We can leave here if you prefer.
I glare at Jenna, but she's not even looking at me, instead looking at the concrete door. Carl, we have to keep moving. If we go through another door, we're at least going somewhere.
Yeah, and besides, the bad stuff has only happened to me and Jenna, so you guys probably have nothing to worry about.
We can't stay here forever. I gently stroke the back of Carl's furry hand. He laughs again.
Maybe we could. We just keep pulling grilled cheese sandwiches out of the cupboard.
Carl props himself up on his elbows.
Who knows, maybe I can get some weed out of there.
Carl looks back into the hallway, apparently seriously considering that. Come on, man, we're all doing this together. Don't back out now. I reached out both of my hands to him expectantly since I can't do it on myself. Carl stares at them contemplative for a moment, then finally gets to his feet while pulling me up onto his back with a loud grunt.
Alright, man, but if this freaky, spooky ghost house dimension goes on for another fucking door, I'm gonna pull a joint from the magic cupboard.
Yeah, sure. That sounds good. Jenna already standing in front of the door.
Man, I don't want to pass out again. We just did that.
I look back towards the hallway. You know, maybe we should check the rest. Jenna reaches forward to grab up the metal handle, and before any of us can say anything more, she yanks it open. A trail leads through the desert landscape, and cacti and boulders obscure my view on either side. The ground is rocky and dust kicks up with each step I take. As I continue up the path, I can see 3 peaks of the Casa Demonio mountains in front of me. I'm heading towards the town of Echo, just over those mountains. As I get closer, I notice that the trail branches off towards the side of the mountain. I follow the trail with my eyes into the hazy distance, almost disappearing into the heat waves. Still, I can make out a small dark hole, the mine.
Some things should just be left alone.
Dust swirls silently in the mouth of the mine, almost sparkling in the bright noon light.
Every single person here.
Something seems to pulse out of the entrance, sending an almost visible wave through the air.
You will never escape. You will always come back.
Red seeps from the hole, running from the side of the mountain in a wave, turning rock and dust the color of blood.
You'll always be running in circles.
I start jogging up the trail, panting in the desert heat, not sure what I'm doing. The sky in front of me lights up that same ominous red color in the direction of Echo. Somehow I'm able to scale the side of the mountain in just seconds. I get to the peak and look over the edge. I see the town, but it's not the town I remember, at least not all of it. Lake Emma is in the distance to the left. The motel and supermarket are to the right. But the ruins by the lake aren't just old foundation remnants anymore. They're fully standing now with their log walls and roofs. Several dozen more houses run up the side of the lake, standing in the dark contrast to the more modern buildings further away, towards the main street. There are even a few buildings that I don't recognize. And there, just below me, is Carl's house. But it's different. The mansion is bigger, the walls are a lighter color, it looks older. Somehow I'm already there, like I just teleported straight down to the road in front of Carl's house. I stare down the slope towards the town, and there next to the road is a wooden platform built under a tree. There's a rope hanging from a tree, a noose. I look back down at the town and all of the different buildings, but no matter which structure I'm looking at, one thing is the same. They're all lit up blood red. I watch as what looks like spinning blades comes down to focus above me. I tense up, but only for a moment, as I realize what it is. A ceiling fan. Wait. A ceiling fan? Isn't that... I sit up quickly, only to immediately swoon as the room starts to spin around me. I grip onto whatever I'm sitting on, and it happens to be soft and smooth. I look down and see that I'm on top of a blue comforter. To my left, Jenna, Raven, and Carl are stretched out next to me on a king-sized bed. To my right, sunshine streams in from the sliding glass doors, outside of which is a massive deck. Past that porch are the mountains and the deserts of Echo. We're back. Oh my god, we're back! Guys! Guys! I shake Carl next to me. He immediately swings a hand to slap me, but I persist until he's forced to sit up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Jenna and Raven sit next to him.
What is it? What happened?
Guys, we're back. We're in your house, Carl! Carl finally snaps his eyes open at that. Raven sits up next to Carl, and I see him sway with the same dizziness that I'd had earlier.
Where are we?
My parents' room.
Carl's voice is hushed, quiet as if afraid as he speaks too loudly this will all disappear. Belief like I've never known before flows through my body. Whether or not it was all a dream or not, or a hallucination, or we were all drugged somehow, doesn't matter. What matters now is that we're home. Oh damn. We made it through all of that. Hell yeah. About time, man. That was crazy. That was insane. I'm glad we're home finally. I don't know how far we are into this. I imagine that it's already like a fair way through. It might be almost done. I've got no clue, guys. Got no clue. I almost want to like see what the next thing is, just to get an inclination as to if there's a scene change. Well, in Echo at least. I look over at Jenna, hoping to see her back to her old familiar self. But I find her staring around suspiciously, that dark look still in her eyes. Maybe that would take a longer while to wear off? I slowly push myself off the bed, the height of it making it more difficult for my feet to reach the ground. I touch down with my good foot, and I'm a bit surprised when my toes come in contact with the cold hardwood floor. I thought this room had carpet the last time I was in here. I look back at Carl and see a confused look on his face, the fur on his brow crinkling up in the bright sunshine.
Something's a little off, man.
What?
Something's wrong.
I feel the beginnings of that sinking sensation in my chest again. Oh, what the fuck? Why?
My parents' room isn't this big.
I look around. I guess it looks a bit bigger than usual. The balcony seems to be the right size, though. And the floor. He points at my feet.
Where's the carpet?
Carl confirms my suspicions. The dread continues to grow in my stomach.
Maybe they took the carpet out while we were gone.
No one responds to that ridiculous idea. Jenna looks at the wall behind the bed and reaches out a hand to touch it tentatively. Carl lets out a loud, almost maniacal laugh.
It's like I'm in a weird dream of my house or something.
Carl pushes himself off the bed, his hooves clopping loudly, unnervingly against the hardwood floor that shouldn't exist. Fuck.
Yeah, fuck.
I can see the same emotions I feel in my chest playing out in Carl's eyes right now. He reaches out to give me some support.
Well, maybe there are other people here.
Even Raven's cheerful tone is forced and strained. I guess I was expecting that we'd end up in another dream world or whatever. But the fact that I thought for just a moment that we were back in the real world made this all the more soul-crushing. It feels like those fucking ghosts are toying with us at this point. I take a deep breath, willing myself not to lose it. Not yet, at least.
Chase, I'm gonna move to the deck.
Get a better grip onto Carl's side as he starts to move forward towards the glass doors. Soup's clopping while I hop along. He stares out, slowly reaching up with a hand to tug at the handle. To my surprise, it opens. I guess I thought that it would be the same as the last place we were in, that we were locked in or something. I follow Carl as he stepped onto the balcony, taking slow, careful steps, as if afraid the deck might give out. The air is hot and heavy, almost humid. That isn't normal at all in Echo. Sure, it would get really hot, but it's a desert. Hello again, Oscar. Welcome back. Humidity is near non-existent. We reach the railing and stare at the town before the foothills that Carl's mansion sits on. I take in a soft breath. Just like in my dream that I had, the ruins of Echo aren't ruins anymore. Dozens of old-fashioned wooden buildings dot the edge of the lake. A little ways away, I see the familiar buildings of the motel and supermarket, along with the small neighborhood of my childhood. Hope you're doing well, Oscar. If you want to know what happened, we basically got lost with our good buddy Carl in a weird dream world forever. Carl was getting possessed, and Jenna was getting possessed by two different ghosts who were at odds with each other, who were old gay lovers from the turn of the century or something like that. They were originally part of the founding of Echo. So yeah, we're kind of dealing with a lot of this crazy, weird ghost activity stuff. And along Main Street, I see a few buildings that I still don't recognize. Not quite as old-fashioned as the buildings along the lake, but still pretty old-looking.
What the hell?
Carl almost winds out the words as I see him grip tightly onto the railing. I move closer to his side, pulling an arm around his shoulders. You're okay, Oscar. Schoolwork is completely fine. Well, at least it's done. And now you get to relax. Come on, man. We're gonna figure this out. I struggle to figure out what this just is, but I come up short. Listen, I saw this in a dream, and I think they were trying to tell me something.
What dream?
A dream I had before I woke up. I have them almost every time we pass out.
Why are you the only one having these dreams?
I jump as Jenna speaks right behind me. I turn around, finding her eyeing me suspiciously. I don't know. None of you had dreams?
I did.
Raven pops his head from around the glass doors, still with his bizarrely resilient grin on his face.
But it was about that black shadow creature thing chasing me through the kitchen. So I guess it's not really useful.
What did you see in your dream, Chase?
Well, I waved my hands out in the alternate reality town. But then the mine, too. Like red stuff spread out of it, over the town. Then I saw a noose. I instinctively looked over the edge of the balcony, down towards where I remember seeing the tree. Carl looks too.
What is it?
Well, I saw a tree with a noose on it. Carl looks slowly back up at me.
Down there?
I think so. The look of utter defeat in Carl's face has me hesitating to confirm it.
What the fuck?
I take a deep breath, trying to put what I feel into words. That dream, the way it zeroed in on the tree, it felt meaningful. I think we need to go to it.
Jesus, why?
Carl buries his face in his hands as he leans against the railing, shaking his head slowly from side to side. I don't know, but I don't know where else to start. This place is massive.
So what, they put another letter there for us to find for some reason?
Well, maybe.
Guys.
Carl keeps his head in his hands as I turn around. Raven is still standing by the glass door, but he's looking back into the room.
Jenna left.
What? Sure enough, Jenna is now nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? Raven shrugs.
Downstairs, I guess.
Was she going to the tree? I start to move back into the house, then remember my destroyed ankle. I look back and see that Carl is still slumped down against the railing. Carl! He doesn't look up. Carl, we need to keep moving. Finally, the ram pulls his head up out of his arms and turns to help me. He gets me out into the familiar position with me clinging to his neck while I hop along. I'm relieved he's actually moving, but I don't like the dull look in his eyes one bit. Raven, Carl, and I head down the hall towards the stairs. Carl's right. It's like a dream of Carl's house. Carl mentions that there are a few extra doors, all of which lead into bare hardwood floor rooms. The ground level of the house, though, looks mostly normal. As we make our way through Carl's sort of home, I realize something. You guys hear the trains when we were on the deck?
Maybe. Why?
I thought I did. Just kind of weird. Like, what are those trains doing in a world that isn't really real?
Maybe it is real.
Maybe? I'm not convinced. As we pass through the living room, I can see that it's set up like it always is, and the kitchen looks to be in order as well. As we step outside, I notice that the mansion looks the same for the most part. Not the massive old look it had in my dream. I hop along down the curving driveway from Carl's house like I remember it in my dream. How Jenna would be able to find the tree on her own is beyond me. The only indication I'd given her as to where it was a glance over the railing on the deck.
Man, this is so fucking close to being real, this place.
Yeah. I don't have much else to add, but he's right. It feels so close to being home, but none of it is home. I slow my pace as I turn right at the end of Carl's driveway, practically tugging the ram along. We move along the short distance toward the road, then move to the edge of the left side of the road. Look down over the side onto the rocky sagebrush covering slope, and then there's Jenna. Somehow she immediately found it on her own. That old and rickety wooden platform sits under the tree. This tree and platform definitely aren't in the real Echo. There are a few scant mentions of a hanging tree in my research. If it was still standing, I'd have gone to get some film of it for my project. That project seems like something I was working on years ago at this point. I carefully start to climb down the slope, clinging to Carl. I'm about to call it to Jenna when I stop cold. As we move to the side, the thick trunk of the tree shifted my field of view and revealed the noose. Unlike my dream, the noose isn't empty. Hanging from the noose is a body. From where I'm standing, I can't see exactly what it is. It has its back to us, and all I can make out is a head, hands, and feet, and some old-fashioned clothes, overalls, and a cotton shirt of some kind. The clothes look worn and old, like they've been sitting out in the elements for years. I stop moving, instead staring back at the body. Carl freezes too, and I can feel his ragged breathing in my ear.
Jesus.
Carl gasps. I stare for what feels like an entire minute before I find my voice. Jenna? She's also facing the body. I can't see her face, but she holds up a hand towards me to quiet me before slowly pacing around the platform. It looks like she's moving towards the front, so I steel myself and slowly follow her. I don't want to look at the body as I move, but I can't turn my eyes away. It's old. Very old. The fur's mostly gone, the skin underneath black and leathery. The face is drooping and sunken, the eyelids closed. It's been out in the sun for a very, very long time. I don't know much about corpses, so I don't know how long. I just know it's been a very long time. From what I can tell, it's a canine of some kind. A fox. John. For some reason, I look towards Jenna to see if she'll let us know who it is. She doesn't, instead just staring at the body. Carl tightens his grip around my shoulders. I'm not sure if it's for support against the uneven ground or the horror of it in front of us. Raven has chosen not to follow, instead he stands back at the platform, looking away from the body. I swallow hard, trying to keep my nerves under control, trying to look at the situation like it's a simple task. Do you guys see anything? A note or something? I try to search the platform and avoid looking up at the body.
There's something in its mouth.
Carl points up the corpse with a shaking finger. He's right. There's a flash of white in the mouth of the corpse, just barely sticking out from what looks like a gnarled teeth. A piece of paper, maybe. I'm surprised at how successful I am at keeping my voice calm. I sort of feel a little numb to all of this now. But I think we both realize at the same time what this means. That we're going to have to actually get that piece of paper.
Fuck, man, why do we have to do this? Why don't they just tell us what they want us to know?
I cling to Carl as much as he's clinging on to me, trying to keep him calm. Listen, I'll get it. It's just a body.
No, it's not. Nothing's just as it is in this fucked up place.
Jenna suddenly turns on the two of us, causing us both to flinch back from her.
Chase, you need to get it.
What? Why? You can't even fucking walk.
I can crawl.
He had the dream. They want him to be the one to get it. He volunteered anyway.
That doesn't make sense.
It makes perfect sense.
Why the hell don't you get it?
Carl had adjusted himself so that he's standing halfway in front of me protectively.
Because that's what they want.
That's bullshit. If you know something, Jenna, then why don't you just fucking tell us?
Carl's snarling at Jenna now, which is all the more impressive because rams can't snarl. We can't be doing this right now. Here we are in this fucked up dimension in front of a mummified corpse arguing. I put my hand in front of Carl's chest. Listen, I'll get it. This is what they want, and this will help us move forward. I'm trying to think about actually going up to the wooden steps and stand in front of that corpse, but I don't really have any other option right now. Carl doesn't loosen his hold on me.
Fuck no, Jenna. You get it since you need to know what the fuck is going on.
Carl squeezes me tighter against his chest as he leans in to glare at Jenna. Jenna glares right back, and I can't see her lips trembling as she appears to be holding back her own snarl. Stop it, Carl. Just let it go. I'm gonna get the paper.
No, Chase.
Carl, nothing bad has happened when it comes to getting these stupid pieces of paper. I'll be fine. Carl looks down at me, his face etched with stubborn resoluteness. It's at least a nice change from the almost dead look that I'd seen earlier. He stares at me hard for a good long while, to the point where I almost blush, until finally...
Fine, but I'm coming up with you.
I don't think...
Shut up, Jenna!
Each word seems to have worked hard to get itself out of Carl's muzzle. It's okay, let's go. I let Carl hold my hand as we both move towards the platform over uneven ground. I notice Raven standing off to the side, still facing away from us. I'd have to check on him later. The whole wood creaked softly under our feet as we make our way up the steps. I focus on my hopping foot, not wanting to look at the body. Once we reach the top, though, I realize that I'm going to have to. Leaning heavily against Carl for support, I look up. The corpse's eyes are wide open now. 2 yellow, piercing eyes that are sunk deeply into the skull, staring back at me. Ugh, that's so gross.
You are disgusting. I'm disgusting. You're abhorrent, despicable, horrible. For telling truths. For telling your own truth. You don't know my story, my truth. Your story is a delusion. You cruel, filthy son of a bitch. What do you want from me? I want justice. You and your people don't know the meaning of the word. Just let it rest. Let me rest. And you leave me restless? Murderer. You may not have killed me physically, but you murdered my life, you fucking... The otter hears us. So, if he hears us, then it wants him too. Why does it? You think I know? Why does it create these places? Let us do small things and take it away. It's a game. My life, my reputation, is a game to it. Ha! A game. Go on. Why don't you tell him the truth? The otter works with you. I wouldn't help him even if I could. But you can't, can you? You are but smoke. Good thing, too. You and your fucking lies. I will tell him this. Otter, you are stuck here because you cannot see the truth. And until you do, how will you know the truth if you only lie? You are disgusting.
I'm 9 or 10, and I'm sitting under a tree in the forest. I like the feeling you get when you're finished crying. The stuffed up nose and throbbing my head, along with the feeling of having just run 10 miles. Like I've just finished something really hard and now it's over. And then, a creak in the branches above me. I look up and see the fox, hanging from a rope. His dead eyes are on me.
What? Why don't you get your ass up here and dig it out yourself then?
He's awake.
Chase?
A big hand is cradled up below my head as I stare at the horns waving above my eyes. Between them hangs the fox.
Hey, you okay? What happened?
I don't know. There were... eyes? I stare harder at the fox, but the eyes are closed.
Yeah, me too, but you sort of just fell back. Sorry I dropped you. I think you hit your head.
That would explain the headache. My head throbs with each heartbeat.
Why didn't you grab the letter, Chase?
Are you kidding me?
I flinch at Carl's loud voice and spit that flecks my face.
You just passed out and that thing has something to do with it. Like I said, dig it out the fucking mouth if you want to.
Dig what out? I crane my head painfully to look at Jenna. She stands in the exact same spot, staring stoically. Raven has moved to stand next to her, but now his eyes are wide, staring at the fox. I turn my head back around towards the hanging fox, and that's when I see the letter is gone. Where did it go? I push myself up, cringing as I once again forget about my ankle. Carl hurries over and fusses around me, helping me stand. I keep my eyes on the fox the entire time, but I don't see any signs of life. What happened?
You fell.
No, the fox. What happened to the letter?
He ate it.
What? How?
It, just sort of gobbled it up.
Carl's free hand gestures at his mouth. God. I lean my forehead against the ram's cheek as I close my eyes.
So, are we not supposed to read it?
Raven's voice is small and quiet, nothing like his usual self, even during the time we've spent here. No one says anything for a while. I clear my throat. I think I heard John and James while I was out.
What? What did they say?
I think John and James, they're influencing some of this, but there's something else controlling all of it?
How?
I don't know, but it's stopping them from telling us what they want to say. It's like a game for it. I feel Carl shake his head against my head.
So what are we supposed to do?
Just figure out the game, I guess. They said something about having to see the truth, but I'm not exactly sure of what it is.
But the fox just ate our clue!
That might have been one of them. James or John? I don't know.
Do we just find another one then?
I don't say anything because that's when I see the hint of white sticking out from the fox's pocket. I point. What's that?
What?
That sticking out of the chest pocket.
Huh.
Carl moves a little closer, pulling me along tentatively. Raven calls anxiously from behind us.
What are you guys doing?
Carl's voice gets tighter, more nervous as he reaches out with a shaky hand. I keep my eyes focused on the pocket, not wanting to look around into those eyes if they open again. Carl touches the chest, inking back his hand once before slowly going in again. His face turns towards mine, cringing as he tries to look, and not look at the same time. He fumbles at the pocket for a moment, the fox swaying just slightly from the ram's poking finger. Finally, after what seems like several eternities, Carl manages to get a grip on the note. Once he does, he yanks his hand back, almost hitting the fox's muzzle as he slides the letter free from the pocket.
Okay, let's go.
Carl gently but quickly guides me down the stairs. Jenna eyes what's in Carl's hand suspiciously.
What's that?
Another letter or something.
Where did you get that? The fox ate it earlier.
I saw it sticking out of the pocket. I guess there was another one. Jenna goes quiet and her expression darkens. I'm about to ask her what's wrong, but Carl's already unfolding the paper, swinging the hand or holding it to try and make it unfold. I help him out with my own free hand and hold the letter between us. I notice at the bottom of the paper is a rough tear, like somebody has torn it in half. Jenna and Raven move in closer opposite us.
Please, please let this be the one that gets us back.
It doesn't look like a letter. In fact, it looks like a newspaper clipping. Well, a photocopied one anyway. Carl, I think this came from your mom's collection of artifacts. I remember some pages were ripped out of the scrapbooks.
Really?
Yeah, I thought it was you taking them.
Nope.
I wondered how long ago this nightmare actually started. It seems like it had been setting itself up days before we fell into this place. Well, I guess I'll give it a read. Hopefully this is the one. I start with the big, bold title. Echo researcher uncovers town's serial killer past. Most might know Trisha Hendricks is the CEO of Hen's Ice Cream, but Echo locals will know her to be an avid history buff as well. I just love how it connects all of us, how it shows that everything has happened for a reason. But even she didn't realize what her research would uncover. According to Hendricks, the town's founder, James, had an affair with another man, and both may have been hiding a dark secret. You never know what you'll find out, but to think that James had a homosexual relationship, and with an alleged serial killer, well, it's really something. According to Hendricks' research, James may have been in a romantic relationship with a native fox by the name of John Begay. Town records indicate that Begay was accused of committing multiple child murders. Hendricks says the crimes were sexual in nature. I reach the bottom of the page where the rough tear begins. Clearly there's more to the article, but...
Jenna!
I look up just in time to see a flash of steel before Carl jumps back, pulling me along with him. The knife comes within inches of Carl's face before piercing into the newspaper clipping we were holding with a smack.
What the hell?
Jenna! I'm about to ask what she's doing because I think she's attacking the newspaper for some reason. But her intentions became clear as she moves towards us with a knife. I set on Carl.
Jenna, stop!
Raven bounces up and down, his hands pulling at his ears. Carl moves back as fast as he can while I limp along.
Jenna, what are you doing?
Jenna lunges at us, the knife like arcing down from above again. This time she's too close, and Carl pushes me to the side as he jumps back. I go down on my butt on the rocky ground.
Putrid lying beast! Where's my litter?
I don't know. What did I do?
Carl's stuttering, stumbling eyes wide with terror. I don't even know if he's going to defend himself when Jenna gets to him. With a muffled scream, I push myself onto my feet and hobble after them, each step sending electric lances of pain to the back of my brain. I don't have time to dwell on it, though, because that's when Jenna reaches Carl. She grabs onto one of his horns and yanks him close, Carl swinging his fist wildly in her direction. It's a valiant effort, but Carl's not a fighter, and aside from letting out a few grunts, Jenna isn't affected. She raises the knife just as I reach them.
No, stop!
Grab Jenna or push Jenna? I kind of want to grab Jenna. What do you guys think? Guys, vote. Grab Jenna or push Jenna? What do you think would be best? It's another decision. Either grabbing her or pushing her. I would say... if it were my choice... Okay, Oscar and Chase both say push. Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. Push Jenna! Carl, watch out! I yell as loud as I can before giving the fox the hardest shove I can give. I do it at an angle so she doesn't directly hit Carl. Carl leaps to the side as I slam into her, sending Jenna towards the face plant into the rocks and dirt. I reach out to Carl just as Raven goes blurring past me. He leaps onto Jenna, pinning her down.
Go. Just go. We'll figure something out later, but we need to get away, Carl.
Raven's snarling as he tries to keep Jenna pinned, something that doesn't match his cheerful face at all. Carl stumbles to his feet, then turns and starts jogging away. Carl, wait! Help me up! Carl seems to hesitate before finally turning around, leaning over to help pick me up. And with that, we limp away towards the road. I think we're heading towards the mansion again, but Carl turns us towards the road to the town instead. The growls and snarls get fainter behind us, and I start to worry about what's going to happen to Raven. Hopefully Jenna just stops once Carl's out of sight. He seems to be the only thing she's interested in right now. Carl's breaths are ragged in my ear over the sound of his stumbling clops and my dragging shuffles. Carl, you want to go back to your house instead? Carl doesn't respond, and I look over to him to see him looking straight ahead, eyes fixed on nothing. Carl? He gives his head a little shake, so I go back to staring at my own feet. My ankle is numb at this point, which I guess is better than the lancing pain I had earlier. We're further down the road now to the point where I can't hear Jenna or Raven anymore. Going this may have been a good idea since Jenna will probably end up going back to the mansion. Does she just need time to cool down? And where are we supposed to go now? I'm starting to realize that what just happened is going to affect everything. How are we going to even be near each other now? Jenna just tried to kill Carl. Jenna. Or John. I feel a sudden burst of anger towards him. Fucking serial killer possessing her, forcing her to do this shit. Carl's breathing is getting more ragged. I look over at him again, and I'm not really surprised to see tracks of tears down his face. Carl? Do you need to sit down a second? Take a rest? A few seconds later, Carl stops abruptly next to a small boulder, and I allow myself to be sat down on it. The ram doesn't sit down with me, though. Instead, he starts pacing back and forth in front of me, occasionally wiping his face with his arm. Carl? Carl, sit down.
I don't know what to do, Chase.
Neither do I. Just sit down for a second and we'll...
No, I don't know if we'll ever get out of here.
Carl sobs and goes into a coughing fit. No, come on. We're doing good. We're at least getting somewhere.
Where? This is going forever. You don't know.
I look up at the ram, trying to think of something comforting to say.
Chase, I can't do this. I need a second.
Carl turns and starts walking further down the road. Carl? Carl, wait! We shouldn't split up! Hang on! I stand up unsteadily, leaning over to rest on a rock as I watch Carl continue to trek down the road towards the town. This way, I need a moment. I'll be back.
But Carl! Damn it. I'll be back, dude. Just wait.
Carl, no! I feel myself start to panic as I stumble after him. I realize that not only am I afraid for Carl, for what might happen to him if he runs off to this fake world, but I'm also afraid of being alone here without Carl. I hobble after him, but I realize immediately that I'm not going to catch up. I watch him get further and further away down the middle of the road. I wheeze, clutching my chest as I try to keep up with the sides of my vision as it starts to turn white. I'm not sure what it is, the panic, the breathlessness, or the world itself, but the whiteness seems to pulse with the faint sobs of the ram in front of me. Slowly the white takes over, and I'm in a fog. There's a distant rhythmic pounding that sounds like a gong. Where have I heard it before? I feel a twinge of worry in my chest that I'm going to be late for my next class. Class. Oh yeah, school! That's the clock tower that chimes every hour. Freezing cold leaks through my fur and stings at my nose. I bring my hands up to rub at my shoulders, shivering. The ground is covered in snow, even though it never snows here. At least not this much. We had a flurry once a few years ago, and even that was a surprise. But here it is, piled up on the ground. My mind is still catching up to me, feeling as if I've woken up from a dream. Fuck. Fuck, what happened? Carl. I was chasing after Carl on the road. It all comes back to me slowly. I was going after Carl after Jenna tried to... I hear clopping up ahead of me. My head snaps up, looking into the fog, unable to see clearly through it. Hello? Carl? My voice echoes into the emptiness of the university. Pueblo University. It feels like I haven't been here in months rather than just a week. I rub my shoulders again before padding up slowly to one of the buildings. The pain in my ankle now is a dull throbbing feeling, almost like it's dead. That doesn't seem like a good thing, but at least I can walk. It's just that I have to limp, feeling like I'm walking with a giant log instead of a leg. I focus on the building in front of me. I don't remember this one. In fact, I don't really remember any of them. The buildings are different shapes, just built with the same materials and colors of the buildings of the university. I reach out, grasping at the handle. It's locked. I stare at the door for a while, unsure of what to do. More distant clopping up the sidewalk gets my attention, so I start moving in that direction again. Carl? I call it more softly now because I'm starting to feel afraid of where I am. While I can't see anyone, the fur on my neck is prickling, like I'm somehow extremely invulnerable. I guess the only thing I know for sure about this ordeal is that nothing is as it seems, and for some reason I don't feel like I'm in a safe place.
You were never there for me, you know.
I jump. Carl? The only response is silence. At least it sounds like Carl. Kind of. It was crackly and muffled, like it was coming through a phone. I start to jog up the sidewalk and I notice that I'm stepping through the snow. Like it's not really there either.
We're not gonna hurt you.
The voice comes right over my shoulder and I cringe and let out a yelp, stumbling into a run and turn to face whatever whispered into my ear. I stare at nothing. It has the same crackly mechanical sound to it. My fur is now standing up all over my body, and I rub at my shoulders again, hugging my chest. A soft sound, maybe a footstep, behind me makes me whirl around in the other direction to find more emptiness. I stifle a whine and start trotting up the sidewalk again. This place is different. Something about this place is dangerous. It's unlike the mansion, or the cabin, or even being next to that hanging guy. Something had hurt me here. I don't know how I know, but I just know it. Carl? My voice is getting more desperate. I've never felt more alone. Right now, more than anything, I just want to find Carl.
You want me to be there for you?
I jump, but I keep jogging, basically hopping along with the way my leg isn't working at all.
That's funny.
The sidewalk starts to curve and I come up on the school's pond. I whisper to myself, "Fuck, where are you?" As I keep walking along the ground, it no longer feels smooth. Instead, I feel little pointed bits of rock sticking up into my feet pads, although I wonder if there's smooth pavement when I look down at the ground. I pass a little stone bench, one that Carl liked to sit on back when he was at school with me that first semester.
I just can't, man. I wish I could, but every stupid fucking thing I say is so stupid. Trust me, man, it's not.
I lift my hands up to my throat, shocked because I definitely didn't say that. My voice is coming through, like the others, muffled, distant, from the direction of the bench.
You don't understand. It's like I can't stop going over what I say to people, then I just worry about it for days after. Well, just don't. Just forget about it. Right. Seriously, man, no one cares. Just don't worry about it, okay? Yeah, okay.
I turn around, moving back the way I came, not wanting to hear those voices coming from the bench. I move back to where I was and look around. The sidewalk branches off in several different directions, and I have no idea which one to take.
You weren't there for me.
What? I stand there a moment, feeling the panic start to rise.
What's the matter, cuntface? We're not gonna hurt ya.
That's not Carl. That's not me. I'm hearing things. I close my eyes, hugging my chest again, stealing my breath. Softer clopping sounds come from my left. I open my eyes again and immediately move in that direction.
Hey, we're just playing.
I grit my teeth and mumble to myself. I was a kid. What was I supposed to do? There's no response as I keep moving. A loud pop makes me jump and cover my head. What the hell was that? Was that a gunshot? I crouch on the sidewalk, looking left and right, but not seeing anyone. Was someone shooting at me? It had seemed kind of far away. Whatever it was, just sitting here probably isn't going to help me, so I start moving away again, a little faster, half bent over. To my left I see the football stadium rising up into the fog. I'd gone there for a few games, and at a dance they held on the field for homecoming.
Dude, I'm not feeling very good. Want to go back home and play something?
Come on, I told you not to be like this.
Can't really help it, man.
Just tough it out another hour.
Nah, man, I'm gonna head back.
Alright then.
Alright, later.
I keep going, whispering to myself, to Carl. Is that you, Carl? Can you actually hear me? No response. I keep going, listening for clops. When I hear them, I follow. After what seems like about 10 minutes, I come up to a smaller building, one that the path leads directly into. I slow my pace as I come up to it, staring at the door. I listen for a long while, but there aren't many more clops. I reach out and rest my hand on the handle, then I give a slight pull, expecting it to be locked, but it inches open smoothly. Staring open for a while longer, I finally pull the door open and find our old dorm room. Like most things in the nightmare, it isn't exactly the same. Actually, it's probably about 3 times longer, like the interior of a stretched limo or something. And at the very end of it, I see Carl splayed out in one of the beds. It doesn't have a mattress in it, so he's just laying on a flat board. Slowly, I highball over to him. He's staring up the ceiling, and I'm kind of surprised to see a slight smile on his face. Hey, Carl? Carl looks over at me, surprised.
Whoa. Hey, dude, what's up?
He laughs over the last few words. I stare at him. What? Are you okay?
Actually, yeah, kind of am.
Are you sure? I move over to the opposite bed. My old bed.
Yeah, for the first time all week, actually.
Push myself onto the bed, which is off the ground, a good 3 feet more at the university. My feet dangle over the edge.
Is your ankle okay? I told you to wait. I just need a minute.
I frown. Seriously? You just left me there, in a place with smoke monsters. Carl grimaces.
Yeah, sorry about that.
What happened? I slide on to round the bed to face around, noticing that while they're tall, they're a lot shorter in length. Short enough that Carl's hooves stick over the edge.
Well, Jenna tried to kill me.
I rub my shoulders, looking away. Yeah, you know she's not in her right mind right now. We were talking about how maybe John...
Oh, it's definitely John. James tried to do the same thing to me.
Yeah? I was gonna ask what it was like. Carl pokes at the wall above his head, tapping it with his finger.
Well, he basically just told me that I needed to find some stuff out. Keep lies from getting out. That he couldn't tell me why.
I wonder what John's telling Jenna then. Carl shrugs. I mean, it can't be good if he's a serial killer.
Yeah.
Another period of silence passes. I don't mind it. It kind of feels nice. Not all like outside where I felt like I was in imminent danger. The only problem right now is that something smells kind of bad, but it's subtle enough that it's not really bothering me. So, we're at the university, huh?
Yep.
I wonder why. You hear the voices out there.
Yeah.
Things go quiet again, and I wonder what the hell Carl might be thinking. He looks ridiculously peaceful. Okay, did you find some weed somewhere? Because you're looking as chill as I've ever seen you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Carl scratches his nose.
Well, I guess I just realized some stuff.
I wait, but he doesn't go on. Like what?
Well, Chase, that I don't need you.
I frown. What? Carl laughs.
No offense, man, but I realize that I rely on people too much, you know?
I still don't really know. Did something happen?
I guess I always sort of held it against you. with what happened with Clint back in the day.
Oh, the fight?
Yeah, and also some things at college. But then I realized that isn't fair.
He pauses, but I don't say anything.
I realize that I'm really responsible for myself in the end, that I need to help myself.
That's good. I can't help but wonder if now is the best time for this epiphany Carl is having, but it explains the setting we're in right now. Did he do this with his own mind? Is everything we've been through the result of our own imaginations? Carl sits up suddenly, rubbing the bed.
And then I'm sick of feeling like I have to do something important, that I need to be important.
He turns on his butt to face me and spreads out his hands.
Because I'm not. I'm not important at all. I'm a rich-ass, spoiled little shit, and that's about it.
Come on, Carl.
No, it's a good thing. I'm happy because I realized I'm okay with that.
Carl smirks at me.
I want to go to college, but I want to get an art degree. Then I want to get some job that I can halfway stand and play games in my free time.
He stares at me and I stare back. Okay. Carl laughs again.
I know this sounds stupid, but realizing this, it just feels good to feel comfortable in my own skin. I haven't been comfortable for so fucking long.
Oh, that's good. I try to smile for the ram. But I mean, we need to get out of here if you're gonna do anything.
Yeah. It's weird that I'm feeling this way right now, but what isn't weird here?
Carl reaches out to the wall again, feeling it carefully.
Anyway, when I said I didn't need you, it sounded fucked up. I hope you know I still love you, man.
Yeah, I love you too, man.
But I need to say it out loud, I guess. I don't need anyone to make me feel okay. I just need to be okay with myself, and I guess I am.
You give Carl a weak smile, not sure of what else to say.
Sounds cliche, huh? But it's true.
I mean, I'm just as happy that you're okay. You ran away so suddenly.
I had another panic attack. Almost as bad as the one I had here.
Carl points over to the opposite end of the room at a desk.
I came back from that stupid dance and had a bunch of homework to do for that computer programming class my dad made me take. I don't know, having that bad experience at the dance and trying to figure out programming I didn't fucking understand, something cracked.
Carl looks over at me.
When I got back home, things were worse than they'd ever been. Then one time I dropped acid and thought I killed you.
I make a face, but Carl waves his hand.
Long story, but then I thought that was a sign that maybe you were the one that was holding me together all that time.
Carl, I had no idea.
Yeah, how are you supposed to know? I didn't say anything, and when you came back to Echo, I thought maybe I could pull myself together with you there.
Carl grins.
Then after this hellscape thing and Jenna, I just got fed up with it, I guess.
Carl shrugs.
I don't know, it cracked again, but it's like I cracked back in place. I just feel okay now, that we're gonna get through this.
I finally kind of chuckle too. You know, I'm happy for you, I really am. I just wish we could actually get back to Echo so you can feel better there. Carl taps his teeth loudly with his fingers and looks at me.
Dude, I think we are.
Huh? I look at him quizzically. Carl runs a hand over the bed again.
I just realized something, looking at this place. Can you see it?
I furrow my brows. See what?
This place seems familiar at all? Because now I'm seeing something completely different.
I squint. No? It looks like the dorm. Just a super long version of it. Carl smiles.
Nah, man. We're in the diner.
The what? But I can't go on because as soon as I see the shape of the diner, the dorm room melts away like a mirage. I'm on a table and Carl sits across from me on the opposite table. Oh! Carl's smile stretches into a grin.
I guess we see the truth now.
We're in the diner? Weird. You have a test to turn in? Do your test and tune it in. So wait, we've been in the diner the whole time? No way. All of that nonsense was in a diner? I gasp heavily, leaning on Carl as we make our way up the road towards the mansion.
Looks that way. I think it all happened in my house.
I look around me in the darkness of the night. While the surreal feeling of dreaming is gone, I still feel like I'm in some kind of nightmare. Carl tries his phone the second we realize we were back, but it was dead. Here outside, no one's around, though we did see a few bodies in the middle of the road.
What the hell is happening? I think everyone's gone crazy.
Carl seems to be mostly talking to himself. I remember seeing Janice running through the street just before everything went to shit, and I'm inclined to think he's right. Should we maybe go to Leo's place instead?
I don't know. I kind of want to find Raven and Jenna, break them out of this first.
I mean, she's still got that knife.
Maybe she's calmed down, then we could tell them and snap them out of it.
Well, you think the others would come and find us or something? The fact that they haven't, Carl grunts in acknowledgement but doesn't say anything more. Meanwhile, the mansion looms ominously in front of us, and there's no sign of Raven or Jenna in front. There's the tree where we saw the body hanging, thankfully empty. I vaguely wonder if the newspaper clipping that the corpse ate is still there somehow. As Carl half drags me through the driveway, he hesitates.
Listen, maybe you should wait out here. I'll wake the others up, then I'll grab the keys and we could drive out to Peyton, get away from all this shit.
I laugh, despite myself. Yeah, right after everything we've been through? Besides, I saved your ass whenever John went after you. I might have to do it again. Carl smirks.
Yeah, alright, but if he comes at us, I want you getting the hell out of here. Get into your car and get to Peyton.
In hindsight, maybe we should have gotten my car from the motel and left that way instead? Carl shrugs.
I would have come here anyway. I'm more worried about Raven right now.
We're on the steps now, and Carl listens intently, his long ears poking up. It's dead silent. My heart rate starts to pick up as Carl reaches for the door, imagining Jenna, John, running out of the darkness, knife in hand. Very slowly, Carl twists the knob and pushes the door open. Thankfully, the well-oiled hinges, it makes hardly a sound as it slowly swings open. We're met with darkness, aside from a few LEDs from this TV set. Carl leans in close to my rear.
At least the power's still on. I'm gonna try the landline first.
I nod as Carl and I step with our foundation into the house. I'm happy to see that Carl's kitchen looks just like Carl's kitchen does. Despite the terrifying atmosphere, there's a relief that comes with knowing that we've broken free of the nightmare or whatever it was. Just then a distant soft pop echoes from the town. We both look back for a moment, and I remember the sound I heard while running through Pueblo. Had someone shot at me? I don't have long to dwell on that as Carl tugs me into the kitchen, purposely leaving the door behind us open. He's probably more worried about what might be in the house rather than what's far away in the town. The Ram reaches for the light switch, then thinks better of it. He leaves me to lean against the counter before moving to the phone. I look around, noticing that the table is set with a few plates with what looks like squares of drywall on them. In fact, the whole table is covered in dust that probably came from the crawl space. I frown at that before noticing a clear cup on the counter full of some kind of yellow liquid. At the same time, I see a piece of paper laying next to me, standing out on the spotless counter. These are all the things from the first stream. So somehow someone peed in a cup, and then I drank it, and then we were eating drywall for the grilled cheese sandwiches. All this is so insane. At the same time, I see a piece of paper laying next to me, standing out on the spotless counter. I reach out, pressing a hand over it and feeling the smooth piece of paper, its size and shape familiar. Pick it up, looking around for a light source before seeing the fridge and hobbling over to it.
Line's dead. What are you doing, dude?
I open the fridge, letting the dim yellow light spill out. I hold up the paper, which seems to be a copy of a newspaper clipping. This is a photocopy from the cabin, I whisper loudly. Meseta boy missing. Native settler tensions rise. 5th native boy goes missing in 2 years. Native chief says disappearances did not happen until settlers arrived. James Hendricks had been confined in the county jail pending further evidence. I look up at Carl. Wait, so was it James that was kidnapping children? Carl shrugs at me.
I really don't know, man. I don't think it matters right now.
He did have a point considering we weren't trapped in the nightmare anymore, though I still feel like something is missing. Yeah, you're right. I fold up the paper and shove it back into my pocket anyway.
So the phone's dead. I think we should just grab the keys and...
Carl's ears prick up. I'd do the same with mine if I could.
You hear that?
No? Carl moves up to the stairs.
Stay here. I'll be right back.
I shout whisper.
What?
I'll be right back. I think I hear Raven.
I bite my lip. This new boost of confidence that Carl's gotten is great and all, but his hero complex is about to get him killed. I follow the Ram to the top of the stairs, watching him about to start downward before jabbing him in the back with my knuckles. Look back into the almost as dark kitchen before making up my mind and hopping down the stairs right after the ram. He jumps.
Holy shit, you scared the hell out of me! Why'd you dig your knuckles into my back?
Well, fuck you for thinking of leaving me up here. I told you outside we're sticking together.
Okay, just hold on to my shirt or something.
Okay. With that, Carl starts making his way down the stairs with me limping behind. Slowly but surely, I start to hear something too. It's muffled and quiet and sounds very much like a voice. The voice is calm and reasonable, and I'm pretty sure it's Raven's. Carl stops next to a door on our left, where the voice seems to be coming from. Wait, maybe I should open it. If Jenna's in there, it's not like she's going after me, right? Carl seems to hesitate in the darkness.
I don't know, man.
Don't worry, you'll be right next to me, right? There's a moment of silence again before Carl shifts next to me to the side of the door.
Alright, but get behind me if she goes after you.
I nod as well, even if he can't see me. And take a breath, steeling myself for what might be behind the door. Slowly I pushed it open. It's also dark in this room. The weight room, I realize. The talking stops immediately before it turns into a whine.
Oh my god, and the door opened by itself! This is insane!
I feel for the light switch next to the door and flip it on. There sits Raven, tied up to a weight machine with what looks like several pieces of clothing. A few pieces of paper sit on his lap on the ground. The husky is staring right at me, but there's no sign of recognition in his face. There's no sign of Jenna either, thank God. Raven?
Oh god, it knows my name!
Raven starts writhing around in his bonds.
Mr. Ghost Thing, what do you want? Do you want money? Honestly, I don't have very much money at all. I work at the mall.
Carl pokes his head in too.
Hey Raven, can you hear me?
But Raven keeps babbling on about his job. Carl frowns and shifts past me into the room. I stand in the doorway, looking back into the hall, but only seeing darkness. Raven's still chattering when Carl reaches out, resting a hand on his shoulder. The shriek that Raven lets out make my fur stand on end.
Oh my god, no!
Shh! Carl presses a hand to the husky's mouth, muffling his nose just a bit. That's when Raven's eyes widen.
Whoa, hey, Carl.
He stares around, wide-eyed.
Where am I?
In my house. In my weight room. Are you okay?
The husky looks at Carl again.
What, how?
Carl shrugs.
We have no idea.
I look back into the hallway to make sure Jenna isn't coming after all that shrinking. Then I look back at the other two. So, it's that easy? We just had to touch him? Carl turns to me.
Yeah, I guess. It's like it's just a dream or something.
Hey, Chase.
Raven is craning his head around Carl now. Hey, Raven. Raven stares around at the room again.
Wow, just a second ago I was in a really fancy-looking bedroom. And in a bed with curtains on it and stuff.
Raven, how'd you get tied up?
Oh, Jenna, of course. Actually, she calmed down a bit and I brought her into the house. But then she punched me.
Carl sets to untying the husky while Raven rubs the back of his head against the weight machine.
And I fell down the stairs and she dragged me into this room and tied me up.
Raven smiles sheepishly.
Honestly, I probably could have fought her off. But facing a tiny, maybe a serial killer girl with a knife is kind of scary, so I just did what she told me.
That's okay. Do you, know where she is now? He glanced back into the hallway. Still nothing.
Nah, she went back out. She did come back 10 minutes ago, though, and shoved these papers into my face.
Raven points at the papers in his lap and on the ground with a free hand. Carl gets started on untying the binds around his legs.
Said something about these being the real letters, the truth or whatever.
I limp into the room, partly because I don't want to get caught by Jenna if she suddenly comes in, and also because I want to look at the two letters. They're short. One of them is about a paragraph, and the other's only a few words. Because it's second nature now, I pick up the longer one and read aloud. I don't know what to say after finding your dungeon. No, there are no other words for it, James. It is a dungeon. And after finding the boy's body, finding out what you've done to it, there truly are no words, James. I only know now why you were never satisfied with me. All of your sweet words have turned to poison. I'm leaving you to the law and leaving this wretched town behind. I only hope that God has no mercy on your soul. I pick up the other letter, placing it over the first. You are disgusting. I don't have James's letters, so I have no idea what John was responding to. I also don't know who to believe anymore. John or James, or even the thing that they were talking about could alter the notes left around in that dreamscape. There's no way I can even begin to piece together what was manipulating what. But maybe because I'm in the real world now, and this is certainly real, this could be the actual truth. I also noticed the collection of dust on these photocopy pages, taken from the scrapbook and stashed somewhere. Probably the crawl space, considering the state they're in. Is Jenna in the crawl space right now, searching for letters? Raven finally pulls his feet out of the ropes, rubbing his arms. He nods at me.
Said she wrote that one in jail after James had written to him. I gotta say, since that whole knife thing, seems like she doesn't know who she is.
I folded the letters, putting them in my pocket with the news article.
I mean, she keeps on going on about James and letters.
Did she say anything else about the letters? Raven frowns, looking at the ceiling.
She said something about not being able to finish the game because one of them burned the one the other got. Eaten.
I put my hand on my pocket. Well, I found the one that got burned on the counter upstairs. I don't think it burned, we just saw it burn. I think to the tree outside in front of the house, but Carl shakes his head.
Doesn't really matter. Now that we're free of this shit, let's find the keys and get the hell out.
Carl starts on the last restraints around Raven's ankles. I get up and limp to the doorway again, looking out towards the crawl space. In that moment, I hear a whisper of movement down the hall. I limp out a bit more, watching as two tall ears slowly materialize out of the darkness. For a moment, I see a young male fox in overalls in front of me. But that imagery dissolves as Jenna is slowly lit up by the light coming from the weight room. She's covered in dust from the crawl space. I'm startled, but I'm not scared because I know she can't see me. At least she shouldn't be able to see me, but her piercing eyes are right on me. She can see me. Maybe it's the fact that it's not Jenna at all. Maybe it's because she's completely possessed and it's John looking through her eyes. Wherever it is, she can see me, that's clear, because she immediately raises the knife and bares her teeth at me. I don't want the others getting caught by her, especially with Raven tied up like that. I need to give Carl or I a chance to attack from behind, depending on if she goes for me or takes a turn into the weight room. She's coming! I back out into the hall and away from Jenna, hoping to give one of us the advantage. But she's coming so fast.
Otter, you're in on it with James, huh?
Her voice, so rough and deep, unlike anything I've heard from Jenna before. I realize that there's no waking Jenna up from this. It's not Jenna anymore, and John sure as hell isn't waking up. John lunges and I turn and run. The fox doesn't even glance into the weight room as he comes for me. I limp and leap through the darkness, left hand outstretched, desperately feeling for the end of the wall that will signify the stairs. I hear the fox breathing behind me, bumping into the walls. Finally, my hand falls through nothing and I turn sharply to run up the stairs. I stumble upwards. I start wondering what the hell I'm going to do. Well, I could try and go for a bathroom, lock the door. That doesn't exactly help out Carl. Can't stop thinking about the newspaper clipping that John's hanging corpse ate. If I can get that, get all the pieces that it wants us to get, then maybe it can end whatever this is. My thoughts are interrupted as soon as something cold goes down my back, followed by an even colder pain, just to the right of my spine. I gasp as I fall into water, but continue upwards. I can hear Carl shouting, too, at the base of the stairs. There's too much distance between me and him for the ram to be able to be of any help. As I reach the top of the stairs, there's a loud whack sound to the left of my head, just as I stumble into the kitchen. A quick glance over my shoulder, and I see John yanking the knife from the wall. Almost sobbing now, I jump lift my way to the front door, hearing John scream curses at me from behind. While I want Carl's help right now, I also don't want him to catch up. I don't want John turning on him. I struggle with the door for a moment, for some reason trying to push on it rather than pull. It's only a few seconds, but enough for John to gain on me and swing with the knife again as I pull open the door. I scream and duck, hearing the metal clang against the door hinge. I lunge forward, out the door and into the cool of the early morning. The sky is a soft blue as dawn breaks. I limp as fast as I can down the steps, down the driveway, towards the slope past the road, but John catches up on me again as I'm on the road. This time he grabs my shirt, holding on to me. I turn to face him as he draws the knife back for another swing, but at that moment we go over the slope. Even in my adrenaline-fueled state, the fall is painful, and each time I roll, I can feel the stab of rock sticking to my skin. The final bounce is punctuated with a blinding pain in my forehead as it collides with a smaller boulder. I shakily get to my feet, looking left and right for the tree, panicking until I realize it's right in front of me. I stumble right onto it, clinging to it. I scan the dirt, but there's nothing, no paper at all. Jeanette's getting up, just 5 feet away. I can see blood oozing through several scratches on his body. The knife is still in hand and zeroes in on me again. I cower and move behind the tree, my plan ruined. And that's when my face comes level with a hollow in the tree. Automatically, I reach in, feeling around, feeling mostly spiderwebs and twigs before Carl appears at the top of the slope.
Hey! Hey, stop!
John whirls around, knife raised as he immediately moves in the other direction.
You!
My hand finds the corner of the piece of paper and pulls out the newspaper clipping. I scan over it. It's another quote from Carl's mother. I begin to read, my voice crackling as I manage to shout. But I was able to open a lockbox kept by James himself. It was full of jail letters between him and John. John freezes in his steps, knife still raised, looking up at Carl. I don't want to sully the Hendricks name, but if what John said is true, James framed him of the most heinous crime in Echo history. In the meantime, Carl stumbles down the slope, moving carefully around the fox to stand next to me. I reach into my pocket and pull out the other pieces of paper. I hold them up. John, we know the truth. I'm going to tell everyone in my documentary, okay? I'm a journalist, a reporter. They will see the truth. John turns towards me, knife slowly lowering. And just like that, it's not John anymore. It's Jenna. The knife clatters to the rocks. Carl reaches out to hold me, and I collapse against him, everything numb. Jenna's hands go to her mouth, staring at the knife, staring at me, and Carl before she screams. In the distance, I hear sirens. Whoa, this feels like the end. That's cool. Is history subjective in nature? The story of James and John surely seemed to be. All we have are a few written letters, and from these we must be able to draw some sort of conclusion. In the end, it can't really be said what exactly happened almost 150 years ago. Instead, we can only provide the facts. Several native children went missing. James was accused of the crime before claiming that his secret lover John was the culprit. In his jail letters, Jonathan claims that he was framed by James. Because of the vigilante justice dealt out by the town, John never had a trial, and no record of the evidence collected exists. James, because of his influence, was allowed to leave and live hundreds of miles away on the west coast, where he eventually died. He never wrote of the incident again. Many believed that, as journalists, we're supposed to be unbiased and only state facts. It's not exactly true, as long as it's clear that we're stating an opinion. So I'd like to do that now. The following is my opinion, that John is innocent. We should be presumed innocent until proven guilty, after all, and Jonathan's never even had that chance. According to accounts written by other townspeople, James was a deceitful and emotionally manipulative man. There are many accounts of his prejudices against the native people as well. In the end, the records that exist of John give us no reason to disbelieve him, while James has given us every reason to doubt him. But because time is evidence's worst enemy, it has been 150 years after all, the definitive answer will likely never be known. Like much of Echo, the story is lost to time. I'm Chase Hunter at Pueblo University, and this has been a special report on the town of Echo. A look over the report again, eyes stinging from staring at a monitor for way too long. I'm a terrible writer, and the words of the script seem so clumsy. I shrug and decide I'll have time to polish it up a bit tomorrow. It's weird, writing the last word to a script I started almost 1.5 years ago. It's changed a lot since then, moving from a focus on hysteria to an old mansion mystery. My mind wanders back to that spring break in Echo. I still shake my head when I think about it, how it completely shattered my view on reality, my view on life. Of course, I couldn't come back to school right afterwards. I hadn't finished my project after all. Actually, I needed therapy. We all did. Except Carl. He seemed to have come out of it better than he had been going into it. Somehow. Everyone handles trauma differently, Jenna would say. In fact, she had a lot of things to say about what had happened. While she didn't come out quite as unscathed as Carl, she still is tougher than me, and actually went right back to school that summer. Now she's at Weston, and a lot of her research is focused on folie à deux, or shared psychosis. Because of how everything went down, the things we felt and what we saw, Jenna's convinced that that's what took place. She brought up the way that we primed each other to hear and see things. The way things we saw didn't seem to have any rhyme or reason for what they were. While I do believe a lot of what we saw came from ourselves, I'm not fully convinced that explains all of it. Mainly because of the rest of the townspeople went through their own nightmare that night. I still can't believe the things that Leo and TJ went through. Still, I'm glad she can find a way to explain it to herself. She told me over the phone just last week that she hadn't forgiven herself, that she should have been stronger than that. I've told her over and over again that it's not her fault, but I guess after coming to with a knife in her hand and her best friend stabbed, it left an impression. I rest my hand on the thick scar through my shirt that runs all the way down my back and wiggle the ankle that caused me a permanent limp. Still, this whole incident, it actually brought us closer. At least for Jenna, Carl, and I. Hell, even Raven. It's still painful to think about how Flynn, Leo, and TJ. Poor TJ. They're just not really talking anymore. I guess it's the fact that we went through completely different things during the incident. Okay, but at least... Oh god, I can't spoil this, but still, I'm happy that Flynn is okay. Of course, I'm happy that Leo and TJ are okay. Of course, we told the police that it was someone else that had stabbed me while the town descended into madness. Echo, a name now famous worldwide after the mass hysteria incident that truly brought a dying town to its ultimate end. At least in terms of being a failed town. While no one really lives there now, it's certainly become a tourist attraction. Just like it always wanted to be. Countless news reports, TV shows, and paranormal investigators descended on the area, especially once the news story changed from spree killings leave 9 dead to whole town went fucking nuts. Hey, congratulations, you're finished, just like I'm done with this round. Luckily, not a lot of focus fell on us since we weren't exactly living in Echo anymore. We just got into the ambulances and left. Carl, on the other hand, along with the rest of his family, are still harassed by the media. Carl's mom, Trisha, is a pro at handling the media, though. I still wondered about what exactly it was that stopped her from publishing all her findings. I'll have to ask her sometime, considering I'm practically family due to how much I visit with Carl. In the end, the relationship I had with Carl in the Dreamscape didn't exactly survive in the real world. Carl told me that he didn't know where he ended and James began, even when he rejected James's influence. We couldn't really trust anything that happened there. But still, he's my best friend, and I plan to spend the summer over at his house when I start my next project on Echo. Yeah, I realize that there are a lot more stories to cover over there, and I plan to uncover them. It's almost healing going back now without any fear. My own little therapy. Guess I always end up back there eventually. The sound of clops to my right make me look up, just as a bulky ram fills the frame of the doorway. Carl leans against it, rolling his eyes.
Dude, you told me you were gonna work on that tomorrow.
I smile and rest my chin on my palm. I was just giving it a quick once-over before we film.
Yeah, sure. Anyway, I'm going for some pizza. You coming?
I'm not really hungry, but taking my mind off Echo for a little bit just sounds good. Carl always cheered me up anyway. I nod over at the corner of our dorm where Carl's papier-mâché sculpture of a tortured-looking bird sits. Don't you have to finish that ugly thing by tomorrow? Carl shrugs.
Yeah, got like 3 energy drinks in the fridge. I'll be good. Come on, let's get going. I want to meet Caitlin there, too.
I get up slowly, stretching out my back. Oh, I see. So I'm just your wingman. Carl smirks.
It's not like that, dude. I just like hanging out with her. Now let's go!
Carl hangs on the frame, starting to swing himself out into the hall. Hey, Carl? Carl rebounds back into the dorm, leaning in towards me.
Yo?
Thanks for being my friend. I don't know if that was all the reminiscing about what happened the spring before last, or if I'm still not over what happened, but Carl seems to understand. He smiles and reaches out a big hand towards me, with which I grasp.
Of course, man. If you need to talk or something, I'm here. Do you want to talk right now?
I shake my head quickly. Nah, I'm good. You know what? I just wanted to say it. Especially since after writing this paper, it's all still fresh in my mind. Carl smiles.
Well, thanks for saying it. Now let's go!
Carl again swings on the frame out into the hall. You're gonna get cookies to people? That's so nice! I'm gonna get some cookies too, then. There's some loud clapping before I hear him shouting at someone, giving them what sounds like a high five. I smile to myself as I look at the document on the screen one last time, before closing the laptop and following Carl out into the hallway. The end. That was a cool ending. I liked that. I still want to see what the epilogue is gonna be like. For, Flynn's route. I'm gonna say much in this video, in case people watch it out of order. Oh! I want to see the rest of that. I can't wait till it's done. Funny enough, I want to do, the next route I really want to do is Jenna's route. I really want to do Jenna's route. Because Jenna's route's gonna be cool, guys. I don't know anything about it, and it just seems like it'd be a lot of fun. But I don't really know anything about, like, I don't know. Jenna's route's gonna be cool, but it's not really finished yet, I don't think. That's one of the best endings, you'd say? I'd say I'd agree with that. It was honestly really cool. Thanks again for joining me on Echo. I will say that stream didn't quite, get through it quite well. This stream was like a stumble to like actually begin Echo. Luckily, we didn't have any stream crashes during Echo. The only thing that didn't work was the girl voice changer. So I realized that if I want to get the girl voice going, I can kind of like mimic something by sucking in a lot of air. Because I realized when you want to do voices and vocal work, you have to suck in a lot of air. It's not finished yet. I know it's not finished yet. It's sad. I want it finished sooner. That'd be so great. It'd be so great if it could be. I hope it does get finished though. I can't wait till it is. But yeah, if you suck in a lot of air and utilize like your lungs, I think you are able to kind of manipulate a kind of high voice. Somewhat. I mean, probably as close as you can ever get. But yeah, I'm actually going to take one quick look at the South Park game as we talk about Echo. Because I feel like I can do that. I feel like I'm able to. So, what route should I go next with, honestly? Thinking about all the routes that we've done in Echo. Oh, weird. It's not closing. Oh, there we go. There we are. And now we're at this, as I just kind of talk over everything. Oh, shit. It's actually not doing anything. Oh, it's broken. You know, I thought that it would actually work. It was working before. Oh, you know what? I think I might know what it might be doing. Dude, is it actually going to work now? Wait. No signal. Okay, I was wondering. I thought that was a bit too easy. Anyway, I guess we could just talk about, what happened. I really want, as far as routes are concerned, I really want to start playing, oh, fuck. I guess I'll have to do the original route. I'll have to do that one guy's route. Leo's. I guess Leo's is next. I kind of said Leo's would be next. Also, I died in, I died in South Park. Par for the course, as that game is actually really hard. But this has been played up early with Rad Dude. I felt like renaming it. I felt like adding in a couple more things. So yeah. It was, fun, definitely. Maybe Leo, that's what I'm thinking. Leo is like the first thing most people end up doing in this. So I thought maybe I could do something kind of different. But I mean, I guess I could just do whatever I want though. So doing whatever I want, I don't know, we'll find out. Leo's probably next. I could do TJ, but the thing is I don't really have any connection with TJ. Like, he hasn't really been present in any of the routes. I think doing Leo's might give me some more connection to TJ. Hey, doggy, yeah, we got through it. It was fun. It has been fun. Oh, shit, let's get rid of that. But yeah, it's good to see you, doggy. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what exactly, when we're going to be doing this, what route we're going to be doing next. Although I will say, since that is route over, doggy, guess what we're doing? KFC next Friday. So yes, next Friday we'll be starting. I like with these routes, I like doing one visual novel, like in between, sandwiched all the Echo routes. So I kind of been wanting to do the jokey kind of KFC route, so I'm going to do that. This is KFC visual novel. Doggy actually suggested it a while back. Well, reminded me of it. And so I figured now could be the perfect time to actually go into it. So next Friday, we'll have KFC. Once that is over, we'll go for more Echo. I don't believe there'd be much incentive to play the KFC game more than once. But hey, I guess we'll find out. We shall see. When is that Ninjala stream? I don't know. I guess we'll find out too. That'll be during VC, of course, since that's a multiplayer game. Next Friday is actually Splatoon, if you want to tune in for that, doggy. Splatoon, and we can all play with that. Oh, wow, oh, dang, this thing is, like, really, really far behind. That's insane. I am down dead now. Oh, oh yeah, are you, Oscar? Oh, yeah, I don't know, this is cool. Thanks again for tuning in and all that. Funny enough, I thought I could have had another stream with my Elgato. Turns out that is not the case. Turns out my Elgato is actually completely freaking dead right now. I'll have to restart it, but yeah. Will you stream Splatfest? I will try to stream the Splatfest, yeah. If it's actually a legitimately new Splatfest, you can fucking bet I'm going to be playing that. Whatever day it's going to end up on. Hopefully it doesn't conflict with, like, Homestuck Day or something. Wait, it's over on the weekends, so I can play it Friday. Oh, it's perfect! Yes, it would be perfect. Oh, perfect.
Leopard talk. You are dead now. I feel dead now too. It has been a long day. A very long day indeed.
It's been a long week. I'm honestly considering moving stream around a bit, at least on some of the other days. Like, I kind of want to have my break day not be Tuesday, Saturday. So I might be fixing that in the future. I want to keep Rad Dude on Friday. I think what maybe I could do, I could move... I kind of don't want to lose my Saturday. I can get a Tuesday, Wednesday break day. Or I can get like a Saturday, Friday break day. But the thing is, I don't want to... The only thing I'm capable of moving right now is a Wednesday stream. So it's like, ooh, I kind of want to move Wednesday stream to Saturday stream. And then that kind of make more sense. But then again, it won't be Wednesday anymore. I'll have to retitle it. And then it'd be fine. Oh boy.
But I guess now it has been a very fun time. And who is out? Rad is out.
In a way, I think it is perfectly fine that I didn't get to play more South Park at the end. We'll play a little bit more South Park next week. Since I can open up these streams with like 30 minutes of South Park, that's what I'm going to be doing in the future, since we have now rebranded my Friday streams to be Up Late Up Early with Rad Dude. It's a little classic thing that I've had for a while. It's basically my variety stream of sorts. Although it is mostly just a huge dive into... We'll have a little splash of multiplayer, an even smaller splash of like a Let's Play type thing, and then just a huge smattering of visual novel to just hang out and play around in.
Time stop.
Also looks like Ninjala and SpongeBob come out around the same time. Oh, do they? Oh, damn, that'd be nice.
That would be good. That would be great.
Yeah. Funny enough, I want to think about things I could play on this channel. Honestly, if I want to do things like 30 minutes before stream where I can just kind of do whatever I want, now my mind is racing. I have a new secret day to like play things on. That'd be cool. Plus, like, giving it the Up Late Up Early moniker and name is kind of like exciting to me. Maybe we can even do drawing streams or whatnot. That'd be fun. I would like that. Look how slow that chat is. What is wrong with the YouTube application thing? I guess it doesn't matter.
More senpai voice.
Yeah, it's fun to do the voice.
I like doing this voice.
In the future, I'm also thinking about
possibly doing some informative, talkative videos on this channel.
Probably. Maybe I can actually talk about South Park here on this channel. It'll be very simply produced, I think. But I think that would be just the theme for Red. If I ever wanted to make a video for Darwin that is more of a talky video, can have more of a plot. Try 2 different styles of video kind of creation. But I also want to get my thoughts out, so I think I could utilize Rad for that. I think that'd be fun. Who will you play with that SpongeBob Horde mode, since it's 2 people at a time? Is it only 2 people? Well, you did mention it to me, Doggy. We could probably do that. Once I have that game, I could do it with you. And then we could, like, switch it out but with different people.
The leopard voice.
Drawing stream. Yeah, we could do, like, 30 minutes of drawing where I'll draw whatever, and you guys suggest things for me to draw. It's this goofy thing that happens over at the Twitch channel, but you know what? Fuck it. Introduce things here, too. Why not? Why not? I have been wondering what to do with this stream, but hey, might as well do what I know. And yeah, who knows? Although I don't know about doing speedruns over on this channel. Although speedruns are something I really desperately want to get back to. Really desperately. But yeah, who knows? Maybe next week, once I get through some South Park, if I'm done with that, we could do like a drawing thing. 30 minutes of drawing. Why not? It's actually kind of exciting thinking of ways to kind of branch out this stream a bit too. I'm gonna play as Squidward or Gary in that mode. That sounds fun. They actually have all these different characters. That looks cool. Yeah, I still love that little drawing that I made for you. It's a while back. It's, I don't know, things are fun. And I'm kind of excited to see where stream goes in the future. Yeah, it should be pretty cool. Should be pretty awesome. Anyways, I'm glad we get to sit here and talk and, gab a little bit. Yeah, your profile pic. Wonderful little profile pic. I'm actually curious about something. Holy shit, okay, I was about to say. I was actually fairly curious if there's anyone still in the VC. There's not. At some point, there's going to be a Rad Dude Discord, just to make our being able to talk with each other a little bit more seamless. It'll make a little bit more sense, too, for people to be able to join in. So maybe soon, within the month, you're going to see another Rad Dude Discord of sorts. Because I think that's what's going to happen. Yeah, if you have Discord, you can be able to join the Discord and be able to join on VCs and stuff. Yeah, it should be fun. Should be fun. Anyway, I love this little talking portion, but it, like, I wish that there was a way to, like, automatically let people click off a video if they're, like, watching it. If I don't see, the thing is, I'm doing a lazy way to do, like, the next playlist for Echo. Since I'm not editing them, I'm just sort of, like, putting playlists in that will automatically start when Echo starts, but it doesn't, like, go to the next video once Echo ends, since I'm just talking right now. Elbow cough. Oh, what the hell, doggy? Would you like a cookie? Sure, I'd like a cookie. Give me a cookie there, I could probably go find a cookie here in the real world. That'd be fun. Am I the only person that says real world when I refer to the internet? I feel like that might actually be the case. Probably. Probably. But yeah, this is actually kind of exciting, thinking of Friday stream in this way. Trying to, like, do drawing streams and cool things like that. I like that. I like that a lot. Let's do that. Cookie! Nom 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 nom. Phineas and Ferb Marathon. That would be a random Tuesday. That'd be fun. That would be a fun thing to do, yes. Especially since I've never really watched it. I watched, like, one season of it. Like, a couple episodes. I've probably seen, like, 8 episodes of that show total. Hey, it's a fun show. It's a fun show, definitely. Real world, yeah. Yeah. Alright. I'll see you guys around. Thanks for hanging out with me. This has been fantastic. And, yeah, I'll see you guys next Friday. Next Friday is going to be, I'm pretty sure it's going to be some South Park, coupled with 30 minutes of South Park, an hour of Splatoon 2 on VC, and then we'll be doing KFC. So, yeah, it's a little spattering of things. A mixture of weird things. So let's see what happens next week. I actually was listening to a couple songs before stream on Thursday. So before Thursday's stream, I was able to listen to some, which was fun. That was very fun. Equal life in the real world. They're so great. I probably listened to, like... I listened to all the one that was in that playlist, the mix playlist. Funny enough, it mixed in some of my own songs with it, which is weird. But yeah, I was able to listen to some. They're crazy fun. I actually like the sound of them. Just fried chicken, yeah, basically. Oh man, I'm hungry now. Oh man, I have to go get some food. I've been here for 5 hours. Oh, that's 5 hours stream? Hey! That's pretty good. 5 hours for Friday streams? I actually kind of like that pace. But yeah.
Who's out? Rad's out. I shall see you guys next week. Some of you guys I'll see ya on Sunday. Sunday is going to be more Phoenix Wright, where I do voice acting and stuff. Monday shall be Splatoon 2, Sly Cooper, and what else? I forget. My brain is going. Next Thursday is going to be Homestuck, and then Wednesday is going to be... what was it? I forget. We shall have fun. Go get some water and get some food. I'll see you guys later and have a good night. Goodbye, all. And glad you finished your homework, Oscar. That is a good thing indeed.